Well, you'll have to run and get them at some point because that's important. And that wasn't sarcastic. They are very important. So we'll call this meeting back to order. Start with a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Palmer.
morning.
Good morning.
I think I heard Councillor Jans there as well. Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon, or good morning.
Wow.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
We're fast forwarding.
Time has lost all meaning.
Yeah, it's day 4. Time has lost all meaning. But the final day, we have no other time. So this is the day we must finish. So please be aware as we go through. So where we had left off is we were in the process, I think all of the questions had been asked, although we hadn't started speaking to it yet. So I will, just out of fairness, do one final check if there are questions, and that also might be selfish because I think I might have one, and I didn't have a chance to do that while I was in transit. So we're jumping up on all those names on the board are for speaking to it, I believe, right now, correct? Or potentially an amendment. So, all right, why don't I let Councillor Tang go first with an amendment before I ask questions, because then we can ask questions of both this and. So what we're doing, we didn't start speaking yet, so we're going to allow folks to either ask questions, or I believe Councillor Tang has an amendment, to which then we could ask questions to of the amendment or sort of the overall piece. So Councillor Tang, why don't you go ahead then?
Well, maybe I'll share the intention of the amendment first. Oh my God. There we go.
Someone transcribing me? The AI bot is transcribing me.
So I'm struggling with this one a little bit more than I thought I would, especially upon initial. I think my initial impression of this was, feels like a must-make decision. But I think there's a few other factors. I'm contemplating an amendment to hold this funding in abeyance pending the review of the broader arterial road network through the Mobility Network Assessment Report coming back in Q1 2026. I've heard a lot of calls for holistic review. So I think, if we can accelerate that report in Q1, it still won't interfere with the groundbreaking. And then the other piece is restarting the MOU roundtable. Which hasn't in my last 4 years of experience. I guess before I put that forward, I just want to hear from administration thoughts about that. Yeah.
Councillor Tang, there are active development intentions by Enoch Cree Nation next year for this road is needed to support that. Further, the province of Alberta has indicated that should the city fund this, they would also as well. So this is a unique opportunity to have that partnership between the province, Enoch, and the city to improve that road.
Can you walk me a bit of history of when some of those discussions were had with council?
With council on this road?
On the intention of the province's intention, on Enoch's intention, because I'm aware of the challenge with this road, particularly through the arterial report, that this area in general is a priority area. But the budget, this is the first time that we find out that there's actual money on the table, but we're here to make a decision. And to me, it's not I don't know if it's a real decision if we just have to do it, and otherwise it's not going to happen.
So it stems from conversations previously with the previous council and mayor. We did receive a motion, which is where this service package is coming from the previous council in terms of providing funding. So we've shared some updates, I guess, through the intergov conversations, but it's only more recently that this has been more certain in terms of the cost share between all three partners.
Okay, and then, so beyond the motion, and then was there a memo, or was it just the response was in the intergov meeting?
A memo on the road update requirements?
On the progress?
No, there was no memo.
Right, right. Okay, because I think we've also had these other mechanisms to share some of those different, share interests, potential partnership opportunities. Those have never really come to fruition other than these kind of, I guess, independent conversations. So, and when was that motion made?
September 16th, 2025, City
Okay.
Council.
Okay, I think, is
So
it
it's
all
fairly
coming back to
recent.
us now? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to jump on for questions because I think everyone there was still, and I guess I should follow my own advice and click on the board, except eScribe is yelling at me. There we are. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So the questions I'm going to ask are very high level because it might help me narrow down this specific piece here. So we've got a mobility network assessment report coming back in the new year that looks to be adding more roads than the 3 that are currently on it. That's what I understand. At least another 2 to 3?
I think Kent's on the line, but I think, yeah, from an arterial road perspective, the top would be, there's probably a top 5.
Top 5. Do we have a general sense? I mean, I know of the Winterburn Road one, that's probably a $40 to $60 million project, I think, based off the rail line and all of that. That one might be on the higher end of them. Do we have a ballpark sense of like what those 5 might be, order of magnitude even? Are all of them each in the tens of millions of range, or are some of them in the single digits of millions?
I know that when we had the arterial road report from 2023, the top 3 that were listed in that report, there were some budget numbers associated
Yeah,
with those.
trying to
I don't have them in front of me. I'm not sure if anyone on the line can speak to that. And then the new report of what's identifying the top 5, I'm not sure if we have those numbers yet, but I'll just look to see if the team has any information.
Mayor Knack, it's Pascal Douceur.
Yep.
I can speak a little bit to the cost. So I think, so we're working with our colleagues in UPE based on the new list to have that information for March. But we do want to be careful around putting forward cost estimates that are done before any design or engineering is completed.
I get that. I think why I'm asking this question, just so everyone's aware, is that my guess is that we're going to be talking of those 5 roads of something in the order of magnitude of at least $100 million. I think, based off what other road widenings have cost and the need, and the fact that those 5 are probably not the only 5, but you're listing a top 5. And what worries me is I don't know how we're going to fund that in the next 4-year budget with only 1.36 now billion available for capital funding based off the bus purchase, give or take. Is that right?
In and around that, yep.
Yeah. Which would suggest to me, in a world where you're going to recommend a lot of renewal in the next 4-year budget, because we have a renewal deficit, how do we even begin to hope to fund new growth projects? And my guess is the only way we're going to be able to do this is if we get the provincial government on board to come to the table so that we can use our constrained funding debt to allow us to borrow, not affecting that other bucket. That would be, like, if that's an opportunity available to us if they were to come to the table, correct? We have that separate debt funding source, if you will. It's all the same debt, but different buckets.
If the province came to the table, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And allows a higher limit?
Yeah.
You control the limit through your policy.
Yes, but we have a bucket set aside for when provincial and federal funding comes into play, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
You have the ability to use some of your debt room for matching.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the long answer, and sorry to my colleagues for this, but part of why I'm asking that is that this is the first example of where the provincial government's actually come to the table in advance looking to fund something. Rarely is it in this order. And I worry, and I don't know if this is an in private question, but I'll do my best to ask in public, from a intergov approach and hoping to secure funding for all of the other road needs we're going to have in the next 4-year budget, I'm worried what would happen if we said no to this in our ability to try to secure funding for what will likely be a pretty massive budgetary request when that report comes forward. Thoughts from an intergov perspective?
I would agree with that statement. I think on this project specifically, the province wasn't coming to the table with funding initially, and it took some time to get them to that point.
Now, I'll note that then I'll actually be speaking to it. So no, I'll speak to it at the appropriate time. So okay, I'll take the chair back.
I return the chair.
Okay. I don't see any other names. Is there an amendment that is forthcoming? No amendment forthcoming. So let's move to speaking to it. We will. Oh.
I thought I was on there.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was from my apologies. Okay, yeah. And I should just double check. Councillor Clark, were you still for speaking to it? Thank you, Councillor Wright. Go ahead then, for questions, and then we'll do speaking.
Okay, so our future renewal projects would come from capital. This is being asked to become from operating. If we took over the construction of this, could we then, with the matching funds from the province, use that other funding bucket in capital?
Sorry, what other funding bucket are you talking
Well, we just heard that if the province is matching, we can increase.
You want to use
our
the
debt.
higher debt limit?
Yeah.
So the issue is you don't get to the higher debt limit you can't reserve something later to use now. Like you would get there after you worked your way through the $1.3 million. It really is designed for you to make prudent decisions all the way along, not be like, I want to do all the things I want to do and none of the things that I need to do, and then go into the need to do debt room later. Like it's designed to constrain you. So if you want to we've already said that you can't really use debt here because the asset isn't ours and we won't get it until later. But even if you wanted to use debt here, it eats into the 1.3 billion, and then it gets you closer to that limit, making future things a thing you have to fit into that other limit.
Okay, so the asset as it stands right now in poor condition is not ours, it's Enoch's? That stretch of road?
215 Street is city road right-of-way, along with White Mud. And there are additional improvements that are also happening on White Mud that would be on Enoch's lands, but 215 Street is city
So,
property.
but if it is ours now then, can we not manage the construction project rather than having Enoch doing it? And then use our capital?
Our debt.
Our
That's
debt,
what
sorry,
you want to
yeah.
use. So we would, again, like I would say yesterday, we shared, this would not be a project we would ever recommend debt for, just based on the size of the project. If you want to fund this, then the options we gave, or that we would provide to you, would be do it from one of the two items that we, essentially from the extra 22 million. Sorry, I'm even catching myself. Because it's not extra
got
in the
extra
FSR,
money?
but we put $22 million in the FSR to get you faster to the minimum balance. As long as you don't allocate more than $22 million, you haven't jeopardized the plan that you already have in place.
Okay, and where are we? How much is left of that put aside $22 million?
You haven't
haven't
allocated anything
touched
from
it?
that.
Councillor Wright, I would just add, the motion from council was that the project is delivered by Enoch Cree Nation as well, and so that's how this service package is set up.
Okay, but again, I'm almost feeling like British Columbia, that we've been kept out of the loop on a project that impacts us. Okay, because I don't think that and Ms. Petrin, you said that it was a unique situation, and I think we've been faced with this before under the wire, arbitrarily impose deadlines to get things approved without giving us actually time to do the assessment in connection with all of our other priorities. Okay. So, yeah, okay, I'll speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there are some that enter on the board. I don't know if they're for questions. I'm just going to double check. Councillor Jans, do you have questions?
Opposition, speaking.
Okay. Councillor Salvador for questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just one question. I think, Ms. Pepper, you mostly cleared it up for me, but I was struggling with the characterization of the way we manage debt as having separate buckets. I don't think that's necessarily correct because, as you described, we would essentially have to kind of fill up the...
It's progressive limits. That's how I
Great.
would describe it.
Great, thank you so much. That's much more, makes sense in my mind. Thanks.
Thank you. Those are all the questions. Now we'll move to speaking to the motion. Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you. I'm really grateful to the mover for bringing this forward. I think this is a good investment for us to make. One of the things I've been looking to do, or one of the lenses I use in my decision making is just around how many boxes are we checking? How many areas and priorities are we impacting at the same time? And for me, this checks a number of them. So it's a way to help pay for growth with additional funding from other orders of government, our partners at Enoch Cree Nation and the provincial government. It's a way to leverage our public dollars, which I think is really effective. It's work that we need to do anyways. It helps address some safety concerns that intersection. And I think it's also an important step towards our Indigenous framework, being partners, which is one of the 4 roles that we're called to do. Economic reconciliation is an incredibly important piece of the work I think we as Canadians all have in front of us, and for me this is a really important way that we support that. So look forward to supporting this. Thank you again to the mover for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I think just before I kind of get into it, on one comment on Councillor Wright's, I appreciate that there isn't a lot of time on this as more context, but sometimes that's intergov budgeting opportunities that get put in front of us, and we have to make some decisions pretty quick on it. I believe this project deserves council support because it combines urgent safety and congestion relief for a uniquely leveraged funding and reconciliation opportunity. Westbound White Mud between Lewis Farms and 215th Street is already a documented bottleneck, as we've heard, with substantial merge and interchange geometry. Widening it and upgrading the ramps brings the corridor up to modern freeway standards, reducing collisions, cutting unreliable travel times for the residents of Lewis Farms, Rosenthal, Seacourt, and adjacent neighborhoods, and improving goods movement to West End commercial and industrial areas. At the same time, this project is a direct enabler of Enoch Cree Nation's economic development around River Cree and mixed-use land use, aligning with direct enabling infrastructure investments and positioning the stretch of White Mud as a major Indigenous-led commercial and tourism node for Edmonton and the entire region. Critically, this is not a typical road ask. The government of Alberta, Enoch Cree Nation, prepared to fund 1/3 of the capital costs, turning this into what I've seen the most financially leveraged transportation investment on the table during this budget discussion. And I think it's signaling tangible infrastructure-based commitment to reconciliation. I think rejecting would mean walking away from substantial external dollars and long-term mobility and economic benefits or a relatively modest municipal share that would not affect the tax levied for residents. I will be supporting this. I urge my colleagues to do the same and to begin the partnership mentality that we want to bring to this new council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Okay, yeah, White Mud is a provincial highway. Yellowhead is a provincial highway. The province should be paying the entirety of the issues related to the White Mud and containing that, and they should be doing much more. Many of the councillors will recall that with Deerfoot Trail in Calgary, the province gives $140 million to the city of Calgary to pay for the care and feeding of Deerfoot Trail. That's $20 million in operating a year. That's a 1% tax cut for Edmontonians. We deserve a fair deal, just like Calgary's getting a deal. I appreciate that the province and Enoch and other people want this to happen, and I do too at some point. But I think it's really important that given the magnitude of of all of the renewal before we even have before we go further into building new, we have a chance to pause and say, okay, how does this fit together into the bigger picture? And that's at the 4-year budget. The province should not be doing one-offs like this. We should be providing a rank order of key priorities to maximally benefit all Edmontonians and the whole region. And then from that ranking, we can then go forward and the province can fund those priorities. I disagree with how this is being done, and I want to quote Councillor Principe yesterday, who used the illusion, or used the not illusion. She made the point that just because the federal government is offering match and funding, we shouldn't be chasing funding that is available. We should be chasing funding that's for the right priorities for our community. And I think there's still a number of challenges that we need to look at here. So I'd urge my colleagues, you don't have to say no forever, but you should definitely be saying no right now.
Thank you, Councillor Chan. Just one quick clarification. We just need to make sure for the record that Whitemud is not a provincial highway. It's still city. Whether or not it should be is a different conversation, but it's actually not. So I just, and Yellowhead, sorry. Yeah, just for this purpose of discussion, I want to correct that. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not on side with this at this time. Again, I feel that that it is another one that we've been put under the gun to make a decision on, and I recognize that our responsibility is to make these decisions, and sometimes they do need to be immediate, but I think this one needs more time to be explored. In conversation yesterday, there was nothing about what the operational costs will be ongoing. I'm not sure that even anything has been decided on cost overruns, whose responsibility that would be, and we've seen that happen on a number of occasions with cost overruns, and we've been forced to carry that burden. I recognize that that stretch of road is in extremely poor condition, and you know, and it is a major route, or it is the only route from the Whitemud out to Highway 60. When we look at, so the construction, or the construction project being built on the Enoch Reserve isn't on our land, but when we look at land use at public hearing, we also receive transportation reports, and I don't know if any of that was done for this project either, and we would then oftentimes it would be at the cost of the developer then to ensure that those proper transportation routes are in place. I recognize that we're being offered some funding from the province, but again, it's not necessarily our priority, and I don't feel that I have all the information without knowing what our priorities are until Q1. I cannot support this at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the reminder from administration about how this came about this fall. I guess a few things for me. I think throughout the last few days, we've heard the word holistic mentioned a number of times, and I agree. We should be making decisions on a holistic understanding of the overall policy priorities, pain points across the city to ensure that equitable approach. We've also heard a number of times about the importance of not losing our sight on replenishing FSR, making sure we're on the right track for that. We've also heard, you know, just because the money is being offered doesn't mean we need to use it, and we need to use it towards, you know, the priorities as identified through the city. However, given all of that, because I did struggle with this quite a bit, I feel like there's a few, I suppose, things I would like to see happen after this decision. I will be supporting it. Number one, you know, there has been lots of conversations over the last year or so around shared priorities with Enoch Nation. We have a mechanism for that. I would like to see that roundtable restarted. That has not happened in the 4 years, but that table is precisely for project discussions like this, and I think we should be using those proper channels. We have representatives on that roundtable, I would like to see that restarted in earnest and formally. Number two, with the mobility network assessment returning in Q1, I'm planning to make a subsequent motion later on around advocacy with the provincial government to identify all the pain points across the city, taking that equitable approach because it's good for the entire transportation network. It's good for the city, it's good for the economy, it's good for the province. And if the province wants to contribute match funding, then they should, follow the advice of the city of where our prioritization is, because there are many roads beyond this one that require that type of support. So that will be coming. So those are the two main things coming out of this. I like for all my own hangups on this. I do recognize that we have made that direction previously with the previous council, and then we should continue on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford?
These are the kind of decisions for why I love municipal politics and why I love local government, because there's no clear, we have to, at the end of the day, we have to vote yes or no, but there's valid points for why we should support this, and there's also valid points for why we should not support this. And if there was, another magic button we could all press, I'm sure we'd pick that third option, but there isn't. And I think it highlights too that planning, whether it's municipal planning or city plan or mass transit plan or budgeting, are not perfect, right? And sometimes we do need to think about when is there an opportunity and how do we catalyze that opportunity to align with other orders. This one even adds another layer with our reconciliation goals and potential partnership with one of the biggest nations adjacent to this municipality. And so for all of those reasons, people should support it. I, however, am not going to support it. And I want to talk a little bit about the why behind that. I've been very clear throughout this process that I don't want to entertain anything that goes into our FSR or financial strategies. And as much as I'm torn and tugged by the compelling arguments that even I just made against myself, I have to stay grounded in that bigger vision for financial sustainability as a municipality. And if it was just this one-time funding, I'd probably actually be convinced, actually. But where my big hesitancy comes from is that this is an asset that will be turned over to the city, and there will be, even though it's a grant right now, there will be operating impacts of capital that we haven't calculated. And so not only will we deplete our FSR, but we will have a subsequent, in the next 4-year budget, increase to operating impacts of capital. And we have to have better line of sight of that, both with our infrastructure committee and with the results-based budgeting that we do over the next year, because I keep going back to when I was first elected and we had a report about snow clearing. And that report stated that 4,000 kilometers of road right-of-way were added to our city inventory without a proportionate operational increase to our city ops. And in fact, those budgets actually went down because of trying to do cost savings because of COVID. And then people wonder why our snow clearing isn't great. And people wonder why our taxes go up every year. And people wonder and wonder and wonder. And so for me, it's actually, the piece that I'm hung up on is actually not having line of sight onto what the scope of and scale of the maintenance, and roads are the most expensive to maintain also, to be, by the way, from both a annual and a renewal and a, space. So for all of those reasons, I can't support it, but like I said, I hope that if anybody is listening, they can just see these are examples of how there's never ever one clear right or wrong answer, no matter which way we land. And I respect wherever we land on this one.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you very much. Excellent summary. Both pros and cons. Yeah, I think that was great. I would say, and so similarly, I can see both pieces. It's hard to tap into the FSR. I think if it wasn't for some of those additional ads that are coming in, setting aside any potential surplus that might or might not exist, setting that aside because we don't know if that will end up happening. Something wacky could happen. We're getting a lot of snow. Who knows? So I also don't love the idea of tapping the FSR, and I wouldn't have wanted to do that if it would at all impact the potential of that universal renewal fund, which needs to start yesterday, and it's still not going to start for a number of years. So, but I don't want to touch that in a way that would impact that timeline. Similarly, I think back, I think one of my very first situations like this that I can recall was actually the Yellowhead. And I remember it was probably 2015 or 2016, going back in memory lane. And I think I remember showing up to the meeting and Mayor Iveson saying, I think we've got funding for the Yellowhead. It got added to the agenda. And then like 5 minutes later, we approved $1 billion in spending. Like with legitimately, I think 5 minutes notice. And I think in hindsight, I actually wish I had that vote back. That's one of the ones, I don't know, I haven't thought about all the votes I wish I had back. I actually wish I had that one back. Not because we didn't need to do that work on the Yellowhead, not because it wasn't an important project. I think it's a critical project for goods movement, but because it was such a challenging process and it was so expedited for such a large sum of money, and we didn't really have that. I even feel a little bit like that on the Terwillegar Expressway piece. I know we had already set aside some funding, and then other funding was secured from the provincial government that sort of required us to do the next phase, and we really didn't have a choice. That one I'm a little more okay with, but there have been examples of this where it felt like not a lot of notice to do projects and trying to prioritize against everything else. Here's why I'm comfortable with this. I think, yes, it's important to note we did actually give direction, albeit I think we gave direction in the middle of a very chaotic time for all of us. It was a month away from the election, and so I'm sure we weren't all fully, I'll speak for myself. I know I wasn't fully as concentrated as I probably should because there was a lot going on. But nevertheless, we gave direction and we said, bring this back. I'm also comfortable with the fact that this is, in comparison to those other projects, a much smaller dollar amount here that does bring together partners that haven't always worked together on a project like this. And I think that's exciting. I'm really excited about the partnership with Enoch on this in particular. And I'm excited about what I heard from Councillor Tang about a motion, a subsequent, that would allow us to go engage Minister Dreeshen around a future long-term plan, because, I'd much rather this council's time be spent engaging Minister Dreeshen on things like roads versus bike lanes, which I don't think are really impactful to the vast majority of people and where roads are. And so let's spend the time working with Minister Dreeshen on the things that I think he's passionate about, which are roads, and we know we have a need on. And so I think that's going to be a really great idea to have that subsequent motion. At the end of the day, this is a project that we do need to do. This is part of that connectivity of a road that is connected within the mobility network assessment. This specific segment isn't likely captured in that, but it's part of a connected body of work that needs to happen. So I would argue in this case, this is very much one of those top 5 priorities because it's connected to the other body of work that needs to happen. And even with that, the work that's about to happen is not all city funded yet. I had to work with the developers in the area to find a way to get some of that work going, but it's not all of the work. There's still a pretty large price tag sitting in the background for the rest of Winterburn Road, along with all of the other 4 projects that we'll see on this. So where we have a chance to work with partners, tap into some funding to address what I think it is a logical piece, I think we should do it. But I also agree, we need to be very much more clear, as Councillor Rutherford talked about the operating impacts. Yes, this should help reduce our maintenance costs on a really bad parcel of road right now, but it's going to be likely a couple more lane kilometers of road as a 4-lane road. And what does that mean for snow removal? Because it probably goes up. So we need to have those conversations, but I don't think that's a reason to vote no to this today. Here's a great partnership opportunity with the provincial government, with Enoch. Let's do that together, and then let's set more of a holistic vision going forward through some subsequent motions on how we can work with the province, Enoch, our regional partners as well, who should be at the table for this. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
I return the chair.
Councillor Palmer to close.
Yeah, and thank you very much for all of the comments. It is not an easy decision. I think for me, I have not really gone into the, in terms of looking to go into FSR. There's a couple of reasons why I am definitely more comfortable with going into FSR, because I do believe that the previous council did a great job in a repayment plan. And when I looked through the budget documents, I saw 12.5. From our EdTel special dividend and the LAPP, which is 9.5 million. And I think that had those not been there, I would likely have not put this motion on the table. I think also in a time where we have to look at doing things a different way. We can't expect to do the same thing and expect the same results. And so I think that's what happened when the motion was put forward in September, where the city actually asked the current city council then asked for this to come forward. And so in doing that, we actually brought a partner on that we wouldn't have had typically looking at municipal roads. And so this is, I think, a great opportunity to show great collaboration, great partnership with our road, but also with somebody like Enoch Cree Nation, which is an incredible economic development opportunity. We talk a lot about Indigenous reconciliation. Our wards are in homage to that. But when they actually come and ask us for funding, I think it's really important that we kind of look at deep down to see how we can help not only in understanding our history, but be a part of our future. The 3-to-1, I think that there are lots of opportunities for looking at prioritization of roads, and I agree with that. Right now, what the decision we have on the table is a 1-to-3, and I think that being able to leverage every single tax dollar that we have from a municipal level with other opportunities is something that we should look forward to and look at. It is an opportunity to look at the future. I do believe this is, a need, not a want. I think that, when Enoch Cree Nation thrives, so does Edmonton. And I understand the comments about, regional and using the regional roads. This is a partner road where we are directly, right beside Enoch Cree Nation. I do believe this is a core service. I understand all of the challenges that have been put on the table. I do believe that if we say no to this, there are many municipalities looking for money, and that this likely won't be put on the table potentially. This is an opportunity, if you think about timing as well, that the province is going into their budget and baking in their budget in January. So if we say no now to wait later, we likely may not be baked into that budget. And so I really encourage the councillors to vote yes for this motion. For all the reasons that many people have talked about, and really for being able to increase economic activity with our Indigenous partners. So thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're still waiting for 2.
Mine's not coming up, I'll say yes.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
No.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. Ooh, that's carried 7-6. Another close one. Got to have those from time to time. All right. Before we move into, I think which would be, I would be last on this list for amendments of the first round, I thought I would just do a quick check-in to see if folks are, if there are any amendments that are thinking of being withdrawn, so that we can just clean up and be ready for round two. So if folks have anything they want to remove from the list, please click on.
Would it be possible to also ask if there's any that need to be restated?
Yeah,
so that we
I
have
think there
time
might
to
be at least one that needs to be restated. So if you don't mind clicking on, anyone that might want to restate, please click on now as well so we can clean it all up. I'll start with Councillor Wright, though, who is on the board.
Thank you. I'm trying to find the number of it. It's the seasonal to permanent workers.
20.
Okay, so I will withdraw that and have a subsequent motion being worked on. Yes, and that's it for me.
That's it. Okay. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. For 06, for the bus cleaning service delivery, looking to change the funding source from tax levy to EPCOR dividend.
Okay, thank you. We can make that update. And I think Councillor Stevenson is also clicking on. There it is. Yeah, Councillor Stevenson.
So if you just look at the bottom of the document that you're in, there's a highlighted section there of what finance is recommending.
Okay.
And it would go into 3 separate parts if you want to just have a look and make sure that reflects your intention, please.
Yeah, that's looking good, thank you. Yep, so I can read that out. I apologize, it's a long one, but my restated.
2 reductions, so adding 2 new to reductions.
2 new reductions and an increase.
Okay.
So part 1 is that amendment to reduce, that the 2026 operating expenditure budget for corporate expenditures as outlined on page 2 of attachment 1 of the November 24th, 2025 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 03158 be decreased by $2 million on an ongoing basis for insurance claims and settlements with funding released to the tax levy. Point 2, that the 2026 operating expenditure budget for corporate expenditures as outlined on page 2 of attachment 1 of the aforementioned report be decreased by $704,000 on an ongoing basis for changes to WCB premiums with funding released to the tax levy. And finally, point 3, that Edmonton Transit Service Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $2,704,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis for the integrated service package permanent enhanced cleaning as outlined on pages 41 and 42 in attachment 2 of the aforementioned report with funding from the tax levy.
Okay, thank you. So we'll update those. Those are, again, while not technically connected, are the intent we will have is that they'll be connected and there'll be opportunity to talk about that at a later time, unless there's. Great, we'll come to those when we come to those. Councillor Wright, do you have?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Salvador reminded me because we had the same one. But so the new, and I thought she was before me in the listing, but I'm seeing in the chat that it's Tang, right? So I would need to amend my motion.
So the first round is one order, and then everybody jumps a couple of spots. So in the new order, it will be Tang, Wright, Knack, Stevenson, Salvador, Paquette.
Okay, so then I will have to change my funding source to the EPCOR dividend.
Okay. Yep.
Would you mind just saying the number, just because there's people listening that are doing this upstairs?
Okay, I don't know what the updated, 25 is on my list.
Yep.
Yep, thank you.
Great. Okay, I think that's everything for that. So we will continue on, and I believe I'm last, and I only have one, so it's only one to make, so I also won't be on the next round because I've got nothing else to go here. So I have to turn the chair over to Councillor Paquette.
I have the chair.
Thank you. So this is the Community Standards Peace Officer contingent. Can I have take my 2 minutes to introduce? Oh, sorry, thank you. Yeah, it's number 34 on the list there. Thank you. Can I start my 2 minutes?
Of course.
Thank you.
I'm not used to being asked permission for anything.
Very good. I just didn't want to assume. So, I mean, quite simply, our roads are much less safe right now. And there's a lot of issues happening. And sadly, more fatalities on our streets than we've seen in some time. And that's due to a variety of factors, including loss of different tools that we used to have. And this motion won't fix all of that. But it gives us some progress at a time where communities are, I find, at this point, literally begging us for something more. To be clear, administration highly recommends against this motion. They do not like us to use a funding source that is not guaranteed. We have done this only once in the last 10 years, and I was the one that moved that motion. And for the first 2 years, doing that approach in that motion from 10 years ago, it did pay for itself. That was a heavy vehicle enforcement team. And there is a risk, if we do this, that after a certain number of years, the revenue might not materialize enough to pay for this team, and we need to not create what would be a new structural budget variance. So I want to be very clear. This is not an ideal approach, but I can't justify right now using tax levy right now, and based off what Calgary has seen, I think there's an opening for us to at least engage in this conversation, to start something, and then maybe as early as the next year, start building this into a permanent tax levy funding. But I wanted to be upfront that administration highly, highly, highly recommends against this. But I don't think we have a choice. And that's why I'm bringing this forward. Happy to take questions.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go to the mover for my first line of questioning. In the service package, it said that these officers wouldn't come on until the end of, because again, you have to train. So I'm really not seeing how we would be able to transfer this for 2026, have officers online, and get fine revenue in 2026. I'm not seeing the math add up. Can you tell me how you got there?
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I just obviously worked with them on the wording of a motion that they don't love. And so I've brought forward that wording as based off that. But maybe it is something that we adjust to say it starts in 2027, because you still got to take the next 12 months and hire folks and get them on board, and then you have a full year. But
I guess to administration, how did we come up with that number? And is this motion even in order if there wouldn't be officers to get fine revenue within the 2026 budget year? Oh, I'm asking them first, and then based on their answer, I'll talk to the chair.
Yeah, I think, and I'll turn it over to Jennifer after this, but I think the last part of your question is exactly why we don't promote the use of fine revenue as a source of costs for the
Well, and I get it on a larger principle basis of, you always want the enforcement to decrease the behavior, and so relying on fine actually creates an incentive to not actually decrease the behavior. So I get the overall philosophy, but in this specific motion, it's saying to increase the budget with fine revenue, but we don't get any. So is this even in order if we can't get this fine revenue in 2026? I guess to the chair. Are you considering this in order?
It's a very good question, but I'm willing to allow the debate to move forward in case there are potential amendments, because there is precedent for this, which is why I'm ruling it in order.
How is there precedent for this? I understand the precedent of using fines, but you always have had the mechanism of the fines coming in before you add the staff. This way we're saying hire staff, They're not coming on until maybe November, December 2026. They're not going to make $5,844,000 in a 2-month period.
Well, it looks like the mover may have a response to that, so I'll allow the mover to respond.
I mean, if the chair's ruling the way they are, I would put it on record, I don't think that this is in order. That being said, I do want to go to my second line of questioning since we are entertaining debate on it. So I know that some of my colleagues the other day when we were asking questions to EPS sort of alluded to other municipalities doing traffic, but my understanding is that that in areas without a municipal police force, peace officers can conduct traffic stops based on their level of employment. But when you have a municipal police force, that authority changes. Is my understanding correct?
I can jump in on that. The peace officer authorities, just the standard peace officer authority, every one of them provincially has the Traffic Safety Act enforcement. It doesn't change whether there's a police of jurisdiction or not. Typically, peace officer programs actually, in fact, a lot of the smaller ones, their prime mission is to take traffic enforcement off the police of jurisdiction or at least supplement it. And so since 2008, that's something that our peace officers have been doing.
But they also have to have a traffic safety plan in conjunction with their police force.
Yeah, and every year we put together a traffic safety plan that's shared with the EPS and produced to the government of Alberta, just like the peace officer program demands from us.
How come council doesn't see that? Considering we've talked about how important traffic safety is, how come that traffic safety plan has never been brought to council?
I would suggest it's an operational document that we work with the EPS on, but we can look at sharing that in the future.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. And just a reminder, at any point, anyone can challenge the decision of the chair and put it to test with council. That's no problem. Okay, Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Thank you for acknowledging to the mover the structural budget variances, because that is a concern. But I understand in Calgary, it has been, in sort of their pilot, it has been sort of revenue neutral, is that right? Or cost neutral?
I don't have any knowledge to speak to Calgary unless somebody else on this panel does.
We do. Jess Lamar's on the line who can speak to that. She's been in contact with Calgary's traffic safety team.
Okay.
Hi, folks. The answer is yes so far. They're at least close to cost neutral. They've only been in operation for about 7 months. So tough to tell long term what that looks like. But understandings from other jurisdictions in Alberta who also run similar types of programs is that they are at the very least close to cost neutral, if not completely.
Okay, I mean, we don't want this to be a cash cow or a fishing hole. So what are the results from Calgary? So we've seen, looking at the report in your traffic safety assessment that's coming, I guess, later in the meeting. Looking at that with Vision Zero over the past 10 years, fatalities were down. Are we getting, and then when that tool was taken away from us, they've come back up again. Is there anything to show that what Calgary is doing is having a good impact on traffic safety?
Yeah, so again, with 7 months, it's hard to tie that back to the data and to really show impact in that time. What I can tell you is that enforcement is a key aspect of a safe systems approach. And without enforcement, in person, automated, we're missing a really important link in helping keep roads safer. So just the pure presence of enforcement, again, whether in person or automated, makes a difference.
Okay. And Mr. Jones, I'm also wondering, when EPS was here on Monday, that seems like such a long time ago, they did mention about, or they cautioned about some additional risks that peace officers might encounter, things like firearms, flight risk. Is that a concern for you, and how can we address that with our peace officers?
Yeah, that's a great question. With any unknown vehicle stop, there is a certain amount of risk. We don't see the same level of firearms or other issues that Chief Dreichel was talking about in our vehicle stops. And I think some of that is in the context of the vehicle stops. Obviously, when police officers stop a vehicle, even if it's for a traffic offense, there's always, because of their enhanced authorities, because they manage the criminal code, there's the opportunity for them to look for those other indices, criminal issues, etc. Whereas our peace officers are doing vehicle stops just to do traffic enforcement, to maintain rules of the road, vehicle equipment regulations, etc. And so I think that context matters. There are very few vehicle stops that we conduct that we need to involve the Edmonton Police Service. And when we do, it's more likely than not, it's for impaired driving. And so I think if we did move to a team like this, we'd be looking at some of the enhanced authorities, like Strathcona County. Their peace officers are using the immediate roadside sanctions for impaired driving, and that's something that we could consider as well with a dedicated team.
Okay, what's that, roadside sanctions?
That's for impaired driving rather than going through the criminal code. It's a different program. It's a provincial program on to address impaired driving in real time.
Okay. And with a potential structural budget variance, what would sort of be our exit strategy on this if we felt the need to? So if we aren't raising enough revenue to cover the costs of it, or would that be to the mover? Okay, to the mover.
I mean, I guess I can start and say, if we reached a point where, or if within the first year we were finding they weren't having the same type of outcomes as we're seeing in Calgary, I would say, A, thank goodness, and then B, then fine. We would just, if we don't need that team and they're not actually resulting in enforcement happening, then we look to remove them, or we move them to a different priority area if we choose, and we look at how we would fund that. But I'm not sure that's
Possibly training peace officers to increase their authority, and that was for the impaired driving. Or was there anything else any other kind of enhanced authority that's possible with peace officers?
There are lots of enhanced authorities that are possible, even getting into minor criminal code offenses like mischief and assaults. I don't see that playing in quite so much here. The one that we have been looking at for, road safety, traffic safety, is that immediate roadside sanctions. Like I said, Strathcona County has been doing a pilot project in the last year, implementing those sanctions, and I'm in discussions with them right now about how that's going. It sounds like it's going quite well for their peace officers. They've been able to produce some fairly significant results with respect to getting impaired drivers off the road in real time. And so I think that's something that would be of value to a team like this, as we consider what we'd want to be tackling with respect to kind of harm on our city streets.
Okay, and to Councillor Wright's point about the safety of the peace officers, is there, any extra kind of training, what is the difference between a peace officer and a police officer in their, abilities to use different types of enforcement?
Well, if we're talking about specific on traffic safety, the average police officer is using the same authorities that we have with respect to provincial acts, Traffic Safety Act, use of highway, rules of the road. However, every police officer out there has the ability to use the criminal code authorities that we don't have. And I think, another distinguishing factor is they also have firearms where we don't. And so I think our focus would be on those traffic offenses. Their focus is on traffic offenses, and then everything else that that they run the gamut of criminal code offenses to deal with.
Right, there are the firearms, but is there any extra kind of training?
Well, I think their basic
Necessary.
training is about 22 or 23 weeks, if memory serves, and ours is 8 to 10 weeks. So they get a lot of additional training. A large portion of that is in, criminal code and firearms use.
Okay, and to the mover, I too am concerned about the funding because it doesn't seem like there's going to be enough time to generate that revenue in the short amount of time in 2026 that it's anticipated. Do you have any further reassurance you could give me that, because I would like to support this, however,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's realistic.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because the only other example I have was the 10-year ago one, and that one was done in a very different time when actually administration had recommended that as a funding source, which I know they wouldn't do now. I remember going through that process, and we went through the same thing. We had to approve the people, they had to start, and then only then did the fines start coming in. And so it's taking that same model. Again, it's a tough situation because I know they wouldn't make that same recommendation, but it did actually work out 10 years ago. Was that a unique circumstances on that particular type of body of work? It might have been, and so I'm not going to be able to give you the 100% confidence. What I can do is say that we have only one other example, and that example did materialize, but it only materialized for 2 years. At which point, then it became a structural budget variance.
And I guess I could see that. Oh, sorry. Mr. Jones?
Sorry, if I could just add a little bit of context there. The commercial vehicle unit, when they do stops, they can write tens of thousands of dollars of tickets at one stop. And so, while you're right, they were cost neutral for a year, maybe two. These types of vehicle stops, the average ticket's about $250. And so I think the volume of tickets that we would have to write to get to this number,
Okay.
I don't anticipate that it may even be possible to stop that many vehicles.
Okay, that's actually really good information for me. Thank you. I'm pretty much out of time. Thanks.
Thank you, and we'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe just on that last point, and it ties to one of my biggest interests in this. So I believe we did increase the bylaw fine for noisy vehicles to $1,000 for the first stop, $2,000 for the second offense. Is that the case, Mr. Jones?
Sorry, could you repeat those numbers for me?
I believe for excessively noisy vehicles, it's $1,000 for the first offense and $2,000 for the second, or subsequent.
I would have to double check the bylaw. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. That's all right. But
Yeah.
it leads into my question that, recognizing that safety is paramount with these resources, we do often see a correlation between noisy vehicles and speeding and dangerous driving. Just wanted to confirm that addressing these problematic vehicles in our communities will also be part of the mandate of this new team. I'll ask the mover first.
So yes, the short answer was yes. That was the expectation, that they would be included in doing that work, because that has been a major gap we've identified over the last 4 years.
Great. And so, Mr. Jones, just want to confirm that with you?
Yes, I would put the caveat on it that there is a similar, with respect to vehicle noise, there's a similar offense under provincial regulations. And if somebody took this to court, even if they were found guilty, there's also the room for a prosecutor to drop the fine down to that provincial fine. And so just because we write a ticket of that magnitude does not guarantee in any way that we get any of that, that revenue back.
Yeah, and my memory is that there's also something between the provincial, it's focused on motorcycles anyway. But I think, again, just want to ensure that assurance, just in terms of maybe just in even the deployment models. So is the intent that folks being hired on, there's an expectation that there will be teams out on summer evenings late into the night to address the peak hours for noisy vehicles?
Yes, if memory serves, on this one, we were looking at a 5 a.m. till about 1 in the morning kind of timeline for this team. Obviously, we can flex that a little bit depending on the need, but we've also, been collaborating with Safe Mobility and all of the data that they have with respect to, how do we target those Vision Zero outcome goals and kind of the highest harm intersections or locations across our city. So we'd be looking at all of those things.
Great, great. Thank you so much.
And if I can interrupt, sorry, I think that no one's disagreeing that traffic safety is important and that we need to find a way. I think what is making us a little bit wanting to pause is just we are doing our napkin math, which I know our colleague Stacey Padbury loves, but just we're doing our best guess on the number of humans we have, the kind of number of stops they'd have to make, the number of tickets they'd have to write, the number of offense fine amounts to make, with really no line of sight of how much we'd actually get in return. So I think
Thank
it's...
you. I'm just mindful of my
Sorry.
time. Yeah, appreciate it. And I think that's a fair caution, and I appreciate administration flagging it. I think, but again, just want to confirm, and I think we heard this earlier, that to the best of our knowledge, municipalities that are taking a similar approach are roughly within cost neutral. I believe Ms. Lamar mentioned that earlier.
Yes, keep in mind that there are like one-time startup costs for the infrastructure, so vehicles, etc. But the ongoing cost of personnel is mostly what's the cost neutral aspect.
Great. And I also assume that come next fall, in subsequent budgets, administration will come with neon lights pointing to this being a structural budget variance, if it is a structural budget variance.
Which is the exact kind of thing we'd prefer to stop doing.
But we don't know that it is yet, right? And I think that is what we want to find out by funding this and seeing if it's achieving the outcomes.
Typically, the way council we handle these is, like, if you're doing something like this, our recommendation, which we spoke to Mayor Knack about, is you would fund this with the tax levy, and then when the revenues start to roll in, if and when they roll in, you add those to the budget to reduce the tax levy in subsequent years. So that's the conservative, and that's the recommended approach. The risks are clear with this one. We've talked about them.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I think that answered my question. It was just around the logistics of how would this show up in the future, and it would show up in the form of a structural budget variance. Okay, so how many peace officer service hours would this amount to?
It is about, let me just double check. I know it's 22 peace officers and ancillary folks, but I think it was 45,000. Am I getting that number right?
And maybe I was just
Sorry,
trying to...
37,000. 37,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say I was trying to reference back, because I think it was referenced in the Municipal Traffic Safety Expansion Opportunities Report as well, and it compared the 37 versus, I think it was 16, as part of the Municipal Traffic Safety approach. And I just wanted to dig into that a little bit. Yeah, and just comparing and contrasting those two paths, recognizing that I think one of them takes a bit more of a holistic approach to traffic safety and looks at giving a bit of a boost to like safety engineering, operation and maintenance improvements, and other elements, as opposed to just the traffic safety peace officers. Between those two approaches, which does administration feel would provide the greatest benefit and get us closer to our Vision Zero goals?
Councillor Jessica Lamar, if I may, I don't think it's either or. I think it's a both and approach. And so looking at the options in front of you, there are different levels of service hours available for peace officer enforcement. Looking at both together is a substantive number of service hours. And when you consider the loss of automated enforcement and the volume and coverage of enforcement that provided across the city, those service hours are helpful in trying to adjust to the lack of that service. But it is scalable as well. And so there are options for how folks might want to approach that. Additionally, from the Municipal Traffic Safety Expansion Report, to your point, we've put forward other options that we think are needed in the short term from a service perspective, from what we're seeing from the crash data. But again, those are all scalable as well. And so that's what the options in the report provide to you, is ways to think about implementation of those things in advance of the 4-year budget and the forthcoming safe mobility strategy for 27 to 30.
Yeah, thanks for that. And just so I understand correctly, again, looking at that report, for option 1, are the 16,000 service hours, would those be a reallocation? From other areas?
No, those would be net new peace
Okay.
officers. Yep.
Okay, so those are net new. Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to make just a quick comment for folks. If you wanted to challenge the chair, you use a point of privilege at that point, and you basically, any ruling of the chair can be challenged at the time it is made, not afterward, is what I'm understanding. I'm going to double check with the clerk. So that's
Just sometimes new information can come
New
up
information.
during, so the
So
document I gave you is a point in time. So yes, when the ruling is made, but if additional information comes into context or comes to light, then there's an
Okay.
opportunity to get clarity on what the chair's ruling is at
Okay.
any point in time.
Okay,
Perfect.
so I'll call a point of privilege based on information and responses from administration. I would like to know with that information, if you'd still like to leave this motion stand.
As I am not hearing any potential amendments to this, I will look to council to see if anyone has anything prepared.
So just to be clear, if the challenge is being made, you're being asked for your ruling. So that's the
all right.
next step.
So, all right, so fair enough. So are you going to challenge at this point?
What's your ruling? That it's in order?
My ruling is still that it's in order, but I also will let council know that at any point, someone who puts a motion forward can also withdraw it.
So just to be really clear, we're just going to stick with the one thing at a time. So
Yeah.
there's a
We'll
request
just
for
stick with one
ruling.
thing at a
This is
time.
not debatable.
I will challenge that.
Okay. So the chair has been challenged. What I am not sure of, because we haven't done this a lot, is there any debate to that, or we go
No,
straight to
so
a
this
vote?
is, there's no discussion. There was a
Straight
point
to
of
the vote.
privilege, it was raised, the challenge the request was to get a ruling from the chair. The ruling from the chair is being challenged. The process now is to call the vote, asking if the ruling of the chair will be upheld. This is not a majority vote, it is 1/3. If they vote in favor with your ruling, then your ruling stands.
Okay.
So we will take the votes, but I don't have eScribe's ability to display it on the screen with pass or fail. I'll show the results and I'll call it for you once I've got the result.
Okay. And so no debate, just vote, please.
And so point of order.
So, to be clear, if you agree with the
So just hang
challenge,
on,
vote
hang on.
yes.
The vote's live, so I'm going to pull the vote back.
Okay, let's pull the vote back. If you agree with the challenge, vote yes.
No.
No. Okay, I've got the opposite. This is opposite world today. If you agree with the challenge,
No. The question is,
Okay.
is the ruling of the chair to be upheld?
is the ruling of the chair to be upheld?
If council members
Got it.
agree with your decision that Mayor Knack's amendment is in order, vote yes.
Right, okay. If you agree with the ruling of the chair, that the,
1/3 is required to uphold your ruling.
okay, I would have voted against myself.
You can't say that. Can we just call the vote, please?
Not in real life, just a hypothetical. Please vote.
We have all the votes and we can display it. The ruling of the chair is upheld.
Okay. All right, so we will proceed with the questions. Councillor Silver, did you finish? Yeah. Councillor Elliott, please go ahead.
Thank you. To Mr. Jones online, just had a question for you in regards to officer safety. Are peace officers on the same radio systems? So if they were to encounter an emergency, and I know just from as we know from the policing world, we would call say we need help, officer needs help. Do they have the ability to do that? And if so, does it automatically go to, say, police communications or 911? How does that unfold, my friend?
That's a great question. Thank you. Yes, we are currently on the same AFRAX radio system as the EPS. And in fact, each radio has an emergency red button, as you know, Councillor. And we have, for all of our peace officers who'd be doing these vehicle stops, the red button reroutes immediately to EPS emergency dispatch. And so they would immediately be in contact with the EPS dispatch and can broadcast on their channels if needed.
Okay, thank you. And just for my knowledge, I believe you indicated it takes about 8 to 10 weeks for training for a peace officer. What is the approximate cost per member for training as well?
Ooh, I'm not sure if I have at my fingertips how much our training class costs per member. Certainly, the number on your screen for the first year includes the training and all of the equipment needed, including fleet. Obviously, those are some fairly significant upstart costs. But you know, per year, it's somewhere around 140, 150,000 per peace officer to maintain, you know, as an FTE.
Okay, thank you, because you actually provided more information than I was seeking, so it's perfect. Thank you for that. And
okay. Oh, and this just in from my team. Thank God bless them. 4,000 per person for the basic training class. And again, then we also need the equipment to give to them to get out on the street as well.
okay, thank you. And Jessica, I'm going to put you on the spot. I don't know if you have this question or not. In Edmonton, I know that approximately 80% of matters before the courts are being dropped by the Crown right now, which is, I know, is something that Chief Dreichel is trying to address. Do you know, and what is the Calgary's model? And I think I already know this answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway, because we need to get people to pay for these fines in order to acquire funding. And if they're going to court and 80% are being tossed in Edmonton, that's going to cause an issue with funding here. So I didn't know if you knew the potential answer in Calgary for how many are being dropped in Calgary.
If I may, Councillor, I'm not sure where you have that. It's Michael Gunther here from Legal. I'm not sure in terms of what context that statistic has been being put out there. If you're talking about Traffic Safety Act offenses or bylaw offenses, but I can say without providing the exact specific statistic that if we're talking about bylaw offenses, that it's certainly nowhere near that 80% threshold. I don't have a line of sight on the Traffic Safety Act matters, but that number, without further context, Mr. Jones may not be able to speak to.
Okay, I should clarify, and thank you, sir, for that. So is 80%, I know, of criminal matters are being dropped right now before the Crown, and I do know through discussions that I don't know the percentage number, but a significant number of traffic tickets are also being dropped in court. And I'm going to try to actually research and get more specific information on that as well.
Yes, and Mr. Jones might be able to speak more just to how we ensure that our tickets that are issued by our peace officers will survive a court challenge or will stand in court, and maybe just turn that over to him.
Well, I think beyond, you know, the training and appropriate articulation, you know, we don't actually have the stats of what gets paid, what goes to court. Obviously, once it hits the court system, there's the opportunity for fines to be reduced or altered, like I mentioned earlier with the vehicle noise fine. And so just the face value of the ticket that we write isn't necessarily what gets paid and what gets paid. I think it's only 60% of that comes back to the city. So all of that math would have to figure into, you know, the quota, I guess, for a lack of a better word, of tickets that we would have to write every year in order to fund the team in this way. Not suggesting that, you know, traffic safety isn't a huge priority, but I do, you know, there's the reservations that I'm hearing from counselors about this. Just trying to provide all that information.
I'm out of time.
You are
Thank
out
you.
of time. Councillor Johns, please go ahead.
Thank you. If I may ask the mover, has the mover thought about directing the Edmonton Police Service to be doing this kind of work?
No, because we can't.
Oh, interesting. And is there a reason that we're aware that the police are not doing this kind of work?
To be fair, they are. I talked with Chief Dreichel just yesterday, and this is separate from the Monday meeting. I think they have at least, they don't have quite their full contingent of traffic officers from EPS, but they have a number of them working every day. So, but obviously they have levels of priorities, and traffic stops aren't always as high as other criminal offenses.
But we hear that traffic safety is absolutely a high priority to Edmontonians.
Correct.
Is part of the reason the police are overburdened is because they're doing more work for the region and more work for the province, such as dealing with the prisoners from different institutions who are brought into the city of Edmonton?
I don't know if I can fairly
Like,
answer that. I don't know if I can fairly answer that question.
It is to the mover. Like, is some of this a systemic?
Councillor Jans, I'm not sure if that is a question the mover can answer. They already said that they cannot. If you'd like to direct it to administration, you can do so.
Thank you. How much is being spent in this budget on policing already? I believe I heard 24 million additional dollars yesterday, but do we have a baseline of the tax levy to finance, I guess?
Just give me a second to pull up attachment 2. It would be in there.
And I guess maybe to the Parks and Roads team, do we have any kind of like quantification of how traffic delays are measured in terms of economic loss or something like that? Like, I'm thinking about, there was an accident the other day that had traffic blocked up for multiple blocks, causing delays. Do we have any kind of a report on the actual consequence of incidents?
Councillor Jans, there was some research done a number of years ago on the economic cost of crashes in general, but it doesn't contemplate delays in traffic due to a crash. I don't believe we have any background on that particular work.
So we all agree, though, that there's an economic cost to the city in crashes, that beyond the loss of life, that there's costs borne by the city, by the taxpayer, by everybody else, opportunity costs of inaction. We just don't have a dollar figure for what that is.
The research contemplated like emergency services costs, insurance costs, etc. It does not contemplate the delays that other folks moving around the transportation system might incur as a result of a crash.
Yeah. I'm wondering, would, by my math, if we were to put this on the tax levy, the additional $6 million would be an additional 0.26%, or roughly about 60 cents a month to the average household. And I guess, would the mover consider it friendly to, I don't hear any opposition from administration to the concept or the work. what I hear opposition to is the uncertainty around the funding on fine revenue, with the uncertainty around that. So would the mover consider it friendly to see this added to the tax levy?
No.
Okay. Can I get administration to help me to move an amendment that this would change the funding source from fine revenue to tax levy?
That would be the amendment.
Okay, can I move that amendment?
And Councillor Jans, I can also answer your question on the police funding. I'll ask Ms. Chow to do so.
Yeah, so
Please.
for
Sir, can we
2020,
just get a ruling on the amendment if it's accepted in a seconder, and then we can jump in?
Yeah, so we have an amendment. Do we have a seconder? Now, Councillor Jans, are you sure you don't want to circle around because your time is up? You won't have time to introduce it unless this is a secondary thing. I guess it
Second.
would be secondary now.
Second.
Second. Okay, so now we restart. And Councillor Jans, because there's a new motion, you are free to introduce it.
Thank you. I think this is really important. I think the opportunity costs are clear. This is one of the top priorities we heard from Edmontonians, and when we heard about priorities in the budget, safety and security was absolutely up there, and we've seen the carnage on our streets. We've seen the tragic loss of life and the unacceptable costs, both in human and financial. But all of us are paying higher insurance premiums. All of us are paying more as a city, and I think putting it on fine revenue is risky, and if we all agree this work needs to be done anyway, we should just ensure that it's getting done. Having it come from tax levy is minor, and hopefully in future it will be offset by all of those fine revenues that are forthcoming. But if not, we're leaving more uncertainty to a decision 11 months from now. I'm more comfortable, given the absolutely nominal cost, that given the enormous priority that this folds, let's just give certainty to it and let's make it ongoing.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
it.
All right, so are there any questions on this amendment? I saw Councillor Rutherford first while we wait for the list to be repopulated. Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead. And then
I
Councillor
guess
Wright.
just to administration, as ongoing funding, would you have the same concerns about structural budget variance?
No, I think if you fund the expenses from the tax levy, you have put in place a revenue source that has a level of certainty that allows us to undertake the program.
Okay. I guess to Ms. Lamar, I know they're cross-referenced, so I'm getting a bit confused with the motion, like, with the options in the attachment report for the traffic safety, the municipal traffic safety. What option is this? Or where are the taser, or were those options all with the use of the remaining taser?
That's correct, Councillor. The Municipal Traffic Safety Expansion Report is only contemplating work within Taser Reserve. So this is separate but connected to it. So the packages were discussed in alignment but asked at different times through different reports. So we have coordinated the work, but this is separate from what we've got built into that expansions report.
And we will have to grapple with, because I see there's a huge demand for traffic calming measures in neighborhoods, and we do not have even though we're going to do more advocacy, there will be a structural budget variance on that reserve, similar to the one that we already rectified with EPS to the tune of 20 million for traffic safety, correct?
Yes, that is correct. This is something that we have been talking about for some time, but of course worsened with the restrictions to automated enforcement that came into effect this year that substantively reduced the forecast revenue coming into TASER. And so that does have an impact not only in this budget cycle, but also for ongoing budget cycles, as the Safe Mobility Section's operating budget and capital profiles for that work all are funded through the reserve, which is now made up of both fine revenue and tax levy infusion.
So if we fund this, if we support this amendment on the floor for the tax levy, and that was to be approved, the main motion, let's say this approved and that approved, we would still end up having to grapple with Vision Zero and traffic safety and deficits in the future. Because this is an enhancement in addition to where we already know there's going to be some variance. Is my understanding correct?
That is correct. And the plan is in Q2 of 26, along with the Safe Mobility Strategy refresh report for 27 to 30, to bring forward recommendations around sustainable funding for that work in the next 4-year budget.
Okay, that
And
helps.
if I could just add that the peace officer package in the upcoming report and this peace officer package are almost synonymous. They have different FTE numbers, but they would be doing the same work. And so either we could look at perhaps a hybrid funding model, or not to add extra complications, or it would allow some of that extra TASER money to go to other Vision Zero traffic safety related.
But we need a decision on that report, right? We need to either give direction on one of those options, right? So I guess, okay, I'll leave it there, but when we get back to the main motion, I might ask if we can table this and discuss that report before making a final decision on this, but we'll see.
Thank you. I saw Councillor Wright next.
Ms. Lamar, so the speed on green for those 16 locations, when would they become activated? Like,
The applications, the business cases for exemption to return speed on green to those locations are in progress. Some have been submitted to the province and we are working through that with them. I don't have a timeline for you right now on when we can expect approval from the GOA.
because the package.
Or a response.
Okay, so the packages that are in the other reports are for the 2030 budget. I'm just wondering, would there be additional revenue from the speed on green cameras that could help the startup costs on this request? If we could activate them in 2026?
Councillor, the revenue pieces related to the speed on green might be something best kept for that report, and along with the in-private attachment that came with it. That report and SOBA are not cross-referenced with each other. So just wanted to recognize that there is some in-private conversation perhaps that you may want to have on that.
Okay. The other question I have doesn't actually relate to this funding source. But I'm just going to ask it anyhow. Are there any challenges, Mr. Jones, in our recruitment process? Like, do we feel that we can get these officers over the next year?
Certainly confident that we can. We've got lots of interest still in joining the City of Edmonton team as a peace officer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan. Do you have questions on the amendment?
No, nothing on the amendment.
Okay. Councillor Palmer.
Hi, thank you. I have a question to the mover of the amendment. Would it be considered would the mover consider changing the funding source from tax levy based on a lot of the conversations that we've had in terms of increasing this tax levy beyond the 6.4% to one-time FSR No.
Your budget principles are to fund ongoing expenses with ongoing revenues. Using a one-time source pushes your tax levy into the next year or forces you to take an action to reduce the service and remove the people you just put in place.
And could this be a one-time pilot, maybe to the mover of the original motion? Oh, no, okay, I don't need, sorry. Okay, I thank you for helping me understand this lovely process. Okay, I cannot do that. Therefore, I have no questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Sadler, do you have questions on the amendment?
Yes, well, like general questions, but related to the amendment.
Yep, sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Maybe just to administration, why, so looking at the other report, it looks like funding source would be TASER in that report. And like, yes, it pushes it further into deficit, but why would we not be looking at funding this through TASER and then having fine revenue returned to the reserve?
So I could probably start on that. So on the other report, the idea of using TASER is there's ongoing operating dollars that go into TASER already. And so the idea there is kind of leveraging the reserve policy to say we can reallocate those dollars. It's smaller in nature to the one that we're talking about here from community services, but reallocating those operating dollars, knowing that the reserve is going to be in a deficit position at the end of next year. So just want to be super clear, completely agree that that does put pressure on the 4-year budget, like Jessica mentioned. Yeah. But we're kind of taking advantage of the ability that the reserve can go in a negative balance if that's so answering the motion of how can you do this? That's a way it could be done. Eyes wide open, it creates a pressure for the 4-year budget, leveraging the fact that you can go into a deficit on TASER. So that one's, in my words, smaller in nature. This one here, much larger in nature.
What would this push us into for a deficit?
Depending on the option.
Sorry, the one that's on the floor in front of us, like the 5.8, if we were to do this through TASER.
And maybe just a deficit is the spending of money that you don't have yet. So we just want to take the opportunity to reiterate that comes next year. So it is a matter of whether you do it this year or next year. And I'll just reiterate, reserves are money that we haven't spent.
Yep, and I'm just looking at the report where, I mean, option one would put us in a $7.1 million deficit in TASER. And that's, that was presented in the report, so I'm just trying to square
So this would be on top of that, Councillor, so you have a $7.1 million deficit in that reserve, and if you fund this
that would be
from the
above and
reserve,
beyond.
this would be 7.1, it'd be on top of the 7.1, so 12 million by the end of 2026 would be your deficit in and around that. And we would never recommend spending from a reserve that's in a deficit.
So how did again, with option 1 and 2, these would both further that deficit, but that's
Are you
the
talking about option
proposed-
1 and 2 in that other
Correct.
report? Yeah, so that report is recommending using money that's getting freed up in that reserve. So if you didn't approve any of those recommendations in that report, you would free up $5.9 million to help replenish that reserve. So your deficit of 7.1 million would be smaller by 5.9 million if none of those options were selected. The options in that report are recommending, I think it's option 1 is recommending that 5.9 million that would otherwise be freed up to be used for some of those enhancements. But that's that other report.
Right. Yeah, I guess my preference is to be able to talk about this report at the same time so that they can be.
And Council Salvatore, just to be clear, sorry, none of those options are recommended. I think they're just provided in that report.
In the report, yep. Yeah. Okay, and maybe just to the mover, how do you see this best intertwining with some of the conversations that? Oh, it's an amendment. Sorry. Okay, never mind.
Thank you. Okay, I have a question. So I understand what both.
I think I got to take the chair there.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, please take the chair.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take the chair.
Thank you.
Go ahead with your question.
Councilor Morgan. I'm glad you're on top of these things. With your experience, you should be. Okay, so I I understand what is trying to be attempted with this. So is there not a way to just essentially say, yeah, okay, put this on the tax levy, but the fines that are collected go to offset that. And essentially that would happen anyway, but if we say it out loud, does that make a difference?
So if you funded this from tax levy and we subsequently saw an increase in fine revenue, there would be an opportunity to increase the budget for fine revenue after it's been realized. But we don't adjust the revenue until it's been realized.
Right, it would take like at least a year.
Yes.
But at that time, there would be a reduction in the, or an offset of the operating costs, yes?
And so, in theory, yes, and I don't mean to harp,
Yeah.
but when you have structural budget variances,
Yeah.
when you're running a variance, then actually what happens is any fine revenue you do collect goes first to the run a variance, and then you have ability. So you're increasingly being hampered by structural budget variances. So that fine revenue might not come back for a number of years. Like, you might not actually be able to access that for a number of years if you still have unresolved issues.
Yeah, so this is all fun with numbers, but in the end analysis, the numbers are the numbers, the budget is the budget, the revenue is the revenue, and you can say one thing, but really it's just what money the city has to pay for services, no matter how you slice it.
That's correct.
Yeah, so whether it comes, and I just want to make sure I understand this clearly, whether it comes from fines, which is admittedly a precarious proposition, or whether it comes from the tax base, because of the structural budget variance, it's immaterial to the outcome that will be experienced by the city and therefore by Edmontonians, except for the precarity piece.
Yeah, I guess I just can't tell with your question if you're asking me to comment on tax levy versus fine revenue.
Right.
Like, if you use fine revenue and it doesn't appear, you create another structural budget variance.
Yeah,
if you
that
use
creates
tax levy, even if you generate the fine revenue, if you have structural budget variances, that fine revenue will by default go to cover structural budget variances, and the end result falls to the FSR.
Right, like, so in that scenario, if suddenly enforcement did a great job, it spiked like crazy, and then people knew that and started driving differently, and then the fine revenue massively decreases, then there might be no way to cover this with fines, and then it would have to go into the SBV.
It would become an SBV.
It would become an SBV, yeah, part of the whole pot. And so if it was on the tax levy and the same scenario occurred, then the team would still be funded and we would not have this extra SBV to contend with.
That's correct, assuming in this, yeah.
Yeah. So, but functionally, the only difference between one and the other is that one represents a risk of added costs in the future that were unaccounted for, that the taxpayer will still have to pay.
Yeah, so from a pure financial perspective, funding with fines is riskier than funding with the tax levy.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I know that Councillor Morgan said you had no question. Councillor, are you looking for a second round?
Would you
on
like
this?
the chair back?
Yeah, I'll take the chair back.
Okay,
Thanks.
yeah, you can have the chair. Thanks.
It's all spiritual for me. I got to say out loud, right? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. So, I mean, I think we all heard, and I think everybody here has heard, that traffic safety is a top priority for residents. And I'm not sure whether they would, and I think they might be able to manage an increase to the tax levy if it was taken for that purpose. What would this mean to the tax levy? What would the increase go up to?
So this is an increase of 0.25, and if it passed, you would be at 7.2%.
7.2, okay. But it's over that psychological 7 that people wouldn't like. I'm just wondering if there's other sources such as reinstating the photo radar in the playgrounds and construction zones, because I'm seeing in the report from, or the attachment in the other report, that even in 2025, when that was kind of our only option, our revenue did increase in those areas. What would it cost to bring those back?
I can get started, or I know Jess has the mic off. I'd say in general, she can correct me here on the detail, but the like strictly from a financial perspective, the cost of enforcing in playground zones is like to the effect of like 5 times more than the revenue it generates. What we've found from the research and feedback is enforcing speed is not the major problem in playground and school zones. It's other driver behaviors, and so these peace officers doing those types of checks would be a more impactful difference on traffic safety in those areas than it would be speed enforcement. Okay. Jess, do you want to?
Would it generate the same amount of fines whilst keeping our school zones safe?
Councillor Wright, the cost of enforcing in playground zones is about double what revenue is generated in those spaces. So it is not cost neutral. And to Greg's point, not the primary type of infraction that we're seeing in those spaces, not the main concern of folks who are telling us about what they're concerned about there. So the traffic safety expansion report does contemplate school and playground zones. And some recommendations around expansion options to better support those spaces based off of what we've learned over the last year through some pilot work.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, that's it, sorry.
Great, thank you. And I believe that's all the questions. Anyone to speak to this motion? Was that? Oh, great. Okay. Mayor Knack, please go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, and I appreciate we are coming up very short on time, so I'm going to be very quick. I understand why we would want to go on the tax levy. That's based off the recommendation from administration. That's thoughtful. I think we need to be willing to take a risk because the idea of going to a 7.2% tax increase is extremely hard for folks. And none of these are good situations. I don't like having the risk of a structural budget variance come up, but at the same time, I think that I'm much more willing to take that risk right now based off where we are at in the tax levy than going down this path. So I would say that's your debate decision. Are you willing to accept what would now be a 7.2% tax increase? Or are you willing to accept a risk that we will have a structural budget variance as well cautioned by our administration? I'm not willing to take the risk on a higher tax levy right now. I'm willing to take the risk on a different approach for something we need. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead. Actually, I just better check. Councillor Morgan, that was on there as a legacy. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just to quickly speak to this, I will be supporting this amendment. So for me, it actually brings the motion into order because we can't just pretend that money exists when it doesn't exist. But that does not mean I will support this full motion. So I want to just be clear with people. That's why we need the two motions, because sometimes you can vote on an amendment and not support it. So it's not redundant, even despite what people said yesterday.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
I guess I was about to remove my name, but I'm with the mayor on this in regards to any additional tax increase or proposal, because we do know, like the survey that came out from Edmontonians, 42% support to lower the current approved tax increase, and 40% wanted to keep the current tax increase. And looking at a 7.2, I think it's going to be very difficult for the majority of Edmontonians. So I cannot vote in favor of this, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to speak? I'm not seeing any. Very quickly, this is a tough one because I actually, obviously I liked Mayor Knack's motion, but in conversation now with administration and the conversation about risk and the conversation about the dollars, the appearance of an increase on the tax levy, I understand. That's what it looks like, and that's because that's what it is. If we put it on the fines, we would still be paying for it because those fines, that revenue, would pay for this, but then they wouldn't go toward the other things that the city has to pay for. And if those fines come in, though, that is just a rebalancing of the budget, which means that in the future, you know, you don't have to keep relying on the fines to do, like, it's just, I think you get the point. Like, this is just numbers, and at the end of the day, it's appearance because the public ends up paying the same regardless. If there is a budget variance, the public still has to pay that. If there is not, then they do not have to pay that. And so the costs are recouped. And if the team actually brings in more revenue than they cost, then that is a net positive gain for the city. So regardless, the public will pay for this service, and it is a service that they are extremely loud about affirming that they want. And of all the things that are in our budgets, safety was a major factor. Affordability was too, but it's the appearance of affordability without being true affordability that kind of gets at me. So I'm willing to hear what others have to say because I'm willing to be persuaded, but at this point I'm leaning toward voting yes on this amendment. Thank you. And I see Councillor Stevenson on the board.
Oh, I thought I had an extra few minutes there. I will not be supporting this motion at this time. I do think it's a valuable service. I know many people that I represent would be very happy to invest in this through their property taxes. I think maybe just building on Councillor Paquette's comments, there's a scenario where we fund this through tax levy. There's more than enough revenue created to cover these positions, and then that revenue would go back into general funds. And that's fine, that does support our city overall, but for me, it doesn't go back into traffic safety directly in the way that I think this is a good self-sustaining model that provides line of sight for Edmontonians, that this, in the same way that we have other services that pay for themselves in terms of our development and planning, I think that bad drivers should pay for bad drivers, not all Edmontonians. So I won't be supporting this, but understand why people would. Ultimately, if it passes, I would still support the main motion because traffic safety is such an imperative in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And since I passed the chair to Councillor Morgan, he returned it back. I will now go to Councillor Morgan to speak.
Thanks, and yeah, I will speak to this amendment. I'm not going to be supportive, and I really do worry about continuing to increase that tax levy. Heard loud and clear from Edmontonians that they can't afford to keep going with that, and sometimes we have to say no. So I appreciate traffic safety. I think there's probably some other options out there too for that, especially in communities. But at this point, I can't support an increase to the tax levy. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Paquette. So this is, again, another tough one. I do not support increasing the tax levy. I really don't. But I just voted to say that the original motion was not in order because of the funding source. If the year had said 2027, maybe I would vote in favor of it. because realistically, maybe possibly in 2027, we would be able to regenerate if we had the full year. But in 2026, in a few months, I don't think it's going to be possible. And we're going to see ourselves in more trouble with the variance. So this is ironic, but I'm going to have to support this because I saw the original motion not in order.
Thank you, and I see no other speakers, so Councillor Jans to close.
Like I said with these surveys, when you ask people, do you want taxes to go up or down? People say down. When you say by 3%, 7%, 9%, people will pick a different number. When you actually give people the dollar figure, like would you be willing to spend an extra 60 cents a month to have safer roads, traffic enforcement, less crashes, less harm? People are interested in that. I wish administration would kind of stop doing those sentiment analysis surveys because they're not grounded in actual trade-offs. It's not saying, do you want to pay for more of this or more of that? It's not anchored in an actual dollar figure. Because I've talked to some people and they've said, well, I'm okay with a small tax increase, like, you know, $10 or $15, $10 or $15. Well, that's a certain percent. $30 is a certain percent. But without the actual dollar figures, these lack context and it's confusing. And at the end of the day, we have to go back to what Edmontonians told us are their priorities. It's safety, it's security. We're spending an additional $24 million on the Edmonton Police Service. We have a guaranteed funding formula. We just voted for to construct a new road that's going to have operating costs of capital that's going to be coming forward. And we just voted for money for Explore Edmonton yesterday, which I support. But it's because Edmontonians told us these are all areas that they want to see more investment and they want to see more action. It's not the dollars that you're paying in taxes, it's what you're getting for it. Look at how satisfied people are with our waste removal. We're getting incredible value there. And we've been able to provide a good service for a fair dollar amount, and it's even going down this year. It went down 10% last year, and nobody said to me, "Oh, great, yep, really happy to see that $1.70 or that $3 savings." People don't have the dollars for the context here when answering some of those surveys, which makes it challenging. I would anchor your decision today in what's best for the city, what's best for safety, and that's supporting this, giving it the predictability of the tax levy.
Okay, thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is defeated. Okay, so now we will go back to the main motion. I'm assuming questions are exhausted, perhaps not. And we'll go straight to speaking. Oh, you do have questions. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
I'm trying to log on.
It's okay, go ahead.
It's just glitching, we're just refreshing.
Sorry, I'm just...
Just one more second. There we go.
Okay, other people are on the board, so are they on to speak?
Okay. Councillor Morgan, you have questions? No, I didn't think so.
I do. But
oh, you do? Just go ahead, Councillor Morgan, please.
So I'm just curious if we have year-over-year.
Could you use your mic, please?
Thanks. Yeah. Do we have year-over-year numbers for annual assaults in the city of Edmonton for across all the areas of peace officers right now?
Sorry, did you say assaults?
Yeah, assaults on peace officers across all their divisions or the areas that they work.
I don't have that on hand. It's relatively low, and I would say the bulk of the assaults are with our transit peace officers.
Okay. Are we seeing just like generally an increase or decrease or static?
Well, I gotta admit, you've caught me a little bit unprepared. I wasn't anticipating answering that question, so I'd have to take that away and get back to you.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Do we know the number annually of guns and other lethal weapons being confiscated by peace officers on transit and community standards? Is that information readily available?
I could get the transit numbers because I have that dashboard. If you bear with me for 30 seconds,
I guess
can
generally,
pull that one up.
do you think there's an increase or decrease or?
Yeah, I would say from 2016 to this year, we've seen about a 6-fold increase in weapons in transit.
6-fold?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just in transit alone.
That's the transit numbers. So my team, thankfully, is also listening. We are seeing fairly static numbers year over year based on our January to June posting online for assaults against peace officers. It's about, for the first 6 months of the year, it's somewhere between 60 and 70 for the last 5 years running.
Okay. All right, cool. Do we, I'm guessing we don't, but do we have same or similar numbers or knowledge of numbers for EPS for those two things? Does somebody?
I don't. I suspect they would be significantly higher just because of the nature of the work that they do compared to us.
Okay, sounds good. And then I guess my other question here is I've like in my former life, I've watched coordinated work with transit POs and in EPS in the past, on our LRT system. So for this motion, are there opportunities to direct this funding to work in conjunction with EPS members for coordinated traffic stops to free up EPS members for other response too? So like I'm kind of thinking of a model where you have one EPS member, 3 peace officers or something that could do
Yeah,
PR
in
and stuff.
fact, the original motion that led to this service package asked us to speak to the EPS traffic section, and I've had a couple of conversations with the superintendent there, who's more than willing to share their intelligence, share their plans, do those joint operations, like you say, but also figure out how we complement each other so that we can cover more ground across the entire city. Absolutely, that would be part of the work.
And is there opportunity for shared revenue in that response? And again, I'm thinking about my transit days where you'd see peace officers ticketing for certain infractions and then EPS members doing the criminal infractions. Would that be a similar thing with traffic?
Was your question about revenue or about the kind of the partnership work on that one?
I guess like
I'm
the
just trying to
ticket,
parse out.
the ticketing. Like, is that something that? Because we're talking about revenue or like cost, being able to recoup the cost of this, and so.
Yeah, with shared work, typically one person would be writing the tickets for that vehicle stop, and so I'll give you an example. We could set up, if we're doing speed enforcement, we set up a laser site where the police officer is operating the laser. We have 4 or 5 peace officers writing the tickets, and or vice versa, depending on the teams that we field, and so. I'm not sure. I think I would defer to the budget office as to whether they have a way of parsing out which tickets came from which type of officer out in the field as it comes back in from the GOA.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. You have some questions, Councillor? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to be clear on this motion, so just so we get it out there. So this is to get more peace officers specifically for traffic enforcement to try to, and the intent is obviously we've seen more fatalities and it's a growing problem. We want to deal with this right now. To the mover, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. And then question, Mr. Jones, in terms of, is there any other opportunity for reallocation of resources to address this specific need, or does this, in your opinion, need to be additional officers?
Well, this service package was brought to you for this purpose from a motion from council, from the last council. But I would say, we do have general duty peace officers who are doing vehicle stops on top of their regular duties. If we wanted to reallocate them to full-time traffic enforcement, then we would be looking at service reductions in other lines of business that we look after with respect to bylaw and other infractions.
Fair enough. So just hearing you correctly, if we want to make this more of a priority, we could reallocate resources for the specific mandate, but we would be reduction services elsewhere. Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an operational decision. We would have to, put forward a proposal as to what services we were going to cut from our current arsenal or duties to focus more on traffic safety.
Great, thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. And Councillor Rutherford, do you have more questions?
I'd actually like to move that we table this item and bring forward item 5.7 to make a decision on that one before we vote on this.
Okay, is there a seconder?
Second.
Okay, go ahead and introduce your rationale.
These are all interconnected. We've been asking questions. I know they're cross-referenced, but I understand that there needs to be a decision, and so I'd like to know which of the options we're putting forward in that report to make my decision on this. So I would like that as a piece of procedural fairness.
Okay. Any questions for this motion?
So that's not debatable?
It's not debatable. Fantastic. Does anyone speak to it? That's great. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Okay, so we're bringing forward 5.7, and I will return the chair.
Thank you very much. Before we start, we just need to do a bit of agenda management. We are now extremely tight on time, so I'm going to ask either a few options of council. We can either vote to limit our questions to 2 or 3 minutes each, similar to speaking. That would be a valid motion to make, and frankly, I think absolutely necessary if we hope to finish this agenda. We also have the ability to use the tool of call to question when necessary. So, but I'm happy to take a motion if folks are looking to make sure we can finish this.
I'll move we limit speaking or a question to 2 minutes.
Just questions and speaking?
Question and speaking.
Questions
Second.
and speaking. Okay, I heard it seconded by Councillor Wright. So just so our new colleagues are aware, what this would mean is that for everything else going forward, except maybe the speaking to the main budget motion, which I think we might want to talk about when the time comes, this would limit us to each round of questions only being 2 minutes long and any speaking to it being 2 minutes long. You would still be eligible for a second or a third or a fourth round of question, but I just want to make sure you know what you're voting on, and that's what's before us for that. So are there any questions on that motion? Not seeing any. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Thanks, everyone. That provides us with some opportunity to get through this a little bit. So we have 5.7 in front of us. We obviously have been asking a lot of questions on 5.7 already. So now would be a time where folks can continue to ask questions, or if anyone has a motion, I'm prepared to make a motion if no one else, but I want to give others. So if folks are okay, I'll turn the chair back over to Councillor Paquette then.
I have the chair.
Thank you. I just need to pull it up here. Where's that? This would be, oh wait, sorry, it's in my wrong spot here. Let's pull this up. So the motion would be using option 2, and I just thought I had the wording somewhere specifically, but
Do you want me to send you the document?
yeah, sorry, I thought
I'll just send you your copy, one moment.
Thank you. I'm looking for it here somewhere. There it is. There, it's on the screen. The administration implement option 2 partial expansion implementation as outlined in December 1, 2025 City Operations Report, funded from the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve.
Second.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, of course.
Sorry, didn't want
I take the chair.
You already have it.
I already had the chair.
So now it's just
I am the chair.
If you've accepted the motion.
The chair
and if
is me. We are one.
Correct.
Go ahead.
So is the motion accepted? We're good? I can speak? Okay, thank you.
Of course.
And I probably don't need to add much more. We've talked a lot about the various options. I think for me, option 1, which creates that larger deficit, I wanted to address that through the other motion that I appreciate that I've tabled, or that is now on hold until we finish this discussion. So option 2 would advance some work. I think it's still critically important to advance some of that work. And then I would like the opportunity upon completion of this to finish the debate on the other motion, which would allow us to really lean into some additional enforcement work. So that's it. Recognizing time, I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I guess to the mover, why did you pick partial expansion and then the addition of peace officers as a separate package rather than doing the full expansion here for a lower dollar amount? So it says, right, because it says you could do the full expansion for 5.97 million total cost, and that includes that 16,000 hours additional peace officer time.
16,000 hours, not the what we get with the other motion. So there's a difference in hours of about 20,000 hours. So that was the big difference of just having a heightened amount of enforcement. And that's why I didn't do option 1.
Yeah, I mean, option. So I guess to administration, with option 2 on the table, can you walk me through just this as a standalone decision, option 2, the financial implications in outgoing years? So we're talking about 2026, but what does that option do? What would you likely or not likely have to bring back?
So I'll start, and then Jess can elaborate, but in every option, we've talked about like the safe mobility team in general. The changes in legislation, there's going to be pressure on the 27 to 30 budget. So these different options give varying degrees of pressure on the TASER reserve. This one kind of fits in the middle of the 3 different options. There still will be pressure on the 27 to 30 in terms of long-term sustainability for this team, and so I just want that to be crystal clear in terms of the financial pressure options 1 and 2 provide. And now I think I'll hand over to Jess if you want to continue to elaborate on that.
I think the extra add is that option 2 reduces the operating budget required by about just under 3 million. And so that is the difference with the bottom line for TASER at the end of 2026 is about 3 million-ish less deficit than we would have if we went with option 1.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, just kind of oscillating between the options here. So if we were to go with option 1, that would be an additional 16,000 hours for peace officer traffic enforcement. What, I guess, just to the mover, do you is that a good place to start, and then there's an opportunity to scale that up, or you're wanting to jump right to the 37?
Can I just check in really quickly about that? So because the motion from Councillor Jans failed to put what is essentially the work from option 1 on traffic safety peace officers, is it in order to consider option 1 then here?
I'd have to go back and triple check that. But right now, I'd have to go back and triple check the actual wording to make sure, because what's in option 1 here versus what the amendment was previously, if it's not exactly the same, then there's an opportunity to do something different.
We'll give Councillor Salvador an extra 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I think I come back to the stats in that report are way too concerning for me. And I don't know how we hit Vision Zero by 2032 unless we significantly beef up our enforcement along with all the other work. So I appreciate the thinking, and like I understand why folks might want to do that. I don't think we have the luxury of waiting.
And then maybe just a secondary one, recognizing that option 1 would be through taser. Why would the preference be to go for fine revenue for the peace officer portion if we can just ramp up the number of peace officers that would be included in option 1?
I mean, I think that's more of a question for the other amendment, which is maybe a valid conversation, but I just, at the end of the day, I wanted to pick something that I've seen is potentially working, so.
Okay, and just to administration, is that even a viable option if we wanted to increase option 1 to the, I guess, 37,000 complement, to do that through taser, or what would be the preferred path if that was the intention?
I can start again, and both Dave and Jess.
You've got 5 seconds.
Short answer, yes, you can scale it, adds additional pressure, and then there's a training component that has constraints in terms of hiring peace officers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
I just want to understand with either option 1 or 2, would there be any similar focus on noisy vehicles?
This was put together with the intention of traffic safety, targeting like the unsafe areas. I don't believe there's an intention to focus this on noisy vehicles, but I'll ask the team to elaborate if there's opportunity there.
Or, yeah, and maybe just the elaboration too, just in terms of, again, the correlation between racing and some of those modifications. Yeah, just any thoughts on that would be helpful.
I think from just with respect to the difference in the hours of service that we would be providing, whereas the package that we're talking about with 37,000 hours is a 7-day-a-week coverage. We would not have that with this smaller team. We'd be focusing on Monday to Friday. We'd be focusing on playground areas, driver behavior through those areas, and also on some of the high harm, high risk areas that, the Vision Zero and safe mobility data would show us.
Okay, great. That's very helpful clarity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just to let folks know, option 1 is in order, just so you know. Okay, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead. Oh, Councillor Principe, please go ahead. You just finished, yeah.
Thank you, Chair Paquette. So with Vision Zero, I see that a lot of the fatalities were from excessive speeds, correct?
Correct, Councillor. EPS reports about 57% of fatalities have been related to speed.
Okay, and do we know how excessive the speed was? Was it 6 kilometers over or 30 kilometers over? Do we have that kind of detail? And is there any kind of enforcement that we can do? Sorry, I'll let you answer that, sorry.
It's all good. Every crash has a speed component to it. Speed is always a factor in the severity and the frequency of a crash. When EPS reports speed as a cause, they're talking about excessive speeds. So we're typically looking in the 20 to 30 kilometers over the speed limit type of range, which we have also identified through the analysis of removal of automated enforcement is the most common type of speeding we're seeing at monitored locations.
Okay, and is there any kind of enforcement we can do about, what is it, like taking the vehicle, impounding the vehicle? Or at what point can that be done?
Not in Alberta, Councillor.
Not in Alberta. Okay, so that's a provincial. law?
That's correct.
And the city has no jurisdiction over that, correct?
We do not to impact that outcome.
Okay. And do we know, when did Vision Zero start? All of the things that we've implemented, when did that start?
Council adopted Vision Zero in 2015, and programming was implemented starting in 2016.
2016, and how much has the fatalities gone down from 2016 to 2019?
So from 2016 to 2019, we saw a 50% drop in fatalities.
50?
That's right.
Thank you. Okay,
thank
that's
you.
my time. Thank you.
Those are all the questions. Okay. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I need to get clarity on if option one, would there be a decision that would go forward to our operating budget? Or is it all taser and then taser just ends in a deficit?
I think the approach there would be if option one were to move forward, that puts additional strain on the taser reserve. And so then the area where we could talk about that again would be in Q2. There's a safe mobility strategy report that's coming forward next year. And so we would have that conversation around, what are our financial options? What does this do to the 4-year budget? But it does paint council in a bit more of a corner in terms of there's a larger deficit to the taser reserve.
Because there was, the report says that it went from around 59 million to 4.1 million.
That's right. And there's a number of reasons for that, like the legislation changes and those types of things, but that would be the risk that we just want to make clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, those are all the questions. Anyone to speak? Not seeing anyone. No need to close. Councillor Stevenson to speak. Go ahead.
Just wanted to speak in support. I think the two options together, like option two and then the other funding, are a great way to get a jump start on the critical safety work that we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no others, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Okay, so now we are back to Mayor Knack's motion. I believe we've exhausted the questions. Did anyone want to speak? To say things they didn't say in the amendment part. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
So, can I just start my time again? I'm very deeply uncomfortable with this. I think that this is, again, another example of when we're doing a money shuffle and the bill is still going to become due. And it's going to become due right away. I understand the concern about traffic safety, and we just approved option 2 in that report. We can turn to people and say we're not doing nothing. We are doing stuff, but I know that Vision Zero is one of my most requested things, and there is a huge hole, let alone the fact that we filled that hole from TASER for the police funding to the tune of 20 million. Police are getting an extra 7.7 million that they have to allocate for growth. Supporting stuff like this isn't putting the pressure on the appropriate resources to do the work that Edmontonians are demanding. Yes, there can be partnership. Yes, there can be opportunity for our peace officers and EPS to work better in traffic safety, which is why I asked the question about why we're not seeing that traffic safety plan, why we're not involved in that to make sure we're pushing our administration to work more coordinated with EPS for the kind of models that Councillor Morgan was talking about. this is, to me, not just a potential risk, it is an imminent risk if we support this. Just want to be very clear about that. There's no way we're going to make up that money in 2026. There's no way we're going to make up that money in a future year, even if we increase fines, even if we do all of those things. And we're still going to have to grapple with all of the budget variances on the rest of our traffic safety initiatives. So I cannot support this.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
I was just I think that's a legacy, but since I'm up there, I've got 2 minutes, I will say that I am in support of this. I know it is a risk. I think it's a calculated risk. And it's something that we need to do to address the traffic safety concerns. Councillor Principe had said, you know, can we wait another year? I don't think so. I don't think we can have another 30 some odd traffic fatalities again.
20 seconds, that's a record. Councillor Elliott, go ahead.
I'm not in support of this because I feel this is a issue that the EPS should be taking on. I know I've only recently just been removed from that organization, but I have seen areas which can be implemented and areas that can be changed to offset the issues of traffic safety. And I feel that that is in their mandate to take care of that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thanks so much. And I think both things can be true at one time. So I think that the EPS can look to, you know, in their 4-year strategic plan, be able to look at traffic safety. We can do as much as we can as well. I am optimistic, and I do believe that discomfort is necessary for innovation. And I keep on saying this, is we cannot continue to do the things we have done as we have always done them. And so I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Paquette. I thought that was a very unfair comment by my colleague. I did not say, can't we wait till 2027? I said, realistically, this would not be possible in 2026, I believe, because the funding would not be available. That is what I said. I did not say we should wait until 2027. I just thought 2027 would actually be a possibly viable option. So I just wanted to clarify that. And this is something that's very important to me and something that I've myself been researching and looking on at how we can approach this. And I agree with Councillor Palmer as well. We can't keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. However, I cannot support this at this time because I don't, again, think that this is a viable option.
Great, thank you. I will pass the chair to Councillor Morgan.
The chair.
Thank you. So, yeah, I hate to say this, but it has to be on the record. There's nothing innovative about structural budget variances. That's something we already have, and it's something we really don't like, and there is a risk for this. It may not materialize, and if it doesn't, I will be the first one to celebrate. I do believe that we absolutely need this team because like other options failed. This is the only one before us, so I will be supporting it because I moved the original motion back in fall to get this moving. So why would I not support it? I just don't like the funding source. So it also has to be said on the record that, yes, perhaps this is something EPS could and should be doing with more resources, but we have no way of directing those resources. And so it's never a sure thing, but this we can direct. So while I am absolutely opposed to the funding source, I am in favor of the work itself. And I suppose that's something that I will personally have to grapple with, and the people of Edmonton will have to grapple with if the risk doesn't pay off. But if it does, okay. It's still not great policy, but okay. I'll take the chair back.
You can have the chair. Thanks.
Thank you.
Before I
Councillor-
close, do we move to extend by 5 minutes so we can finish this item, just to vote on it?
Do I have a seconder? Unanimous consent, okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I
Go
just
ahead.
didn't want to put anyone in that. Thank you. Yeah, and appreciate, again, like almost every debate in this budget, there are challenges in how we fund certain things, what tools we're using, and I know it's been tough for everyone. We're trying to find every single way to find every single dollar, use different creative solutions, use solutions that, like this one, create significant risk on a structural budget variance, and none of them are perfect in any way. But I want to provide a few just simple things, and it should be an oversimplification, but I had a chance over this weekend. I got invited out to the Mothers Against Drunk Driving event, and I know drunk driving isn't everything that this team will deal with, but you know, hard to hear the stories of folks who lost grandkids and grandparents and parents, and you know, then I think about the Edgemont traffic safety meeting that we just had and hearing them, and think about all the doors that we're hearing, and I'm looking at the actual stats that we're seeing and every live that is getting impacted, and I just think it's time to really crack down. And I appreciate the comment. Yeah, I'd love it to be EPS, but even EPS, even at that traffic safety town hall, said they can't do it all. They don't have the ability to be on every corner in every school zone at every time. You know, something less important but still impactful of vehicle noise. Let's be honest, EPS is never going to do vehicle noise enforcement beyond once a year or once a month. That's all they do. And because they should be doing a million other things that are more important. So it's time to create a team that we have greater authority over, that have that ability to really stay focused on this. I know the funding source is not ideal, but I'd like us to try to be willing to take a different approach to get this work moving, because if we have any hope to achieve our goal by 2032, zero fatalities, and I still believe it's possible, I genuinely believe it's possible, but we need this team, and they need to start as soon as possible in order to get to that point, or else we won't. And other cities have done it. Edmonton can easily hit zero as well. Let's get this team out on the streets as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. I'll return the chair.
Thank you. So again, what we're going to do is we're going to come back. That was round one of amendments. We've cleared a lot off the board. There's still another up to 7 potentially remaining. We've already limited our time, so when we get back, let's just make sure, you know, take a read through the remaining 7, everyone, if you have a few minutes during your break, to really think about any questions that you want to ask, just so we can make sure we're being as thoughtful of our time as possible. We don't want to rush debate, but we also want to make sure we're able to get through everything, because we don't have other time set aside for this. So we were on recess till 1:30. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. righty, let's go.
Hello.
Councillor Morgan.
Good morning, or
Council-
afternoon.
No, it doesn't matter what time. Councillor Jans.
Morning.
Still, all right, good. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Parmar.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good, and Councillor Stevenson is next. Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright.
Hello.
Hello, we got enough. There we are. That was Councillor Stevenson. We're in. All right, let's go to the board. We finished round one. We're doing round two. There's not many left. How many amendments are left? 7, right?
7.
1, 2. Is that what you have to our clerks? We have 7? And how many names are left on that list?
Sorry, I'm just going off the white, the ones that we haven't dealt with yet, and that there's 2 left in decreasing that were just added this morning. And then I've got OP 4, 5, 6, which was restated, 8, 11, 22, 25, which was restated, 27, 30, which I believe could be withdrawn. I think we might have dealt with that. And 32, and 37, and 38.
Sounds like a lot more. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have 7.
Yeah, some of them are duplicates, so that's the
True,
thing.
but
Okay.
they
yeah.
haven't been withdrawn yet.
And you said 30 has already been dealt with, correct? Because
Yeah, so yesterday there was one amendment that was dealt with, but I don't believe there was a call to remove the other ones that were the same, so we can deal with that when we get there.
Yeah, let's just take those off now. Yeah, because those are the custodial living wage. We've dealt with that. So that means 30 is no longer needed and 22 is no longer needed because the other ones passed.
Yep, we'll just take those off.
Okay, those are gone. Were there any other duplicates that I missed? 20?
20 was withdrawn.
Yeah, 20 was withdrawn already. And I'm hearing 32 is restated. 32's been restated.
It was restated, and we added 2 corresponding reduction amendments.
Yeah.
So do you want to deal with the reductions before you jump back into increases, or?
Yeah, I guess we should, because again, we can't assume what happens if those are approved. No, I don't know. I feel like that's, yeah, I'd rather do at least one more round, clear out where we're at, and then we can revisit that. So I just ask that, yeah, we wait on this. So let's do one more round of the increase ones.
So starting with Councillor Tang, then Wright, then Stevenson, Salvador, and Paquette.
Okay, say that again. Tang, Wright.
And I can put it in the chat. Councillor Tang, Councillor Wright,
Yep,
Councillor Stevenson,
yep.
Councillor Salvador, and then Councillor Paquette.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Tang, you have,
I have just one left.
Okay.
O11 for
Right.
the infill liaison team.
and that's already been moved, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Up to 2 minutes to introduce, if you like.
Sure. So this came out of a lot of conversations that we had in the recent July zoning bylaw public hearing. Both some of the residents mentioned the value of infill liaison team when they were in place previously in terms of education, some facilitating of conversations between neighbors and builders, and just helping with some of the infill development redevelopment process. I think there is a lot of value in that. I appreciate a lot of the work done by Councillor Salvador in terms of identifying a funding source for this. So yes, I'll leave it there.
Great. And again, we have no more than 2 minutes round of questions if needed. But please, I'm asking for everyone's thoughtfulness as we have a very limited time and a lot on the agenda. So I don't want to discourage you from asking questions, just wanting to make sure if you feel it is absolutely needed to help you vote yes or no, then yes. If it's not, then use your thoughtfulness when you're doing that. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How was the funding source determined? How was that even an option?
So I think the idea with the funding source here is really around embedding it in the current development services model, particularly since it's supporting a lot of the rezoning permitting for the redevelopment process. And some of the answers from administration the other day also highlighted that actually, it's not quite the same wording, is it? It's the same. Yep. So it's meant to be coming from existing business model. So that's not coming from the tax levy.
Right, but this looks like we're like treading into area that we're not supposed to. We're telling the business area how they're supposed to be using, like, is this appropriate? I've never seen a funding source like this before.
It is certainly unique, but happy to have administration weigh in on this, because I know there's a lot of back and forth.
Councillor Principe, the planning and development business model, for clarity, is where we hold what people, home builders, businesses, homeowners pay for their application fees for permits. And so the infill team doesn't have a direct link to the development application, so administration doesn't recommend this as a funding source. What we are focused on is using the compliance and enforcement resources for use of this fund, which council just recently directed to be funded from this reserve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, no, I think that cleared it up. But just for additional clarity, the previous work we directed around embedding compliance into the planning development business model, I guess my question is, does that also give administration the ability and flexibility to sort of scale up compliance activities? Does that also, if we wanted to see more of that, would that need to be directed, or you have the ability to do that?
We have the ability to do that, Councillor, and that would be where we would focus our priority. The impact of adding more of these kinds of activities to be funded out of the reserve is challenging, right? Because we would either potentially have to decrease service levels, or we have to increase our application fees to ensure that we can continue to deliver service.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, I think maybe just at a very high level, the planning and development business case is, to my understanding, really meant to be that, development is paying for development. Is that fair? So fees for rezonings and permits are paying for themselves.
Yes, it's everything from like the start of the planning process for rezoning fees, development, building permits, and inspections. And then we've recently added the compliance and enforcement resources.
Yeah, and so I guess for me, if we didn't have infill, we wouldn't need an infill liaison team. And so in my mind, it is part of the spectrum of the resources that we're committing to facilitate development in our community.
So I'll pass to Travis to speak to the role of the team, but this team was previously a tax levy team when it was funded previously. So Travis, maybe you could speak to the role of the team.
For sure. Before that, the planning development business model, just to be clear, there's, in terms of the policy and the procedure around it, it's a direct line between a fee for service. So there's an application and then there's a direct fee to it that is then put into the reserve to pay for those reviews that happen on those applications, as well as there's a direct line.
Well, and sorry, just to interrupt though, like I believe that some portions of the development process sort of subsidize others. So for example, your rezoning is probably not cost neutral. Building permit, you're probably paying way more than the services you're requiring, right? Like it is a bit more holistic.
It's true, but the service aspect still remains in terms that there's a direct service being provided to an applicant. in terms of the infill team, the old infill team had an external and internal component. The internal was looking at breaking down barriers in policy to achieve infill. The external was more of a comms education team that was around the general notion of infill, not necessarily directed to one specific application that we could tie it to.
Thank you. There are no further questions. Those wishing to speak, please click on the board. Oh, Councillor Clark, sorry.
Snuck in there.
Yeah, you did.
Question just to the mover. I guess if we're waiting for the report to come back in early Q1 on some of the infill recommendations based on all the other reports, should we wait for that to come back instead with this team or no?
No, I don't know if that would necessarily change anything here. I think some of those reports will be really policy recommendations, and I think the goal here is, you know, infill is a pretty contentious issue. We've seen that even 10 years ago with law splitting, et cetera, and the previous team was part of the infill journey to help facilitate some of those conversations. And I think, you know, particularly on this issue, I think it's really critical. So I don't know if any of those changes will necessarily change this, the need for this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you. I just got a question for admin as well in regards to if I'm correct, there used to be an infill liaison team and it was removed and so this proposal would reinstate it. Are you able to provide the background on why it was removed or previously, or do you have that?
Sorry. Yes, the team existed until about 2021, I believe, and it was reallocated to other priorities, being the zoning bylaw renewal work along with district planning work. And so that's where the team has landed. And it stems out of the work from our infill roadmap, which was a body of work related to how to support infill more broadly across Edmonton and recognizing the tension and impacts and change management needed with communities.
Sorry, microphone, Councillor Elliott.
Apologies. I don't know if you can answer this, but when the team was, I guess, transferred, disbanded, whatever terminology you want to use on this, did you see immediate impact, or was there anything significant, or did you manage to move forward here and we've been managing up to this point okay, and it's a sort of a, I don't want to say need versus a want, but have you seen a disadvantage or an advantage to have it?
So the decision to support transitioning the team was we had an annual infill compliance report that we would bring to council, and we saw a continued decline in what we were seeing out of compliance activities. I recognize now infill's sort of ramped up further, and so that's why our focus is on enforcement and compliance resources, which are funded from this planning and development business model, not the infill liaison team, which is more relationship-based, education-focused data analysis to support policy work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, more questions? Okay. Anyone wishing to speak, which is Councillor Salvador? I think that's why they're on. Go ahead, Councillor Salvador, speak.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really pleased to see this being brought forward. I think as we all know, Edmonton has experienced significant growth over the last few years, and that means that we've been seeing more and different types of homes being built in existing communities. Many communities are experiencing more construction and more development pressures as a result of infill, and I do regularly hear from folks who want better access to information, better complaint processes during construction, and better communication. This team will help enhance access to information, expedite complaint responses, minimize construction impacts, and importantly, provide an avenue for Edmontonians to have their concerns heard. The team will also work with builders to reinforce best practices. Yeah, I think for me, it's about seeing construction done properly and being able to get information about what's happening in your neighborhood. Infill is absolutely a strategic priority for our city, and ensuring the right systems and teams are in place to support that work is critical to our long-term success. I appreciate some of the questions that were raised earlier around how this work intersects with some of the motions that have been made and some of the reports that are coming back. And by no means does this work, at least in my mind, replace those important conversations. Particularly, it was raised that there is a conversation coming up about potential amendments to the RS zone, but that's concentrated on the zoning and regulation side. While this is not focused on policy development, it's instead, again, trying to improve the city's responsiveness and things like complaint resolution. So I think those can be complementary. Really pleased to see the planning and development business model being put forward as a way to incorporate this work into an existing mechanism. Again, in my view, it does align with the planning and development business model. It supports our overall infill goals and aligns with the recent changes made to incorporate compliance into the business model. We have heard that if there is a need for more enforcement and compliance resources, the business model allows for that to be scaled up. So this allows us to move forward on this important work without having an impact on tax levy. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I wanted to share a few perspectives and share my full support for this motion. I was working in administration when I think I interviewed the members of the first infill liaison team when it came to the city 10, 15 years ago. And I really saw a transformation in terms of how that team helped support neighbors, support Edmontonians, and shift some of the conversation around infill. Infill is critically important. It's vital that we do it for fiscal sustainability, for environmental sustainability, for neighborhood vibrancy. But it's hard, it's tough when you're a neighbor of it. We're asking neighbors of infill projects to accommodate a lot of change and disruption for the again, I still think for the net benefit of the city. But it's important to me that those neighbors are properly supported. I think something that stood out to me was one neighbor of infill just talking about how alone they had felt throughout the process. They didn't have anyone that they could reach out to, have a consistent contact point at the city. And this, for me, is a remedy to that. I think it's very exciting for all the reasons that Councillor Salvador outlined so eloquently, and would really encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang to close.
Just to maybe build on some of the other great points. I think in our public hearings, we talk about change a lot with the people who are coming forward. I'm not sure, I am sure that infill is a massive change. In fact, it's a change journey we've been on since over 10, 15 years ago, and it will continue to change, continue to evolve as we were to amend some of the policies and regulations. But I'm not sure we have a great mechanism for that change management. And I think, a number of people here around the table, we all heard, on the campaign trail that infill can be done better. And to me, doing better isn't necessarily on policy and regulation and enforcement side, which I think should continue, absolutely. But as we know from other issues we've dealt with at this table, enforcement alone isn't going to solve everything. And I think this is a critical piece of the puzzle, and by no means do I see this team as the be-all, end-all. That will take all the controversy out of infill, but it is important and a necessary component to that journey. So I just want to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wright.
I'm a yes.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 10-3. That would mean operating amendment 5 is no longer needed, because I think that was Councillor Salvador, so we can remove that one off the list. And next we're going to go to Councillor Wright for your next amendment. Please go ahead.
Thank you. This is number 25.
Yeah, and that was restated with the funding from the EPCOR dividend held in financial strategies. So up to 2 minutes to introduce if you need. Please go ahead.
This is needed to address one of those structural budget variances. And so I think that cleanliness is a contributing factor to the perception of safety on our transit systems. And it's not just the looks of it, but I think it also goes to health standards in that as well. So I think without this, we lose that ability to keep our buses looking clean, our facilities clean. And I think it also goes to a little bit of preventative maintenance. So I would ask my colleagues to support and ready to answer questions.
Thank you. Please click on if you have any questions, and I'd encourage folks that, just in the interest of time, make sure you're clicking on when the introduction is happening, because I don't see anyone click on, like I haven't seen now. I'm going to move to speaking to the motion. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? I think I heard clicking to maybe go to a speaking to, so Councillor Salvador, to speak to it?
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly. This is one that I was looking to move as well, so very, very pleased to see this put forward. And as Councillor Wright shared, cleanliness of transit is just fundamental when it comes to ensuring that rider experience is positive, and it helps contribute to perceptions of safety across our system. Without funding this, we would see a workforce reduction of around 20 FTEs, and the potential that buses could be put into service in unsanitary and potentially unsafe conditions, which pose a whole host of risks. So would absolutely ask for support from colleagues on this one, has my full support. We know that reduced cleaning could have a negative impact, not only on that rider experience, but have knock-on effects to things like fare revenue, impacts on staff who are working in our transit system, and even consequences like additional graffiti, operator complaints, and negative public relations. So this is fundamental to building out our system, especially with the increase in ridership that we've been seeing. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And sorry, just 1 second before we go to Councillor Wright to close, because I want to confirm Councillor Wright's restated motion was with EPCOR dividend from financial strategies, and I just saw the wording, I think said the tax levy, so I just want to make sure.
It's the EPCOR dividend. We
Yep.
might have just grabbed the wrong one.
There it is, yeah, I just want to make sure everyone knew that that is what we are voting on. It was the EPCOR dividend on this one, not the tax levy. That was the restated motion. So noting that, Councillor Wright to close.
Phew, thank you very much for picking up on that. Yeah. Okay, nothing further.
Thank you, please vote.
Let's just give Rama 3 seconds to just.
Oh yeah, yeah, no rush. I'm never gonna rush Rama. That's.
Just waiting for one more. Just waiting for one more. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That motion is carried 11-2. Thank you. That would probably also render, there's another one by Councillor
06.
06, thank you. So that'll be cleared off as well. Councillor Stevenson, next.
I have only.
One left, so can we wait till we do one more, finish one round, and then we can come back? Because I think, okay, thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yep.
Thank you.
04.
04, okay, that was the derelict residential tax subclass expansion with funding from the tax levy for $95,000. You have 2 minutes to introduce.
Yeah, thank you. So just getting to my notes here. Yeah, so just to give a little bit of background, so I'm sure a lot of folks are familiar with the existing derelict tax subclass that's been in place here in Edmonton. I know it's regularly shared as a great new program and has been incredibly successful at incentivizing property owners to clean up or redevelop their properties. And just to understand, these are the types of properties that can have a fairly significant draw on a variety of city services and emergency services, whether that is repeated bylaw calls, enforcement, etc. The introduction of the existing derelict tax subclass really has helped revitalize existing communities, and what's before us is an opportunity to expand that beyond the existing mature areas that it currently covers. As someone who does represent mature areas, I know it's made a big difference there, and oftentimes these types of properties are concentrated in more core communities, but I've absolutely heard from people across the city and colleagues who represent different areas in Edmonton who are experiencing similar challenges. And this would allow us to cover more of our city for quite a modest amount and see a fairly significant return. So this is from tax levy, but my understanding is it wouldn't really move the dial in terms of the percentage that we're seeing. And if there's any desire for clarification, city staff can let us know what that would mean. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Principe?
Thank you. Yes, I will ask administration. Will there be any impact to the tax levy?
No, you would still be at 6.9 with this.
Okay, and is there a guarantee that it would be equally beneficial to all areas of the city, including the north side. Let me clarify.
I don't
the
know that we can
area I
answer that.
represent. Yeah, that's my concern is that sometimes, well, I'm not sure if you can guarantee it.
Yeah, and I mean, it might be a question better directed to taxation and assessment. I don't know if they're online.
And has administration seen a significant improvement in the derelict properties? And have we seen it as a beneficial?
I do think that the derelict subclass has created a benefit, and we are seeing people take action to improve those properties because they bear a higher tax burden if they don't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, just wanted to confirm that. So again, assessment has to be done in a uniform way across the whole city, correct?
That's correct.
And any subclassing, again, this was geographically limited before, but it's now being expanded for the entire city, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Could you just remind me really quickly, am I correct in believing that there is still some EPCOR dividend remaining?
Yes, you still have 226 in the EPCOR dividend.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions? Anyone wishing to speak? There it is, Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if I was going to support this or not, considering it was going to the tax levy. I heard that there wouldn't be an impact to the tax levy. However, I would have liked to have seen it maybe coming from a different source, because I didn't want to support anything that was going to be increasing the tax levy, even if it isn't overly impactful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, just again, to be really brief on this one, I think it's also important to point out that within the package, I think it did reference it as well, but the additional revenue collected from these properties is expected to at least partially offset the additional resourcing, and that's what we've seen with the existing program as well. And I actually just want to take this time to commend administration and the team in taxation and assessment for their leadership on this file to date. Again, this program has made a real tangible difference for community safety and security, and neighbors are noticing and would look forward to seeing that benefit extended citywide.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Next up, Councillor Paquette. Which item were you looking to move?
Yeah, thank you. I am going to be,
Yeah, 37 or 38?
it is 37.
37, that's the structural budget variances with the funding from the tax levy. You have 2 minutes to introduce.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So we've talked a lot about structural budget variances today, and, rather than keep adding to them, it would be my preference that we deal with them. And that way we don't have to have debates on how we use it for funding. The amount that we're looking at is, it would be a one-time payment right there, and as far as I can suss out, and that was in my thinking, so there you go. And that's, again, it's just the simple calculation of it's less expensive to just do it once. I just can't keep repeating myself. You get the point. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Questions? I didn't see anyone click on while you were speaking. And if there are, please go ahead and click on, but the motion is the structural budget variances. That'll pop back up on the screen.
Can we just triple check? There's been a lot of restatements here, so if I just, Rama's going to put it up on the screen, if we can just confirm that that's the right one.
This was the one, I think, Councillor Paquette, you were moving, right? This is the structural budget variances in the following amounts of 27.7 million and 11.1 million with funding from the tax levy.
I've got on an ongoing basis
Well, that's
starting in 2026.
what I had thought, but on the,
So
You
what
want me to
we
restate the motion? That's what I
So what we give
missed.
you is what you said, and then what we'd like you to say is the
yeah,
restatement.
on an
which you
ongoing
have to say
basis.
it.
Yeah.
On an ongoing basis.
Because it must be on an ongoing basis.
On an ongoing basis, starting in 2026,
Yeah.
but the amounts are the same, and I'll
Yeah.
just make sure Rama can get that up on the screen.
Right,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, that's better. I was a little bit thrown off by the wording. So just to,
You
I
had a
know I've
minute
already
and
did my
14
intro,
seconds left
so-
if you want to continue to introduce.
Yeah, these are not one-time costs anymore. They are ongoing, and so they actually logically and legitimately should actually be in the budget.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see anyone click on in the last 2 minutes, so anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Paquette to close.
Yeah, because these are ongoing, it doesn't make sense that we hold them on a budget variance. This is our budget. And so if we are not paying for our budget, then we are just kicking it ahead and incurring greater costs for Edmontonians in the future. I've heard a lot today about, I don't want to raise taxes. Well, if you don't do this, you are in essence kicking a tax increase forward into time. So we will have that increase of taxes again and again and again when we could just stop it now. If we do this today, this one time today, we are offering savings to people who want savings. That is the truth. That is being transparent. That is being a smart governor on the budget. If we are doing crisis management every single year saying, I don't want to pay for this, I don't want to pay for this, I don't want to pay for this, because you want to deliver the lowest tax rate possible, I completely understand that. But all you were doing is bumping that forward. You did not solve a single thing. In fact, you've only exacerbated the problem. And that's why we have to do these things. And they're not comfortable. No one loves them. But I'll tell you what, I'd rather be able to go back to my community and say, listen, yeah, it sucked this time. We had to pay the bill anyway. Did you want to pay the bill while it was small, or do you want to pay the bill in sections where it's large? What's better for your home finances? And the answer is going to be, let's just pay it off now, because this is embedded in the budget. It's not one-time stuff. This is real. And as people who are serious about budgeting correctly, this is the correct way to do it. Anything else is literally just saying it's okay, and not that anyone else is saying that, but someone could interpret it as saying we are okay with residents paying more because we just didn't want to take the heat for actually paying for it now while it was cheapest to do so. Thank you.
Please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is defeated 3-10. Next, we will go, so that was the round there. So that leaves us with, let's see here. I think all that we have left on the, oh no, we have Councillor Salvador with one left, Councillor Wright and Stevenson each with one left, and they're the same, but like there's I think there's the same motion that you each have left. And Councillor
I'll
Wright.
withdraw mine, I think.
Okay, so Councillor Wright's
Councillor
withdrawing
Stevenson's
hers
more
because
creative.
Councillor Stevenson's got a different approach. So we've got one for Councillor Paquette, one for Councillor Stevenson, one for Councillor Salvador. Are we okay if we do a coin flip between Salvador and Paquette,
We've got the order,
what's that?
because that was previously approved.
Love
So
it.
the next new order would be Stevenson, Salvador, Paquette.
Councillor Stevenson, are you willing to let the other two go, and then we can do it all together? That way it's simplified in that. Thank you. So you said Stevenson,
Salvador, Paquette for round
Councillor
3.
Salvador is next, and you had number 8, and I wanted to double check the funding source. You had to restate it, right?
Yeah, desire to restate, and I apologize, I don't have the exact number, but my desire is to use the remaining EPCOR dividend, whatever is left.
Just
And I think there might be a small amount.
200
beyond
and
tax
something
levy.
thousand. Do we have the number that we can make sure?
There's 226,000 left.
So 226 on the EPCOR dividend, and then the remainder on tax levy.
Okay. We'll make sure that gets updated on the screen, so we'll just freeze for just a moment before we do anything. That's number 8, if anyone's following along on the budget amendment spreadsheet.
Thank you for that. We're just getting it loaded onto the screen.
No problem. We'll just let the wording get up there updated. I see it's now updated on the screen. Perfect. So there's the fully updated number. Just to clarify, the EPCOR dividend would pay the 2026 number, and then everything else is the tax levy, the remainder in 2026, and the remainder costs in 27 and beyond, because there's obviously a larger cost in 27. Okay. So that is the correct wording, Councillor Salvador? Yep. All right. You have 2 minutes to introduce, and there's already at least one question, so it's good. We're ready to go. People are...
Yeah, don't have a long introduction here. This is the operating impacts of the capital decision we made related to bus growth.
Thank you. Councillor Principe for questions.
No questions now.
Oh, look at that. How efficient. Do I have other questions? I hear clicking. No? Okay. Councillor Wright is debating asking a question? You are asking a question. There you are. Go ahead.
Sorry, then what does that bring our tax levy increase to?
You're still at 6.9.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. Councillor Salvador, do you have questions? Your question? Councillor Rutherford does have a question, though. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I guess just to administration, is there anything in the attachment on the structural, in either attachments on the structural variances that you'd prefer to see the EPCOR dividend used for as a higher priority?
I would say, just to be consistent with the advice we'd given previously, we would prefer that you address structural budget variances before you enhance services.
Yes, and yeah, exactly. But I'm asking of like what, if this money was, if we said, okay, take this remainder of the EPCOR budget and put it to structural variances, I'm asking what variance it would go to.
I would probably suggest transit because it has a structural budget
So it would
variance.
still affect, it
Yes.
would still benefit transit. Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I know Councillor Paquette is to speak. I see nobody else on the board for questions. So to speak, Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. We look at this and we're like, oh, what's the impact on the tax levy? The impact on the tax levy is exactly the same now as it will be, well, actually, it's less now than it will be next year, or the year after that, or the year after that.
Point of order.
So far, he's making an explanation. I feel like that's a preemptive point of order.
Could it, maybe just a clarification, how does it get more expensive next year?
Inflation.
Yeah, so
But
all
that
costs.
would happen, but all costs.
It is fair to say all costs go up, but we'll let him speak. So far, I have no issue. So far, we're going to let the councillor speak, everyone. So there's been no costs go up every year. So the councillor, please, I'm going to reset your time and go ahead.
Thank you. So if you look at the buying power of a dollar over time, that buying power has diminished over time, especially during times of tariffs and things like that in relation to the US dollar. And if we want to get into global economics, we can, but the fact is a dollar today is worth more than it will be worth a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, outliers excluded. So that is where we're at. And we've got the municipal price index increases more rapidly than the consumer price index. So for a person in their home finances, they will see 2.5% increase every year, all things considered on average. Cities see a larger price increase. And the cost of materials to make buses is going up because of global tariffs, and that is just something that we're dealing with. So every time we delay a purchase and kick it forward into the future, the people in the future pay more. We would love it if past councils had put in the investment that was required for us to be okay today. They did not, so now here we are. But I would rather not commit the sins of the fathers for the next generation. I would rather just do the right things now. This is the right thing. We know that our population has grown. We know service demand has grown on ETS, and we know that purchasing buses for the factors I named, and I can get into it later if anyone wants to, is going up. It would go down probably if we had a world financial crash. So anyway, please vote for this.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Well, I'll click on to apologize to my colleague. I think I had heard in previous commentary the notion that services become more expensive if we don't start paying for them now, and it's just a split between operating and capital. So absolutely agree with my colleague. It will be more expensive to purchase capital assets in the future. Buses will be more expensive in the future. This operating funding that's before us now helps provide the service with those assets we've committed to buying. So thank you, full support.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador to close.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting for a couple votes.
Voting first before any commentary.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. Thank you. That is carried 9-4. Councillor Paquette, your remaining amendments, which is number 38, I believe, the pay-as-you-go transfer.
Yeah, so everything I was saying before, I went on a sidetrack because what I said in my closing wasn't going to be the thing that, or in my speaking to you, wasn't going to be the thing I was actually going to say about the cost of servicing. But it leads right into this. And the pay-as-you-go, $15 million allocated to the reserve with funding from the tax levy. It's essentially the same argument as I just made. And again, I don't know how much I can reiterate this. I'm looking for ways to say something that is purely sensible, but I may be failing here. Every cost deferred when it comes to these things is a greater cost incurred for the future and not the far future. And I raise this example, I'll raise it again. Demolition of the Coliseum is a clear example of how these things go up. And when we are not maintaining things and they fall apart sooner, we are delivering a higher price tag to Edmontonians. So if we are not putting the dollars in that we need to maintain the city, we are failing the city because it gets more expensive. Just like if you have a broken window in your home, and instead of replacing the window, you put some duct tape over it, your heating costs are going to go up, and your house is going to get damaged and deteriorate faster. You gotta put in the dollars. And the best time to put in the dollars is before you get the massive amounts of deterioration. That's it. For me, my feeling is if I did not put this on the floor and vote for it, I would not be fulfilling my fiduciary duty to the people of Edmonton. And every vote I make, I have to make it with the thought that, what if it was just me who had to make this decision? I couldn't rely on anyone else to sort of bail me out of a bad decision. That's my personal feeling about these things. I always want to make as good a decision as I can, regardless of how popular it is or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see nobody on the board for questions. I'm just giving it 1 second because the motion took a few seconds to get up on the screen, and I didn't want to leave any on there. I gave some additional time. No further questions. Those wishing to speak, please click on the board. Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
I just want to lend my voice to Councillor Paquette because, well, again, like I think some of it is very untenable to do this now. I do think I am very concerned with some of the decisions that have already come out of today. What I know we've already heard alluded to in terms of what they're already anticipating for the next 4-year budget with the renewal demands that we have. And the way we got to 15 million being removed from ongoing was sort of the similar money shuffle that we did in the 4-year budget. And it's come back to roost. And if we don't do it today, it's going to come back to roost in the 4-year budget because we are going to need a lot of pay-as-you-go for renewal, and we're not going to have it. So I just wanted to lend my voice to maybe try to say it in a different way so that people could hear that yes, it is really hard, and I understand again why people vote any way that they do. And I really think we need to be more laser focused going into the next 4-year and very, very clear if this isn't going to pass, because we are going to have some really tough decisions on our capital side to make, especially if we then also make decisions to grow capital as well. So I will be supporting this as reluctantly as I'd like to support it, because I hate that we're here anyway in this moment. But I agree with my colleague that to continue knowingly go down this path is also not the fiscally responsible thing for me and my role in this chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I think it was said before that some councillors maybe don't want to take the heat for increasing property taxes, and it's not that I don't want to take the heat. I don't want our Edmontonians to have to take all that heat all at once, and I think by spreading it out and trying to deal with these things that have increased over time, and it's not one council, it's not one person that is created some of these structural variances or deficit in the pay-as-you-go. So I think the responsible thing to do, in my view, is to spread that heat out a little bit so it's not all at once. Even though, yes, I did credit lending for a long time. I know the longer you take to pay something out, the more interest that you pay on it, the more expensive it gets. And if we're waiting to do things, it also, it costs for the actual construction or whatever does go up. But I just wanted to address the fact of that we aren't willing to take the heat. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I am leaning towards supporting this one. I think the point about capital costs increasing in the long term is a good one. I think that we know that renewal is going to be a significant conversation in the next 4 years, and this gives us a bit more flexibility. So I think it's worth considering and appreciate the mover bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette to close.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Rutherford made a very good point. Next year, when we're looking at the 4-year, we're going to be like, man, I sure wish we had just a little more to work with here. But, you know, this is the last ditch of all the motions I made. This is the last ditch to provide a little bit of leeway for future council in 1 year when it going into a 4-year budget and wanting to keep that budget as low as humanly possible. The amount we're talking is $15 million. Waiting, and I've got a little slider thing here, adds millions of dollars onto that. When we're saying we don't want to put $95,000 on the budget, I get it. So why are we willing to put 10, 20 times that amount on the budget? Because it's not 1 year. It is 4 years. It's a continuum. Budgets aren't a single thing. They are a living entity that move from year to year. And when people say, oh, my budget, my tax rate was X amount this year, sure. But then they also look at your term and say, well, over the term, over the 4 years, I paid 25% in taxes. Well, gee, it'd be nice if that was a smaller number. Because of good financial decisions on things that we have to do anyway, that we don't have a choice on. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is defeated 4-9. Next, the last one, or last ones, would be Councillor Stevenson, who has 2 reduction motions and 1 increase. Again, what we'll do is we'll just do them in order. 1 reduction motion, another reduction motion, and then you'd have an increase motion. I mean, as much as I would like to talk about them all at once, I know that is probably your intent. You can introduce it with that intent so that people understand. But note that council, if we choose to vote yes to both of those reductions, we are by no means obligated to vote to any increase. But you are more than welcome to use your 2 minutes to introduce why you are making these amendments together.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I appreciate there are probably a lot of why are you doing this? I first want to talk about the,
Okay, actually, hang on then.
Yep.
So, yeah, we've been told we have the opportunity from the clerk to put all 3 of them on the floor and then vote yes or no to each of them individually. So essentially we split the motion for voting purposes, but we can actually do it as one, which gives us a little bit more freedom to ask questions about all of them at once. So I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads. I think that's a lot more logical, and it will helpfully also speed up our process because we can ask questions all at once. So Councillor Stevenson, noting what will happen is that all 3 will be put as a point 1, point 2, point 3. We are essentially deeming them as being split for voting purposes for everyone's knowledge. Now you'll have 2 minutes to introduce all 3 together.
much appreciate the latitude. I think it will lead to a better conversation. So I'm going to start with the objective here. So we have an unfunded service package called Permanent Enhanced Cleaning in Transit Services. And I think it's a bit of a misnomer that it's called enhanced. And I think it's important to be very, very clear that these are existing services. This level of service was initiated by a grant from the provincial government and then funded through previous budget decisions. And it has been in place for the past 2 years. I know as a transit user myself, I have seen a tremendous impact from these services. I went from going through stations that were often quite dirty, to be honest. Always having litter, graffiti, other messes on a very, very consistent basis, to now that being much more of the exception than the norm. I mean, I think it's also important to point out that that there are still exceptions, though. Even with this service to keep our transit spaces clean, we do know that there are a lot of pressures on them. We also know that cleanliness plays a very significant role in riders' perception of safety. We know that riders' perception of safety impacts ridership levels, which we are continuing to increase, but have a revenue gap there. So my pitch is that we continue to fund these services. To not fund this package is to have a service reduction. It is for individuals to lose their jobs. And even if we are to fund it in the 4-year cycle, it means we're laying people off now, having to rehire them a year from now for what I would argue is a core and critical service. The funding source, I appreciate, will give people pause. I know it can seem, it doesn't seem. We would be going backwards on addressing a structural budget variance. And for me, it's just balancing structural budget variances with immediate service reductions and trying to balance that. But I do have some questions, but appreciate the opportunity to introduce.
Thank you. So far, I have one set of questions, and that's me. I don't see anyone else on the board. So, Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Yeah. So, I maybe to the mover, I wanted to just get a better sense of. So, you've identified essentially all 3 of these things are structural budget variances. Essentially, the way I read it.
Yes.
Or maybe that's my words. Is
yes, that's a great way of describing it. Yes.
And your feeling is that by using OP 41 and OP 40, those are, in your mind, lower risk structural budget variances than the one you're hoping to fund. Is that how I should interpret this?
And risk, for me, it's more immediately impactful.
Okay.
And so administration can correct me, but I believe that we are legally obligated to continue paying WCB. We are legally obligated to meet our insurance payments. And so, these areas will continue to run a structural budget variance, and that can contribute to a potential deficit next year, let's say. But that we could also end up not in a deficit position next year. These would still be structural budget variances. These specific line items would not have the funding that they need. But overall, as a corporation, we may be able to address that through surpluses in other areas. Whereas the structural budget variance in transit cleaning, if we were not to fund that this year, we would see a service reduction.
Can I go to Mr. McEwen probably? Like, do you view, because I was a little thrown off by the wording, permanent enhanced cleaning. I mean, or Mr. Robar, looks like you might want to jump in. Like, do you view that as a structural budget variance in the same way?
I think you can answer that question, and maybe just add at the end of that.
Go ahead, Mr.
Do you want to? Yeah, like the way I describe this, there's like the 3 different buckets. There's the one we already tackled the other day about the living wage. That was a structural budget variance. We also had the base funding. I see that as a structural budget variance. That was a decision to outsource, and then we reversed that decision. We were left with a $1.2 million structural budget variance. This is something that it's been in place since 2023. This is a service level enhancement, and so then this funding package would sustain the existing service level enhancement.
And so the question I'm grappling with is this something Edmontonians now view? I'm out of time. I better. Well,
just to add, I wanted to make sure that council knows that we this morning were hit with an 11% increase on WCB. So on top of the additional money we've supposed to put in, it's going to cost us another $3.1 million next year.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time. I'll take back the chair. I've got it. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'll return the
Thank
chair.
you very
Sorry,
much.
Just reading.
Yeah, no problem. Councillor Morgan, please go ahead.
Yeah, this service was pretty valuable to us right around COVID times and afterwards. Do we have some idea of how busy these folks are still? I've been noticing it riding the train. It's pretty full these days. Are we still noticing that they're cleaning up a lot? Or
I don't think administration at all would say that this is not a great service. It's helped with the cleanliness of all of our transit services and provides an uplift on the safety and security front. So we think it's a valuable service.
Can we quantify it?
I mean, we've seen an increase in perception of safety on the line. We've got metrics that quantify that. A lot of that perception of safety comes with the environment that people traverse through, like the councillor was alluding to earlier. But I don't think we can put a dollar figure on it.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how we would like quantify the
I guess like if they were cleaning up like just it's something stupid here. If they're cleaning up like 10 garbage bags an hour, like are we still cleaning up 10 garbage bags worth of garbage an hour? Like is that?
Yeah, I'd say I don't know if we're counting garbage bags per se, but they are like and sorry, I mean it more in a way of like the things they are doing. You know, cleaning up the biohazards, removing safety like hazards, like the litter debris. Like the messes on seats, those types of things. Like having the staff at Clairview Station at the end of line when the train turns around to be able to remove that debris so it's not moving back and forth throughout the day. Like the impact is there.
Okay. We getting good feedback from customers?
I think the benchmark is, you know, like, it's positive. Like, but to the point is, like this has been in place since 2023 with the Alberta Transit Systems Cleanup Grant. And then council on a one-time multi-year basis funded this for 24 and 25. So this has been in place for 3 years. It's an enhanced level of cleaning that we've been providing for 3 years. So I don't know if we'd be able to benchmark back to pre-3 years ago, and then like everyone has just become accustomed to what is being provided as of today.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson has questions, correct? So you're in order, so let's go now.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Robar. So again, just to be clear, the WCB is an existing structural budget variance, and it's getting worse from what you've heard this morning.
Yeah, substantially worse, yeah.
Yeah. So you were able to deal with it this year, my understanding is by reallocating some budget from other areas to here?
I think we ended up in a surplus position of multiple different things that happened to us this year. I always like to say, you know, luck is not a strategy.
Yep.
We got lucky this year, which is great. We did a lot of work to try and manage our budget as well on top of that. But I think the surplus, you know, ended up with a couple of good things happening to us throughout the year that helped us kind of finish in a surplus position.
And as you say, we cannot count on that for next year, right?
We cannot count on that for next year.
Absolutely.
Nor can I predict the future on where all that stuff is going. But
absolutely. But we do know for certain that if we don't fund this funding package, we will see lower levels of service.
That's correct from what we've seen to date, yeah.
Okay, and maybe, I don't know if Ms. Houghton McDonald is there as well, but just wondering if you had a bit more detail, again, just sort of like how many service hours would be lost, not service hours on ETS, but just through the cleaning might be lost?
I don't have the exact service hour amount. It's 6 full-time LRV cleaners doing the in-service train cleaning. And then we have additional custodial work happening. So stations would go from being cleaned multiple times a day and having kind of that emergency response when there's a major, let's say, spill or biohazard. We would go to once a day cleaning for the stations.
So if someone spilt a coffee in a transit center at 9 a.m., that wouldn't be cleaned up potentially until 8 a.m. the next day?
Exactly. It would be when the next daily cycle goes through.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, and this is for Mr. Robert. Question for you. I missed a part of what you said about what was the impact. You said it was 11% increase in WCP premiums?
Yeah, this morning WCP posted an 11% increase across the board to everyone on top of our premium increase. So we used I think we filled it with about 1.5 million in our structural budget variance work to fill that for the budget. We obviously focus on that because it's one of those things that we can't change the service level on. So I think that that's another $3.4 million on top of the 1.5 we've already put in for this coming year that we have to look at absorbing now on the other end of this budget conversation. I think when we look at that absorption, and if we're going to, like we've said over and over again this year, is, you know, we're going to have to manage that through service levels to make sure that we're landing on budget coming into the next round for 27. So
And
we
if I
would
may,
use that.
Counselor, I just want to add to that, because the insurance is a component of this, which legal services administers as well. And fundamentally, insurance is getting more expensive as well, and has, which is why there's a significant structural budget variance here. We're expecting our insurance costs are going to go up this year, and fundamentally, the buses that we're cleaning, we have to start from the premise that those buses need to be insured before they can even go on the road, which is why I do have some concerns just at the funding of this motion.
And that leads to the second part with 30 seconds. I guess you sort of answered well. So what's administration's perspective on these motions? The effects, I guess, positive and negative about, say, like up 41 or up 32. Are you able to elaborate real quick or no?
Well, I think we are interested in making sure that we're solving our structural budget variances running into the 27 to 30 budget. When we allocated funding for this budget cycle or this year, we've done that in a way to deal with what we have as known issues that we can't control the service level on. And these two are specific examples of uncontrollable service levels for us that is going to hit us no matter what.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I don't know if you can guess what I'm going to say. We just approved over 22 million in new buses. And presumably they will need cleaning when they come in. And we have another thwack that we approved in 2023, I believe it was, right? What was that, 30 buses? It was Mayor Sohi's motion, the diesel buses.
Carrie?
Cleaning is included for those as part of the operating impacts, and that was 25 buses.
Okay, so okay, good. Okay, so we kept up to that. We've got more coming in. We're going to need this funding. We've got some WCB pressures, and I'm not sure, like, I've got a question, like, at what point do we reach crisis point? Like, let me put it this way. We've got safe, we've got uncomfortable, we've got concerned, and we've got crisis. Where are we at?
So I would maybe put myself in the put us in the category of concerned. We have structural budget variances that are perpetually placing pressure on the FSR. Once you draw down the FSR to a point of 0, you will then be forced to always make sure that everything is a tax increase. And so you're losing your financial flexibility and your runway over time.
Okay, so the budget gets a little more brittle. A lot more brittle. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I don't see any on the board. Going to speak to it. Please click on if you wish to speak. We'll clear the board and let folks click on. I hear clicking. Councillor Paquette, is that for speaking?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
My last gasp. Okay, promise. Okay, so I just feel and know that the deeper we dig a hole, the more difficult it is to get out of that hole, as evidenced by the feelings about the tax rate in this very discussion. And that won't change next year or the year after. And we've heard today about, being innovative, being comfortable with being uncomfortable, trying new things. Well, the most uncomfortable thing you can do is tax appropriately to the actual fiscal need of a city. Cutting is easy. It's the easiest thing to do because you might feel a momentary pang like, oh, I don't know, someone might be mad. Adding is insanely difficult. Adding will keep you up at night. It will fill your inbox with angry emails, all sorts of things. But to take away from what we already have to me, it does not make a lot of sense. And whether we are in crisis mode on these things, uncomfortable, or neutral, what we should be is strong. And that's all about choices. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Yeah, and really appreciate that point. I think one thing I did just want to, I think, remind everyone of is the last term of council. Many of you made the hard decisions to start digging ourselves out of that hole. You know, I'll continue to say I was part of the council in 2019 to 2022, along with all of the other factors that I think were highlighted over the time that contributed to some of the hole. And this last council made some really tough decisions in that last 4-year budget to start working their way based off of excellent advice from our administration, who said, listen, you're not making it better. It's been getting worse. We'd like to finally address this. And so they've been doing a great job of providing us advice and guidance to say, listen, we're doing everything possible to try to make it as good as possible, as quick as possible. Now we're at this point here where, as we are in the process of digging ourselves out of that hole, what's the right nuance in this conversation? So I wanted to give a lot of my previous colleagues credit, and I won't take any of it because I was one of the ones that actually voted against the last 4-year budget at the time of the original approval, and then as subsequent approvals came in, I did support it, but I just want to say thank you for acknowledging that, because I hear Councillor Paquette's caution, and Councillor Paquette's trying to say, like, let's just do it all, let's get it done, and I really appreciate his pushes on this. As to the motion on the floor, I've still been torn back and forth for the same caution, is that this is, to me, 3 separate structural budget variances. I'm not sure I like keeping any of them in place. At the same time, as I've said, I'm at the point where increasing the tax levy further, I have reached that point where I can't keep going. So if the first 2 are approved, I'll support the third. If the first 2 aren't approved, I can't support the third. And that's how I'll be approaching it. So thank you. I see nobody else on the board, and Councillor Stevenson to close.
Well, thank you so much. First of all, just want to say that my motions are in no way intended to be a commentary on the decisions made by administration. Funding the structural budget variances in WCB and our legal services make absolute sense. It's good and logical. The tension for me is just balancing the 3, as Mayor Knack has put very well. I believe we're looking at 3 structural budget variances here, and one, I believe, has a really immediate and definite negative impact on Edmontonians day-to-day. Not only will our transit spaces become less clean, less welcoming, and arguably feel less safe, we have the potential of undermining our own work to deal with another structural budget variance with transit revenue. So for me, it's critically important that we continue investing in that. And I do, again, if we run a deficit, what happens when we run a deficit is we draw from FSR. And I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that in addition to our payback plan for FSR, I think at the end of these deliberations, there'll be another 11 million additional on top of that. I don't mean to suggest that that puts us in a free and easy position, but just to remember that we did put in another cushion so that while we may not be, if these were to move forward, we wouldn't be addressing these structural budget variances immediately and right now. We have taken the opportunity to speed up our replenishment of FSR. I will make a final plea that not funding this will mean a significant change in Edmontonians' day-to-day and detract from one of our biggest priorities in transit. The service has been very successful. I have certainly noticed it as a rider, and I've certainly noticed it in my inbox as I get fewer and fewer complaints about the cleanliness of our transit spaces. So really encourage you to support this, and thanks to administration again.
Thank you. So again, what will happen here to all of council is we are voting on each of these individually. So we will be voting on OP 40 first, which is the $2 million. There will be a vote on that first. We will display that vote. Once that is voted on and displayed, we will then vote on OP 41. Same thing. And then we move to OP 32. So I just want to make sure folks understand how that process works. Councillor Rutherford?
Just if any of those fails, do we vote on the other ones?
We do, because
they're all separate.
They are technically all separate.
Okay.
You could, it is well within your right to vote for one reduction and not the other. You could vote for both reductions and not an increase. You could do any combination is allowed. And then just generally speaking, when we have a multi-part motion, you're always able to make a request to divide depending on how that motion is written. But in this case, we already made that request to divide. So the first thing we are voting on, and I'm asking you to now vote on the item to decrease, this is the insurance claims and settlements decreased by $2 million. Is that what the clerks have as our first vote? So please vote on that one with the funding to be released to the tax levy.
You have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 7-6. Next, we are voting on the OP 41, which is the 700, and so just hang tight, everyone. We will get that on, make sure that's parts is there. That is the $704,000 piece on an ongoing basis for the WCB premiums to be released to the tax levy. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is defeated 6-7. And then we have the last one, which is the increase of $2.7 million. And now you can please vote on that.
Before I vote, can I just get clarity on?
Sorry, the vote's live.
I think there was going to be a request to understand how much the 700,000 may impact, so I can recall the vote. I know we don't typically take questions, but I understand this is specifically a question to understand if that might impact our tax levy, so I'm willing to.
Well, I believe the motion's not in order anymore.
Well, the motion is still in order because the motion is $2.7 million from the tax levy. So there's $2 million that has just been freed up by one motion. Council could choose to increase by 2.7. And do we have a sense of what that $700,000 would do? I think is what a councillor would like to understand. We're at 6.9%. Does that 700,000 push us above 6.9%? Is, I think, what needs to be understood for some folks.
So council has passed releasing the 2 million.
Mm-hmm.
They defeated the 7,400. Give me 10 seconds.
Yeah, take your time. We stated at any point in time it'd be reasonable to get a tax levy update before you vote on something.
So right now, after voting on those, the tax increase is 6.8%. If you pass this service package to be funded from tax levy, you'll be at 6.9%.
If this passes, we would be at 6.9%.
Correct.
Okay? That is information that you may all then use to help inform your vote. So.
Sorry, we recalled the vote?
Yeah, the vote has been recalled, so we will be eligible to now vote. Now that we have received that information, there's no further questions because we already spoke to it. So now you may please vote on this with that knowledge, please.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, we're just sending the vote out now.
Yep. Yep.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that motion is carried 8-5. Those are all the amendments on the board, so we will need to give the clerks a little bit of time, I think, or are we close to ready to just go ahead with the main? Do you need a minute or two?
I can just triple check with finance, but we've only struck out one part of the
Okay. Just take one moment.
Mr. Mayor, I'm so reticent to say this, but on the previous vote to this, I was going to ask for a recall of the vote because I had actually literally pressed the wrong thing. I saw the thing on the screen was not what I intended to actually vote. I think my mouse slipped as I was voting.
Sorry, which one? There were three motions we voted on.
The second one that failed.
The second one that failed, which was failed on a 6-7.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome to, I mean, it would be.
And my apologies.
You voted no then.
Yeah.
And you meant to vote yes.
Yes.
We have finished voting, so I'm looking to the clerks. The only way to do this then would be a separate motion to reconsider. And it would have to be somebody from the prevailing side.
And it lost.
Yeah, so.
I would make that motion.
Yeah, so it is in order for somebody to move to reconsider that, who is on the prevailing side. Councillor Paquette is on that, just so you understand, everyone understands. After a motion has been voted on and we've done another item, the only way to, well, reconsider a motion is to make a motion to reconsider, and it can only be, somebody can only make that motion if they were on the prevailing side of that vote. So that means Councillor Paquette, who originally voted no, in that vote, is eligible to make a motion to reconsider. Council can vote on the ability for that vote to be reconsidered, and then only if we give permission to reconsider would the vote happen again, so just so you're aware. So Councillor Paquette, you are looking to make a motion to reconsider what was the decrease item that was.
Well, maybe I read it wrong. Let me just double check.
Can take a moment, yes.
Yeah. Can we have it on the screen? Can you send it to me? Yeah. So while the clerks are doing their thing anyway, we have a
Clerks are close to ready, so
I'm not sure what clerks are doing.
Clerks are ready, I think. So I'll give you a moment,
Thanks
Councillor.
for buying me time there.
Sorry to not give you time to buy there, but I'm happy to give you a moment to reread that.
I just want to make sure I'm doing everything as accurately as possible.
I understand. No, we are making good progress. I don't want anyone to feel rushed or feel like they voted incorrectly, so. Why don't I give council just a quick couple-minute recess, just so one of our members of council can reread. We have enough time. Let's take a 4-minute recess. Not quite a 5. That means don't leave the back room is what I'm saying. 4 minutes, please. 2:58. from Councillor Paquette that he does a chance to reread it and understand, so we are in good shape. No reconsideration is needed. Where we're at, just in terms of order of operations, because there were no amendments on, for example, the GEF item, the impact budget, what we'll do is we'll finish the budget motions, operating capital. We will vote on those, and then we'll do the cleanup reports for everything else that's still in place. Subsequents, noting that we don't still have a ton of time, and I'll be fairly firm on subsequents, that if it's a subsequent that's like directly tied to something we're talking about, that's valid. Otherwise, it's a notice of motion is perfectly valid. We have council meetings coming up over the next 2 weeks, so you're welcome to make a notice of motion at the end of the meeting to debate at a future meeting. Looking at our time, I think realistically we have to retain our 2-minute time for speaking to the budget. We don't really have a choice at this point. And so at this point, and what we will do is like we've done in the past, we're going to be speaking to both together. You're not going to speak to the capital and the operating, you're speaking to them together. So I know that's tough with a limited amount of time, but nevertheless, we are in the time place that we are in, so we will make do. And do we have the main motion on the floor? That's
Yes.
Yes. Who moved that? Yeah.
That's going to take me a second to
Yeah.
go back to my notes
Yeah.
from
Councillor
like
Stevenson,
when
I think,
this
right?
started on Monday.
Yeah. I feel like Councillor Stevenson had moved that original one. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Principe. That's, I was like, I know somebody did move it. Yes, yeah, it was Councillor Stevenson, I believe, that had made the main motion, and we'll make sure that's, yeah.
We just got to put, once we put it back on the floor, so
Yes.
we're all racing in eScribe to
Yep.
put it back up there.
While that's going up on eScribe, please feel free to click on the board if you wish to speak to this. Again, you're not required to, but you're more than welcome to, and certainly I imagine folks might want to.
Marinak, I'm not seeing it.
I was worried.
Councillor Stevenson did select it for debate, but in our enthusiasm,
I was wondering.
I didn't wonder, but I am now.
Yeah, now I'm wondering, so.
I'll move it if needed.
Yeah, I wonder if it was moved at November 20th. No, it wouldn't have
you
been.
can't do that.
No, you couldn't have been able to do that.
It's not in eScribe, but we can check with who, yeah, I'm not seeing it in eScribe. We're jumping right into the amendments.
That was me failing as your chair to make sure that the main motion was on the floor. Sorry about that. Oh, Councillor Principe feels very certain. Either way.
So point of order, were any of those amendments in order? If the main motion had not been moved?
Yes, because we suspended rules.
Can you just give us 2 seconds? We're dealing with a few things, so I'm just going to check with the team that was doing Monday.
Absolutely.
And we'll just triple check, because
No
I thought
problem.
it was, but I'm not seeing it in the system.
Yep.
But regardless,
It's okay.
we can probably just move forward.
It is not going to be a big deal because we suspended rules. That's not a problem if it hadn't been. Our eagerness. It's okay. We'll give the clerks a minute, and if we need to, we will get an official mover.
Rather than waiting, is it possible just to have somebody move it?
You know what, Councillor Paquette, are you willing to take the chair? I think I'll move it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll move the motions for budget.
Second.
So is that for 5-1, 5-2, 5-3?
Yes, please. That's what I'm moving.
Did we have a seconder for that? I missed it. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. Yep, okay, we've got a seconder. Councillor Jans, do you have questions?
I was going to move it if they needed, but it sounds like that's solved.
Oh,
so
okay.
No
All right.
question.
So no questions. At this point then, sign up to speak if you'd like to say anything about this motion. All right, yeah, so maybe the clerk can walk us through how we're going to vote on this.
So the motions
the
are,
order of
the
operations.
motions are put on the floor, 515253, which is capital operating in the carbon budget. I would suggest you did pass them, or you did agree to deal with these all together. So if you're speaking to them all, are you speaking for 2 minutes or 5 minutes? 2 minutes, okay. Thank you. And then when it comes to vote, you can vote on them all at the same time, or if you want them split out, please just let me know. But it'd be good to know that now so that we can get it in the system appropriately.
I would say that they're so interrelated, it doesn't make a lot of sense to separate them. I don't see any objections on that point of view, so we can handle this in one vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so is anyone planning to speak to this? If so, sign up now. Okay, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Morgan, please go ahead. Councillor Jan said that he was on the board to move it. Councillor Jan, did you want to speak to this as well?
Sure, at some point. You can let Councillor Morgan go first.
All right, sure.
Yeah, I'm just happy to support the budget. I really thank all my colleagues and City Admin for this process. It felt very open and transparent and collaborative. So not the percentage I'm excited about at all, but I look forward to the 4-year budget process and working through that and taking into account Edmontonians' concerns around affordability too. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to thank everybody for their work over the last few days. I'm sorry I haven't been there in person. I think some of you know I mentioned I had a health issue, and certainly looking at some of the debates haven't helped the nausea as we've gone up and down through this roller coaster week. But all in all, I wanted to just say that I think it's really important to view this budget not just in the context of 1 year or 4 years or 8 years, but this is about building a city that we can all be proud of and be home in. This budget is the Capital Line LRT. This budget is the Millwoods Line LRT. This budget is the Lewis Farms Rec Center. This budget is the Clairview Library. This budget is the police calls late at night, the fire department arriving on call, the snow removal imminently around us, all of the other services throughout our city, throughout our function. The reason why 200,000 people have chosen to move here in the last 4 years and call us home. We're going to have some tough decisions over the next few years, and we're going to be figuring out that way together. But there's very limited control in the end of a 4-year budget to make major big moves. The big moves I think are going to be coming soon. And I appreciate everyone's thoughts and feedback here, and I appreciate administration for their frankness with us. And I'm sure it's especially to Ms. Padbury and her team. I know there's an enormous amount of work that goes into this, and it's certainly stressful with many of our inquiries. I think my clock's not running. So finally, I would just say, again, the main takeaway for me again is we got to put this back on the province of Alberta and get them to come to the table, because when they don't pay their property taxes, which they haven't, and they left us with $100 million hole, when they don't support us, a $96 million hole, pardon me, when they don't support us in many of the areas that are their responsibility, we end up seeing those costs downloaded onto Edmontonians. And also Edmontonians are going to be seeing more increases to the education property tax based on a provincial government decision, not a city hall decision. And that's really important to highlight, making sure people know that the provincial government they collected an additional $50 million in education property tax last year. That does not go to City Hall. City Hall can't use that to pay teachers, can't use that to build playgrounds, can't use that to staff schools. That's not our funding, but it's on the tax levy, and we often get blamed for it. And I think it needs to be separated as much as possible. So all in all, thank you very much. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you for that eloquent statement. It's not that your clock wasn't running, it's that time stood still when you started to speak. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really struggling. More than I thought I was. I came into this week, prepared for not a lot of wiggle room, either one way or the other, but pretty set in my desire to make sure that we are protecting the financial plan and not undermining some of the things and the warnings and the cautions that we've been given, including the things that I know we're gonna still have to deal with, like structural budget variances. And I feel myself kind of having a bit of deja vu to the 4-year budget when I voted no to a lot of things along the way, but ultimately ended up supporting the budget and standing behind that, and then doing that with every other subsequent budget. And I just don't know how much longer I can do that, frankly. People don't see the each amendment and how we each individually voted. There's a lot I can stand behind, but there's a lot I can't stand behind in this budget, both on the capital and on the operating side. So I was hoping more people would have signed up before me, but it didn't look like that was the case. So here I am. I guess I honestly don't know where I'm gonna fall on this one. I think the capital is more likely for me to support, even though I the biggest budget item that we added as an adjustment, if I'm just looking at adjustments, was something that I didn't support, and I think actually, as I'm talking about this, I probably wouldn't support either. But there are a lot of the admin recommended adjustments that I do support. So I don't know where I'm gonna land on this one, but we have to have a better process for the 4-year budget because this is not great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, okay, I'll use my 2 minutes here when it gets going. Okay, I think kind of one thing I want to put in there, and I got a little bit of statement because this is pretty important in my first budget. So I think coming into the first time I'm doing this as budget meetings and decisions, and a fall supplemental for next year, a lot of the votes that I kind of cast for or against were kind of more the intent of, my eyes should be looking at when we look at the 4-year budget cycle. And that's kind of how I was framing a lot of my decisions. And I think with that budget cycle, to take the zero-based budgeting approach and actually be able to look at things deep dive, which I don't think we've ever done, is really impactful. And I really want to move a lot of the decisions to that stage. So I think a lot of things that we went through and when we approved over these last 4 days that aren't just for 26 but are beyond, in my frame of reference should be moved to that 4-year cycle when we actually get the time to do that, which we've never done before. So that's kind of my lens, but let me just go over a little bit of a statement on here. The budget adjustments, these represent an important moment for our city, one where council has made difficult decisions but necessary decisions to maintain essential services Edmontonians rely on while setting the stage for long-term financial stability in the final year budget cycle. I do feel this plan sustains our commitments to safe streets, reliable transit, and strong neighborhoods while acknowledging the financial pressures felt by households and businesses across the city. This budget is not the standard we intend to set moving forward. It's a bridge to stronger fiscal future, beginning with the next 4-year budget cycle in 2027. This council will lead with a renewed focus on efficiency, innovation, accountability. We prioritize core municipal services, deliver measurable movements in performance, pursue bold strategies, grow the city's revenue base beyond taxation. This is how we secure fiscal resilience, Edmonton needs, and the public trust for our residents deserves. Supporting this budget, which I intend to do, reflects commitment to responsible leadership, but not total alignment. It signals we understand today's challenges, but are firmly focused on tomorrow's opportunities. With discipline, collaboration, shared vision, we can guide Edmonton towards a more sustainable, efficient, and confident future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Although I haven't necessarily voted on the winning side of some of the motions throughout this budget process, I have to look at this they become council's decisions. They're not just individual votes one way or another. And then, so looking at the totality of the capital and the operating budgets, is it something that I can support or, explain to my constituents and to all Edmontonians? I think, yes, it is something that I can support. I do also want to thank Ms. Padbury and her team. She got us here to that AA+ credit rating. So thank you for that persistence and for continuing to stress to us how important it is and that we need to stay on a good path. We have struggled. It's, we've been doing more for less. Provincial funding has dropped, about past 10 years from 400 per capita down to about 140. Our administration has looked for various different ways of cost-cutting measures. And I've heard often from residents that we'll just cut city staff. And I don't think that's the way. We still need those staff to deliver the programs and services that Edmontonians expect and deliver more of them as we grow out. And in fact, in the past 10 years, we've actually dropped from about 14.5 FTE per 1,000 down to 12.7. So almost 2 FTE per 1,000 of population. So I think we are on the right track, and I will be supporting both the capital and the operating.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. So this is our final year of the full-year budget cycle, and I have to say this was one of the hardest adjustments we've done. When we first started this 4 years ago, we were coming out of the pandemic and still dealing with a lot of legacy decisions that still have lingering impact today. I entered this term feeling hopeful for the next 4-year budget cycle to put us back on a course of stability. And after the 4 days, I can't say we've set ourselves up that way. We've landed on 6.9%. It's higher than what we were expecting and higher than my tolerance. But I want to highlight a few things I am looking forward to with this budget, both capital and operating. I'm looking forward to a lower household waste bill. I think that report has to be discussed in conjunction with everything here on the table as well. Our financial stabilization reserve will be replenished sooner than anticipated with the dedicated universal renewal fund starting earlier, and I think that's good on good track. There will be a Walker Fire Hall getting some movement in Ward Garihio, although I'm not excited about the timeline that it takes 2 election cycles for our fire hall. Hopefully our infrastructure committee can dig into that. I'm excited for the River Valley Trail strategy and the infill liaison team. These are also the only 2 that were highlighted in the environmental review section for environmental stewardship and putting some positive benefits back to the carbon budget. We've added more transit and DAT services to ensure access for everyone. I think the derelict property piece will be beneficial, and the Explore Edmonton is an investment for economic gain. We're leveraging other orders of government, but I'm not excited about arterial roads continue to fall to the wayside and some of the decisions that may or may not be digging us into a bigger hole. So I hope to be proven wrong in the next year. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I want to express my sincere thanks to my colleagues for the constructive discussions that we've had over the past several days. I also want to thank City Clerk Council, the office, administration for their significant efforts over the budget deliberations. I was elected to represent my constituents at this council table. During the election, constant concern that I heard from residents and over the past several days was the rising cost of living and a negative impact of constant increases in property taxes. One story that stands out for me was a 72-year-old who had to leave her retirement after 10 years and return to work because she indicated was the continued tax increases. Stories such as this one really impacts me and reminds me of why I was elected. I'm elected to advocate on behalf of my constituents and will continue to work with them and keep in mind during my time here. Many of my constituents have clearly expressed that they cannot afford another tax increase, and I feel the budget does not adequately reflect their concerns. While I appreciate the work that has gone on the various aspects of this budget that I do support, I have not seen enough of a reduction to justify a vote in favor at this time. While I understand the concerns of my colleagues and I have my vote, I did make a promise to my constituents that their needs would come first here. I must express for myself that in a short period of time being elected, having a vote on the city budget, there was time constraints imposed during orientation, training, meeting with stakeholders, prevented me from understanding a much more rigorous analysis of the budget. That I own. This will change in advance of the 2026 four-year budget discussions, and I've been relying heavily on insights from my more experienced colleagues and administration, and I thank all of you for your insight. I really, really do. My ultimate goal in this budget process was to reduce the proposed tax increase. Based on that goal and my commitment to address the burden of Edmontonians, I will be voting against this budget today. Looking ahead to the four-year budget cycle, I will work hard to find solutions to bring property tax increases down as much as possible. I look forward to working with my colleagues and administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to begin by thanking administration and colleagues for all of their efforts to work through this process. Just to reflect on a few of the things that stood out to me in this adjustment. The first is around community safety and security, and the investments that we're going to be making into ensuring we're not losing service as it relates to the cleanliness of our public spaces and our transit system. Also very pleased to see the expansion of the derelict tax subclass, which will have no doubt tangible impacts on the safety and well-being of communities across the city. I'm pleased to see we're taking steps to ensure equity and access for everyone throughout our communities through our investments in DATS. Also pleased to see that economic development remains a focus for this council through our investments around Explore to ensure that they have the stability they need to continue delivering strong returns for our communities. Another theme for me was around keeping up with growth, particularly as it relates to transit ridership. Being able to expand our bus fleet to support riders across the city also supports economic vitality, and it supports affordability for people who might not otherwise be able to access affordable and reliable ways to get around. And to me, these are sort of the basics and foundational building blocks of building a stronger Edmonton. I'm also pleased to see that we were able to tap into some creative funding sources that did not add to the tax levy, like the River Valley Trail strategy and the infill liaison team, which I think are both very important moves that will benefit all Edmontonians. Pleased to see we still have a strong plan in place for replenishing our FSR, and that actually we're on course to arrive at a more sustainable place even quicker than we expected, which will allow us to get into our dedicated renewal fund to support long-term fiscal resilience sooner than expected. We did say no to a number of things as well, and exercise some fiscal restraint, especially when it comes to items that are more appropriate for the four-year budget. So looking forward to those conversations when they come. I'm out of time.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else to speak to? Okay, I will take 2 minutes then.
I'll take the chair, and you can have your 2 minutes there, Councillor Paquette.
You read my mind. Thank you. So this was actually one of the better budget deliberations I've been through in all my time on council, and a big credit goes to the chair for that, to the mayor, not to Councillor Morgan, although he played his part. But also, the lion's share of credit goes toward administration for their hard work. Just absolutely a labor, unbelievable labor. And all the people who were involved and contributed, my sincerest thanks. And of course, the people of Edmonton. It is not lost on me. I think about the senior on a fixed income, seeing taxes rise, but their income is not. I think about young families. I think about people who are struggling to keep their doors open in their business, and every dollar counts, and they just dread opening that mail. I know that these struggles are real, and they're always with me. They're always on my mind. This was a very robust debate in this budget, and I believe that some very, very positive and potentially profound seeds may have been planted for the discussion of the four-year budget. it's very important to recognize that revenue sources must become stronger and more varied. And that means developing our industrial and our commercial. It means more development dollars and investment dollars coming in that actually impact our budget. And that will be one of the big difference makers over time. So once again, thank you to my colleagues for your heart and your passion and your intelligence and your care. And to the clerks specifically for keeping us together. And my family. All right.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
And I'll give you back the chair.
Thank you. All right. And I believe it's Mayor Knack to close. Oh, a couple more hopped up. Okay. Councillor Palmer, please go ahead.
I just wanted to also say thank you to administration and the other councillors for going through this. Is an incredibly experiential process of learning and developing and understanding what the challenges of the city of Edmonton will have, and for the next 4 years as well. I just want to say once again, thank you to everybody, and I am looking forward to being able to share these learnings with our constituents, our residents, as we go into the 4-year budget. So thank you, everybody, and I'm like I said, I haven't been on the same thing as councillors have said before, haven't always been on the winning side of everything, but especially this becomes our budget now for the next year. And so I'm really looking forward to continuing to come together as our budget. So thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Knack to close.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. And yeah, normally I go through my full 5 minutes and I go through all the votes we went and I try to justify and show that how many people voted for a motion and why we should ultimately generally own it. I'm going to save you with this because actually I really like Councillor Rutherford's piece. Actually, by voting for Explore Edmonton, we've actually addressed more of the structural variances than we've added. We've actually addressed more of that hole that Councillor Paquette's talked about in this debate than we added. And as much as I didn't support the Explore Edmonton, because I would have rather had that conversation in the 4-year, that was the major add that we put in here, which addresses a structural budget variance, which increased our taxes by the largest amount. Thankfully, that one I feel very strongly about justifying, even though I was on the losing end of that vote. That is an economic development piece. So when I look at the end of this budget, what we've actually done is and administration's worked darn hard to make sure we didn't make the whole worse. And actually, if you add up all the things that we've done, particularly through the Explorer, we've made it better than even on the things that we took away. So there's less of a variance today than we were facing 4 days ago. So as we go into the next 4-year budget, we've actually done a better job of addressing those variances. And for that, as much as I don't love having to ask to pay for a little bit more than what I was committing to at the beginning, this is a better position for the next 4-year budget than we were. And I would say that while I appreciate all of the reduction motions, I think many of the reduction motions would have made those structural variances worse, and therefore I would have a very tough time having supported them if we're looking to do that. So that's part of why I'll support it, and I'll just close by echoing, which is that I am very excited about this next 4-year process. I know some are skeptical going into it. I am energized by it. I think we need to be energized by it. I think we need Edmontonians to come to the table with us so that they understand how much it costs to run a city, they understand the services they're paying for, and then they can work together with us on creating the next 4-year budget. I'm looking forward to doing that with administration and all of my colleagues going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. I return the chair.
Thank you. I'll take the chair back. It's 3:28, so this is probably a good time to first check in with the
To
clerks.
just do one little thing.
Of course.
And if you just don't mind, there was a private attachment as part of item 5.7. Could we just have a motion to keep that in camera, just before you go on the break?
That's moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote to keep that attachment in private that was added previously.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Are there any other cleanup motion? We have a couple of the report cleanups pieces,
Yep, so
but
when you come back, just to confirm, you'll do 5.6 as well as 5.8.
perfect.
And then move on in case there's any subsequents.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, we'll do 5.6. We just need to fill in the blank, and at this point, there's only the option because we didn't add anything to it. So 5.8, there can be a bit of conversation still in subsequent. Perfect, and noting that at this point in time, many of the subsequents might have to be noticed as a motion. We'll go through and see how we do. But we're on recess until 3:45, everyone. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Still here. Hello.
Councillor Tang is joining virtual, I believe.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Palmer.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Fantastic. So next is that we just have to fill in the blanks on option 5.6 that was selected by Councillor Wright. I think that means you have it. Options two. Can you just make that motion?
Okay, so that the GEF Seniors Housing Lodge Program 2026 proposed operating budget as set out in attachment 7 of the November 24th, 2025 Community Services Report CS 03136 be approved, and that the GEF Seniors Housing Lodge Program 2026 proposed capital budget as set out in attachment 8 of the November 24th, 2025 Community Services Report CS 03136 be referred back to the GEF board to reduce the budget to $2.1 million and return to council no later than February 28th, 2026.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. So that has been moved. Seconded. We've asked a lot of questions, so if it's okay with everyone, unless you're wishing to speak to it. Does anyone have any questions, just to double check? Nope, thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Nope, thank you. Councillor Wright, do you have any closing comments?
It looks like Karen Tang wants to be on.
Oh, sorry.
sorry.
Councillor Tang. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm not going to do this at this time, but I had initially, I had a different version of this. I'll just speak to it. I had a different version of this for the capital, where I would have liked to see GF return to council with a priority.
I have that as a
plan.
Oh, sorry. Is this a
oh,
question? Yeah,
I
go
see,
ahead.
okay.
You can go ahead, Councillor Tang. Sorry, we were just hearing you. Feel free to ask that
Oh, well,
question.
I am looking. It's okay. I am looking forward to seeing a subsequent.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Very good. Councillor Wright to close then.
No, nothing more.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Just waiting for 3.
Okay.
Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Tang.
Councillor Rutherford would
Oh,
be.
I said yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
And Councillor Rutherford
No,
will be a few
no,
minutes
Tang.
late,
Sorry.
so she won't be here for this particular vote. So
Okay. Then we have all the votes.
please display the vote. And that is carried 11-0. And you had a subsequent then, you said, or did I?
Yes, I do.
Okay, on this particular item. Yeah,
Yeah.
please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so that administration work with GEF Seniors Housing to prepare an unfunded service package for consideration as part of the 2027-2030 operating budget to fund GEF's capital priorities and provide a list of properties operated by GEF and owned by the Government of Alberta.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Do you want to introduce that? Or Councillor Wright, do you have any?
Well, just there's, as part of the report they provided, there was a funding shortfall of the 4.7, I think it is. And so just to have them work out a plan so that we can bring it to our 4-year budget. And then I did also have concerns that some of the properties that are in need of repair are actually owned by the province and what they can do to step in and help.
Thank you very much. Any questions on this subsequent? Not seeing any. Anyone wishing to speak? No. Councillor Wright, any closing comments?
No.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. Oh,
Apologies.
sorry.
Let's find-
Councillor Principe is here and
Yes.
is eligible for voting.
Let's find out what happened there.
Did you want to vote yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. We will make sure that is reflected that you were here for that vote. So thank you. So that takes care. I'm just going through. We've got all of our 5-1, 5-2, 5-3, 5-4, 5.5, now 5.6 is done. We've dealt with 5.7 as part of an earlier piece that we've already dealt with the bylaws. So the only other report still was 5.8, options for city-owned parking meters. That was selected by Councillor Stevenson out of great desire for time management. Are you okay if we just jump right to questions, Councillor Stevenson? Did you have questions? Yes, okay. Please go ahead for questions, please.
Thank you. I appreciated this report. One piece of information that I didn't see in there was just our parking revenues. So I know there's an overall structural budget variance, but just wondering if we saw a dip in revenue when the machines were removed.
Yeah, I got the team here, Caitlin and Mark Pivovar as well, who can help answer some of those.
Hi, Councillor Stevenson. Up at the top. So we did initially, with the adoption of the hotspot, see a small dip in revenues, but as of to date, we are about on par with what we would have been previously. So we still are experiencing a structural budget variance, but our revenues are about the same.
Wonderful. I think that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador is clicked off. Any other questions? Not, so let's just make sure. Okay, and this item is, receipt of information, which we said we're not doing, so we are treating this one as complete. I did see in the chat that we still had a subsequent on 5.4 on the floor from the Blatchford Renewable Energy. Oh, yeah, was that yourself, Councillor Stevenson? Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. I was just looking for which version of that motion, but I believe administration provided, so I'll just introduce as it's being pulled up. My restated subsequent motion just focuses on coming back with options, a variety of options for meeting the non-refundable cash infusion for the Blatchford utility. This would, in the best case scenario, be coming back at the same time that we have a clearer picture of exactly what that need is. The intent is to look at different options and the implications of those as we take next steps in Blatchford Utility.
Thank you. And we're just getting that up on the screen right now. That was seconded by Councillor Elliott. Correct. So there it is. And perfect. Councillor Rutherford, I don't think is, there we go. That the board is clear. Any questions on this? Not seeing anyone click on the board. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Not seeing anyone. Councillor Stevenson, any closing comments? No. Thank you. Please vote. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. No, go ahead. I was just looking at the chat and I'm looking at all the folks that subsequent.
Yep.
We're good. Let's go. Voting on this is fine.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans, was your yes for this vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. So next what we'll do, because we've done all of the reports, is we will do subsequents for the budget. What I'd like to do is make sure we can list them all, because I don't think we have them officially on the tracker yet, and that would give us a chance to do a quick review to see what is truly subsequent to the budget or what might be a notice of motion. And I'm going to try to be firm on that. So, because I mean, technically almost anything could be subsequent to the budget, but if it wasn't really talked about during this session, I'd rather you make it as a notice of motion and send it to the next council meeting. So we'd still have time to debate it before the break. I just want to make sure we're being thoughtful of time. So if you have a subsequent, can you please click on the board? Like we would do for amendments. Just anyone who has a subsequent, please click on the board right now. I'll ask you to read it out. We'll identify a seconder. We'll put it onto the tracker, and then we can work our way through that. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, two subsequents. Just
You start with one, and then we'll get a seconder. We'll confirm that the clerks have it, and then we'll do it just like we did amendments at the beginning. So please go ahead.
And apologies if this if I don't do this totally correctly yet, but my first one is that administration, in consultation with the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, prepare the necessary agreement amendments to allow the City of Edmonton to directly remit payment for all ongoing and one-time stormwater management charges levied by EPCOR against the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues to ensure community leagues are not billed for these fees. That's one, and then the second part of that is.
So this is the same motion,
Same
but just a
motion,
point
same
two.
motion.
Okay, please
Point
go
two,
ahead.
sorry.
Yeah, so keep reading through before we.
Yeah, that administration identify a potential ongoing funding source for stormwater management charges levied by EPCOR against the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues and include an unfunded service package in the development of the 2027-2030 operating budget.
Great. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Elliott just made it, just before Councillor Palmer. Great, thank you. So what we'll do, like we're just going to take them all. So you actually only had one, but
No,
it was
I have a
two.
second one.
Oh, you have a second one. Perfect. So we've got that. It's on the tracker. I'm seeing nodding heads. You can go ahead with the second one,
Okay, my
please.
second one is that administration provide a report with an evaluation plan and timelines for measuring the results of the permanent enhanced cleaning as outlined on pages 41 and 42 in attachment 2 of the November 24th, 2025 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 03158, Fall 2025 Supplemental Operating Budget Adjustment dash 2023 to 2026 Operating Budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Fantastic. You see that on the board. And I can tell just from my initial look, clearly both of those would absolutely be subsequent because we have discussed them both during the meeting. So that's very, thank you for those. Next I'll go, and you had no others. That covers your.
That's good.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Fantastic. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I will start with one of them, which is that administration prepare a report outlining programs, grants, and initiatives with one-time multi-year funding that will end at the 2023-2026 budget and return to executive committee.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
It sounded like you were ready to say more words, and I was just ready. I was patiently waiting. Do I have a seconder on that?
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Okay. Let's see. You have additional ones, Councillor
Yes,
Stevenson?
thank you.
Please go ahead.
That administration work with the Edmonton Police Service to provide a report on the with an update on the integrated call evaluation dispatch initiative, including how the community safety and well-being strategy funding has been used to support integrated dispatch. And that'd be for Community and Public Services Q2 2026.
Okay. I think Councillor Elliott's looking to second that.
Second.
There we go. Just 1 second. Yeah, I got the nod. We're good now. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
And finally, that administration provide a report outlining options to add local destinations in addition to transit hubs and onboard fare collection for on-demand transit service. That'd be Q3 2026.
Okay. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Okay, great. We'll take those three. We'll review them. For sure. Yeah. Okay. Good. We'll keep going. Next is Councillor Wright for subsequence. Please go ahead.
Thank you. That administration provide an unfunded service package for consideration during the 2027-2030 budget deliberations with further analysis on the integrated service package, winter-summer temporary assignment to permanent positions, analysis and options as presented in the fall 2025 supplemental operating budget adjustment, including an allocation of the positions per department.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Salvador. Fantastic. Just hold on for a moment. And we're just doing, if you have any subsequents, please click on the board. We're sort of reading them out like we did amendments, and then we'll, yeah, so just, yes, it's done. So, sorry. But if you've got subsequents, feel free to click on the board and we'll read them out. We'll get a mover and seconder like we did amendments, and then we'll either first determine if they're in order or if they should be made as a notice, and then.
I requested to be on the list.
Yeah, we'll get you too. Thank you. Councillor Tang is going to be on the list. We're going to put Councillor Tang on the board there too. I see Councillor Wright's motion is now on the chart. Councillor Wright, do you have additional ones? That was it? Okay. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, I've got two. Both mine can be notices.
Perfect. Then let's wait right till the end if you feel comfortable.
Okay.
Yep. We'll make sure before we adjourn this meeting, I'll give enough time for them to be provided as notices. So thank you very much. I appreciate you flagging that you have them though, so we won't forget to get those. Councillor Rutherford, do you have yours ready to go, or can I go to Councillor Tang? Okay, let's go to Councillor Tang just to make sure. Councillor Tang?
Okay, great. I move that Mayor
and council advocates to the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors to provide match funding for all priority arterial road projects identified through the Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 03117, Mobility Network Use Assessment Update, including the operating impacts of capital for these projects.
Thank you, and I'm going to second that one.
Second.
Oh, I beat you, Councillor Palmer, sorry. I was really passionate about that one, so I decided to second that one. As we all know, everyone remembers the seconders of all motions, so it's really... we're going to keep going, and let me make sure it's on the board. I see it there. We're good. Councillor Tank, do you have any other motions?
No, that's it.
Okay. I'm guessing Councillor Jans would like to be added to the list as he incorrectly used the raise hand function in the meeting, which I believe we recommend against. So Councillor, we'll trust that Councillor Jans meant to do that, but meant to do it in a way that we normally accept raising of hands. Councillor Rutherford, please go next.
Yeah, I move that administration provide a report to committee with options to improve transit service in the Northwest Quadrant, including but not limited to options for BRT routings and service hour increases that could be feasibly considered in the 4-year budget, and with any bus service capacity growth.
Thank you. I'm looking
Due
to...
date Q2 2026.
Just looking to one of my other North Side councillors, maybe Councillor Principe, Councillor Paquette, want to move that? Or second that? Anyone can second it. Seconded by Councillor Morgan, sorry.
Second.
Too late. Great, we will take that, and I'm just looking to my list. I see that there. That's on the board. Did you have any others, Councillor Rutherford? No, thank you. Councillor Jans, I believe, might have a subsequent.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that administration incorporate and make recommendations regarding the following program aspects into City Operations Report COO 3308, Transforming Edmonton's Curbside and Parking Program, refined pricing frameworks, including data-driven approach for identifying payment locations and evaluating utilization and flexible demand, paid parking options at city-operated, provided, and/or managed amenities, with reinvestment approaches to offset municipal tax contributions, reduced cost payment options for low-income Edmontonians similar to the RIDE Transit Program and Leisure Access Program, options for cost recovery initiatives for non-resident users, innovative financial strategies to manage program expenses, revenues, and reinvestment plans, including but not limited to a curbside and parking program reserve, payment and permitting technology, in-person and automated enforcement, communications, and change management approaches to meet enhanced program outcomes, resources required to implement enhanced programming in 2027 to 2030, and that the due date for City Operations Report COO 2571, Residential Parking Program, be revised to May 12th, 2026 Urban Planning Committee to align with City Operations COO 3308, Transforming Edmonton's Curbside and Parking Program, and Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 03021 Parking Benefit District Reports.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. I think Councillor Jans wins for the longest motion of the budget. Excellent. And is that it, Councillor Jans?
Yes.
Thank you. Wonderful. So, I don't see anyone else. Hold on. I should do my motion. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair while
I have the chair.
Thank you very much. I will move that administration expand the public engagement approach to developing the 2027 to 2030 budget to include 12 community-based engagement sessions held in collaboration with the mayor and ward councillor, and report back to council by the end of June 2026.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Thank you. I return the chair.
Thank you. So appreciating we've got essentially 11. I might argue one I could potentially say is could be made as a notice on this list, but the mover of that is currently away. So what I will say is that what we'll do is, because we've got limited time, we're just going to randomize these. Like, we're going to do a randomized list like we did for the others, and we'll start moving through them. And whatever we don't get to can be made as a notice of motion, just to be very clear. So we don't lose it at all. We don't have to, it just means we won't finish the debate today. It can be debated at the next meeting. So do we have, I think that means we have Councillor Morgan, Stevenson, Wright, Tang, Rutherford, Jans, and myself, all to add to our very fancy randomizer.
Just give Erin a moment. She's pulling it up right
Yep,
now.
perfect. There we are. There's the 8. Is that 8 of us? Perfect. And actually, we can remove leave Councillor Clark. He's already decided to make those as notice of motion, so that's fine. We can just randomize, and it's fine. Oh, there you go. Oh, look just how quick it is. You're ready to go. Fantastic. Such a talented team at the clerk's office. Is that it? That's our randomized list? So Morgan, Jan, Stevenson, Rutherford. Oh, Stevenson gets, all right. Stevenson got 2.
Just maybe give Erin a moment to
Yeah, there we go.
what happened there.
There we go. Morgan, now we're randomizing. Here it is, everyone. It's an exciting moment for us all. It's going to be Councillor Tang, then Rutherford, then Jans, then Wright, then Stevenson, then Morgan, and last but not least, myself. Fantastic. So similar, if you have more than one, you can pick whichever subsequent you want to make first. Also noting, since we have as many as we do, feel free to, use whatever time you like to get through as many as we want, as much speaking as you feel is necessary for subsequent motions. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please go ahead. You have already read it out, so we don't need to reread it. You have up to 2 minutes to introduce that motion.
Yeah, so this is a follow-up to some of the discussion, a lot of discussion we've had on roads, upgrades, funding sources, et cetera. I think it's no secret that our road conditions aren't great. Lots of pain points across the city that require expansion. I think typically in the past when we do advocacy motions like this, it's the mayor write a letter, et cetera, et cetera. However, I think we could do more than a letter, and I think the advocacy needs to come from more than the mayor. So, I invite some advice when the time comes to it from our intergovernmental team. I recognize this may not perfectly line up with the provincial budget submission, but I think advocacy is an ongoing exercise. And finally, I think it'll be very helpful to see the mobility network assessment report results because, and I think, the best way to do that policy is, like many of my colleagues said, this 4 days, take that holistic approach and making sure we're taking that equitable approach because, there's no way that we can get a lot of these projects done by ourselves. And as I mentioned, I don't think it's sustainable to rely just on property taxes to meet the demand of growth. Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Principe with questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is, I'm not necessarily against this subsequent motion. However, I'm just wondering if the mover has taken into consideration that this would be constrained funding, which may impact the unconstrained funding. And we hear a lot of discussion about how the province isn't funding things any longer, or however, they are just in a different way by doing the constrained funding. So has that been considered?
Yeah, I will actually say in some of my earlier motions, I have mentioned that typically for arterial roads that we use unconstrained funding, such as local government fiscal framework, MSI, CCBF. But because unconstrained funding is so limited, I am open to whatever the government can prioritize in terms of funding. And if this becomes a constrained funding program just for arterial roads, so be it. But no, absolutely, I've considered all of those sources before coming to this subsequent.
Sorry, I mean that this may actually impact the unconstrained funding possibly.
I cannot say what the government what kind of decisions that they will make, but I think it's important to ask.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Not seeing anyone click on. Councillor Tang to close. Any closing comments?
Nope.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is yes.
Thank you,
Councillor Tang is yes.
Stevenson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. E-scribe is just catching up with us.
Did you get my vote?
Yes, I did, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Fantastic. Next is Councillor Rutherford. Again, that motion's already been read in, seconded by Councillor Morgan. You have up to 2 minutes to introduce Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just, we're doing bus growth, but also, we had a clear understanding that this is an underserved quadrant of the city. The city plan doesn't really contemplate anything for this, and I'm not seeing a lot of the service hour increases from any of our subsequent motions to increase that, having benefited this area of the city. And I'm hearing a lot from this area of the city in terms of frequency and accessibility to transit. They don't have the potential for growth, like actual population growth, I would argue, outside of maybe Greaspaw, which will actually be quite dense, almost as dense as downtown when it's complete. But outside of that, there's not really a lot of growth potential in terms of actual population. And that's what's created sort of what I would consider this challenge over time, and even the prioritizing of the LRT lines in different locations over the Metro line going north in those past decisions. But as I continue down this path, and I don't see a path for the Metro line in the near future, I don't think we can go another 10, 15 years not thinking creatively about how do we make sure that this area of the city is properly served and equitably served by transit. So it is just generating a report. That report may come back and say they are equitably served. And that would help me as well as a councillor of that area for administration to say that. So, it's pretty innocuous in terms of it's a report with a bit of analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador for questions.
Yeah, thank you. Can definitely appreciate this motion. Just a few questions for administration. I'm just trying to recall, I was actually trying to pull it up. There was an equity analysis for our transit network that was, I think it was in 2022 that it came to council. I'm just trying to understand how administration would overlay that work with what's in front of us, and maybe was there indications through that work that there was a geographic gap in equity?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's Carrie from ETS. The equity analysis relied on the Social Vulnerability Index, and we overlaid in that report, and I'm happy to send it to council in a follow-up memo. We overlaid our transit network on top of that map to highlight where there were opportunities. So when we had growth in off-peak service hours, as an example, we prioritized directing those investments to where we had more equity-related gaps and could benefit those communities. This type of report, we can certainly revisit that map and incorporate that analysis into this report.
And sorry, what would you just be overlaying? What additional factors would you be considering that you didn't consider in the equity analysis?
Yeah, so I heard during the budget process reference to 137 Ave as an example related to a bus rapid transit idea. I think we'd engage all of the right partners within administration and do a full analysis of that quadrant. So that part would be a bit different. It wasn't considered. When we look at the equity analysis map, it highlights where there are some opportunities to address those equity-seeking communities and what their transit needs are. So I think we can bring this all together and bring back some information to answer the motion.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes.
Oh, Councillor Salvador, go ahead.
Okay, so that was the equity analysis. What does I'm thinking about our mass transit strategy. How would this motion intersect with our mass transit strategy, and does the mass transit strategy identify geographic gaps that we would be looking to fill? Isn't that embedded in the mass transit strategy?
I'm not sure if my UPE colleagues are on the call. If Kent wanted to jump in on this, because his team led that work.
Yeah, it is embedded, but we, like Carrie mentioned, we can take a look at the Northeast specifically and just confirm those assumptions and decisions, or not decisions, but analysis that went into that, and to determine if there was any gaps in that analysis.
Okay, I guess I would just go to the mover as well. I think one of the things that I am struggling with, and I can definitely see this on the north side as well, is that there's, to your point, sort of limited opportunities for growth because there aren't as many new communities that are being built out. And that's something that I'm thinking about even on the northeast side, or even like kind of central east, southeast. Help me understand why we wouldn't look at maybe some of those areas that don't have any new communities that are being built out, but have seen maybe some of those service reductions that are concerning.
They might have seen service reductions with the bus network redesign, but there is a BRT that is going down 97th. There is already an LRT line that goes to the northeast. It could go further, but it's already going to the northeast. This area of the city has neither of those things.
So B1 is 97th, right? So you're saying sort of west of 97th.
Yes, and more through the heart of that area.
I'm out of time again.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any? Oh, no. I'm seeing hands, just not names on the board. Councillor Wright.
It's there now.
Now it's there.
So I'm thinking, like, how far west are you thinking? Because you said 97th is BRT. Like, how frequent, or geographically close we should have BRTs?
I'm not a transportation planning expert. I just know that the mass transit plan that we have in our city plan does call for a metro line through there, but the odds of getting that in the next 15 years are getting further and further away. And in the meantime, there's no other mass transit or transit improvements that are planned for that area of the city. And so if we need to revisit city plan and our mass transit, I would rather open that up to a conversation as we shift to BRT discussions and not lose this quadrant of the city. So it is just generating a report to start that conversation. It is not directing any funding. It is not directing any changes in our mass transit plan. I just want to have a conversation about it because I think it is a huge gap that we are missing. And if I knew the metro line was getting built in the next 4 to 5 years, then giddy up. But even with our debt ratios, we're not going to be able to build LRT.
Okay, I'm, concerned with the southeast. Yes, the Valley Line comes down 50th Street, but that doesn't take care of the huge dense population further east on 17th Street. I'd love to have a BRT line come down there as well. So I just don't know if this is equitable, just doing it for one quadrant of the city.
Then don't support it.
Carrie, is there any way to do it quadrant by quadrant?
For sure. If you want to amend the motion to say do it across the entire city, we can absolutely do that. In some ways, it's going to merge like the equity analysis report with our update on the network and service gaps that we had. And we can look at it a little more granular and bring forward that information.
Okay, so my time is up, but can I suggest an amendment?
Yeah, you're welcome to.
Or
please.
I think, did Councillor Salvador have other questions? Okay.
Oh, okay.
So can I provide a report to committee with options to improve transit service? And then, if we need to do a BRT, we can do that. But I just don't know if this is equitable, just doing it for one quadrant of the city. Then don't support it. Okay, I'm, concerned with the southeast. Yes, the Valley Line comes down 50th Street, but that doesn't take care of the huge dense population further east on 17th Street. I just don't know if this is equitable, just doing it for one quadrant of the city. So I just don't know if this is equitable, just doing it for one quadrant of the city. not limited to options for BRT. Do we, Carrie, do we want to specify quadrants of the city or just across the city?
I'm okay with across the city. I understand the intent and we'll make sure to make it fulsome.
Okay.
I'll just flag second quarter might be tight if it's citywide. If there's any flexibility to consider sometime late summer, that would be appreciated, but if you can't, that's okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously you have the opportunity to make an adjustment to the time. So we'll leave the current due date, noting that, of course, administration, if they need to move that based off, they can. So I've heard the amendment. Do we have that captured? And we're putting that on the screen?
We're just going to put that up on the screen, yes.
Does the amendment need a seconder?
Yes, yeah, because I don't think we had a seconder yet. So, Councillor Parmar, are you willing to second that?
Second.
Thank you. So that's going to go up on the screen. And then we can take questions on the amendment. We'll get back into the more, Councillor Morgan, will you have questions on the amendment?
Yeah, I want to speak to the amendment.
You want to speak to the amendment? Okay, just hang tight then. So while that's going up, if anyone thinks they might have questions to the amendment, please click on. Otherwise, we will just move right to speaking to it. And what I would ask of you, this would be one of the few times that if you can, you don't have to, but if you can, if you're going to speak to it, try to cover both parts. So if the amendment fails, then you've sort of said your piece about the main motion as well. And that's okay, you don't have to. I don't ask, it's not a requirement. I'm just saying, if you want to, that would be good in terms of moving time along, but I also appreciate, especially the original mover might want to be able to speak to both in their own. So I'm not going to stop anyone from speaking both times, to be very clear. We're just taking a few moments still, I think. Well, I think we know what the amendment is. There it is. And now I can take speaking to it. So, Councillor Morgan, you want to speak to it? Please go ahead.
Did the mover want to speak to it first, or no?
No, you'll start. We'll let the mover of the amendment close when the time comes. So.
Okay, I will speak to the amendment, and I will not support. I think it waters down the intent of the original amendment, and I think, like my colleague Councillor Rutherford said, there's a real need in the area of Northwest that is underserved right now. I have LRT in my end. Millwoods has LRT in their end. West Ed's getting their West Edmonton Mall, and the West End's getting it. Northwest is severely underserved, and we know it needs rapid transit. We know it needs better transit. We have an LRT right now that's just like we had before. We have an LRT to nowhere in Nate. So without going up to St. Albert, which is the end goal. So, in the absence of that, I think we need to look at other options to help the people in the Northwest. And honestly, it'd probably help out the traffic coming from St. Albert too, and all those areas. So I'm very, very much in favor of this amendment from Councillor Rutherford at this time. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rutherford, because you can speak to both if you want, so you stated. You just want to speak to the amendment? Yeah, go right ahead. You're welcome to. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't support this amendment, and it's not because I haven't been always thinking about transit citywide. And so, as mentioned by Councillor Morgan, the reality is that the Northwest continues to get forgotten, and there is a bigger conversation about if our mass transit plan actually is still realistic to achieve equitable service across our city. We just approved funding for growth buses that will create conventional service, none of which come to this area. Like even conventional service, there's been no new conventional service routes. There's been no increase in frequency aside from minor 15 minutes here and there. Like it's not that I'm trying to be self-serving to just a quadrant of the city and ignore the demands that we all have as growth pressures across all of Edmonton. I've supported it time and time again with all my votes, but at some point I do think it is a focused conversation we need to have about, is the transit sufficient for this quadrant of the city?
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate this conversation. I I will support the amendment, and I'll just take a moment to explain why. So first of all, obviously I think it's critically important to be looking at where service gaps exist in our communities. I appreciate the work that's been done around the equity analysis in the past, and I think being able to overlay that work on different quadrants of the city and being able to have that work come back at the same time, I think will actually help us better understand from that holistic perspective where those gaps are. When I think about different areas that I might perceive some of those gaps to be, being able to take a really data-driven approach at a citywide scale, I think is actually going to be more clarifying. And potentially would help strengthen our understanding of where those gaps are and how resources can be directed to best fill those gaps in the future. My worry is that if we don't take this approach now, we risk that singular quadrant coming back and then work being directed saying, well, what about this quadrant? What about that quadrant? So I think this is just a more efficient and concise way of having the work come back together without diminishing the intention of the original motion to really hone in on the Northwest. Yeah, I think I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parmar.
Hi there. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would just say that I'd like to support this amendment, and I think because by having the entire picture, it actually will help with the mover's intent to move forward. The original mover's intent of the Northwest area when it comes back. I do have concerns with Councillor Salvador about that when it comes back. People will say, well, what about my area and how does that actually compare in order to make a decision forward? And so that's why I will be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is better than nothing, but my concern is that there is an assertion here, and I don't doubt it. It's just that we can't, there's nothing to show it. And so even with the Northwest quadrant, I do think about like the entire north side and how maybe we should take a look at that, but then my thoughts go to the entire city. And if we can't have a data-driven contrast compare, then it becomes very difficult to have the conversation, because then we won't know just how much the disparity is that exists. And if we had that, then we could ensure that the appropriate amount of resources were going where the disparity is. And in this case, the discussion is in the Northwest. And so it's kind of hard to have that conversation if we're not maybe just taking a look at the entire city and then being able to say, okay, based on population, based on usage, based on equity, where do we stand? And I would love to have that conversation, because then it ensures that every ward and area in the city that is potentially underserved can then be right-sized, so that we don't keep having these sort of like just sort of pocket discussions. And so I don't think I'm going to support the amendment or the motion as stated unless we can get an amendment to the motion that asks for a citywide analysis so that we can see what is actually going on.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
I mean, maybe just to clarify, the what we're about to vote on would be a citywide piece, so I'll use that as my speaking to. And while I actually going to be voting against it, I just want my previous speaker to know what just to be sure. But I'll tell you why I'm gonna vote no to this. And I found in my time over the last 6 months or so that very much there does appear to be a very, I would say, whether it's accurate or not, there is absolutely a feeling north, central, northwest, bit of northeast, like the entire north side in general is not being treated in the same way. But I know in particular why I think this motion needs to have this quadrant specific look is that, and we saw it in one of the maps earlier, which is that we have between the BRT and LRT routes, there is really a glaring hole in the city. And I think we should always have holistic conversations, but I think sometimes what ends up happening when we do these citywide conversations is it always comes back to, well, the population growth is here, this is happening on the south side, this is happening here on the west end, this is and it's like the part of the city that always feels forgotten, I think actually can occasionally be forgotten. And I know our administration will do a wonderful job in the report, including all of the other information we talked about, which will have that equity analysis. But I do think we need to actually, in a way, give some closure to a part of the to a part of the city that I don't think has seen the same level of service as others. And maybe that's wrong, but I think it's been existing for way too long, and I also don't know if I can prove it. And I haven't heard that same level of concern about something like transit service. You know, I didn't hear that in the West End because we got tons of construction happening. You know, I didn't hear that in the East Side where we're doing certain things. Definitely didn't hear it on the South Side. I heard desire for more transit service, but there's lots of buses running on the South Side on demand. We're just going to convert those. And even Northeast has the LRT and has some of this. And so for me, I actually do think we need to get this, so I won't support the amendment, and I will support the original motion. Thank you. I'll take back the chair.
I do have a quick question for you before for process. So I'm going to give you the chair and then ask you a quick
Sure, you can ask a process question about our vote. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I've got the chair back. What's the process question?
So because it wasn't explicit that this would be citywide, is it the understanding? I want to make sure, because that was my point. If it's not explicitly saying citywide, is that the implication that people
So
are
the amendment would make it citywide. If the amendment passes, it makes it citywide because it's deleting the reference to a specific quadrant.
But I just want to make sure it's crystal clear that this
That was the instruction from our administration. Yes.
Okay, all right,
Yep.
then I am happy with it.
Thank
Okay,
you. Councillor Wright to close.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to correct myself. The Valley Line Southeast runs down 66th Street, not 50th Street. But I do think that in order to have an equity lens on this is we do have to assess it against citywide. That's why I'm requesting, and we can, definitely focus when the reports come back on the Northwest quadrant. But I think in order to do an accurate assessment, we need to go citywide, and that's why I'm suggesting it.
Thank you very much. Please vote on the amendment.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is defeated 6-7. Now to the main motion. Anyone wishing to speak to the main motion?
Just briefly.
Okay. I'll let you might as well take the lead, Councillor Jans. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this, not because I'm not going to support it because I think it's important that we are looking at, yeah, sorry, you know what, we're tied for time. I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the debate. I do want to kind of address this again, this idea that we haven't discussed this. Every report that comes to Urban Planning Committee about transit is a citywide report. We have lots of them that we have discussed over the last 4 years since I've been on council. That equity report, which Councillor Salvador refers to, actually identified that the Northwest Quadrant had a lot of those vulnerability factors overlaid and was being underserved. And they were going to do an equity pilot that never materialized. So this isn't self-serving just because it's one quadrant of the city. And the report will talk about the whole city as a whole, because you can't talk about one quadrant without having the context. So I really encourage my council colleagues to support this. I didn't expect this to be such a controversial motion to create a report. I think that also speaks to like how hard sometimes somebody has to fight just from an equity lens for their area of the city. And Councillor Mayor Knack, you know, nailed it on the head. Like, whether it's perceived or not, the sentiment exists. And it's gotten better, I would say, over 4 years, but it persists. And when there's all of this construction and all of this activity for transit in other areas of the city, and I have seniors that say, like, I can't get to a doctor's appointment within 2 hours, it's hard. And it's harder to continue to support that citywide thing. So I hope you indulge me. I hope you support this report for information, because one way or the other, if we find out that it is actually quite solid service, then I can also bring that back to the residents and break some of these misconceptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. Scrab's getting ready for a nap. 13-0 has passed. Thank you very much. Next up, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. So this is basically a kitchen sink parking motion. It harmonizes all of the different conversations we've been having about parking, from different parking benefit areas to looking at parking recovery around different amenities and attractions, to parking policy, to parking technology, to all of the above. So it's a big directive motion to consolidate 3 or 4 ongoing bodies of work and bring them all together to one urban planning committee in the spring.
Thank you. I see questions from Councillor Principe. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to get an understanding why it says incorporate and make recommendations. Are those opposite? What do you want incorporated? And what do you want recommendations on?
That's to the mover. That's a great question, actually.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Do you want it to all start with recommendations, Councillor Jans? Because yes, to be fair, actually, I don't know if we can move. We can say incorporate if we don't know which ones you want to just implement versus which ones you want to get information on.
So that's the wording recommended from administration that they help me with. So
let's tidy it up if that's okay, and just make recommendations, because then that way we're not predetermining what is going to be incorporated. Yeah, thank you. We'll just tidy that up and remove the incorporate. Great catch, Councillor Principe. Any other questions that you want to ask?
No, that was it.
Thank you. No, that's perfect. Appreciate that. Wonderful. I don't see any other questions on the board. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Not seeing anyone. Not seeing any. Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you,
I'm
Councillor.
yes.
Only vote once.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. Thank you, and that is carried 12-0. Did we lose someone? Have I lost my mind? Did we lose someone? Yeah.
Appear to have lost Councillor Elliott.
Oh, Councillor Elliott. Sorry, there. Councillor. Okay, thank you. Oh boy, we're doing good, everyone. We're near the ends. Hang tight. Oh, Councillor Wright. Let's go ahead. Sorry, I don't know where Councillor Elliott went, but thank you for catching that. Councillor Wright, you just have, I think, the one motion. It's already been moved. That's the winter-summer temporary assignment. You have up to 2 minutes to introduce.
Thank you. So this was an unfunded service package in the budget that we just got through. There was some more information that I was looking for in the analysis, so I want to report or have the unfunded service package for the 4-year budget come back with a bit more information. It was unclear to me how there was 264 employees into 19 full-time positions. And then I was also had wanted sort of a prioritization as to if we couldn't fund the full amount, what administration would recommend as to the different service areas.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Not seeing any. Any closing comments, Councillor Wrights?
Nothing further.
Please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Don't worry, e-scribe's coming up. So just patiently wait, anyone who is waiting.
It's at the end of the day for e-scribe.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
give it a
just
minute.
no rush to run to your microphone. Just give e-scribe a moment to patiently bring us a vote.
Morgan's yes.
That wasn't patient. It is quicker. It is quicker. There might come a point where we have to do. There it is. There it is, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson, are you still with us?
Sorry, yes, I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have.
Oh, wait. Do we have everyone?
We'll make sure Councillor Elliott has a chance to vote.
Yeah, he was listening intently. Thank you. Please display the vote.
We have all the votes, yes.
Please display them. And that is carried 13-0. Fantastic. Councillor Stevenson is next. I might, just for you, Councillor Stevenson, I would suggest the one-year multi-year funding programs is probably valid as a notice of motion. I think it's not directly related, and we have time, so I would prefer if you would use 5 or 6, if whichever one you prefer.
That sounds great to me. Apologies, I actually thought that one was the most directly relevant, so I was preparing for it. My other motion around on-demand transit hours, I'll do that.
There it is. You have up to 2 minutes to introduce. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's just an opportunity to explore how we can continue to evolve our on-demand system. I think we've seen great success with it, but one of the gaps that I hear about most often is frustration for folks who maybe hop on the on-demand, they get driven past their desired location to get to a transit stop and then have to take another bus to get back to where they actually want to go. This would be exploring the option of having alternative stop to only transit areas. And part of that would be fare collection on board. So just looking at that, the options that may become available as we free up on-demand hours with the addition of the conventional bus services that we've done through the growth bus. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any questions on the board, so anyone wishing to speak? Not seeing any. Any closing comments, Councillor Stevenson?
No.
Please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Councillor Morgan, which of the two would you like to make? Number two, the EFCL stormwater management charges. You have up to 2 minutes to introduce. Please go ahead.
Right on, thanks. And I prepared a little something here. So I'm introducing my motion today to correct a systemic inefficiency that is slowing down one of Edmonton's most critical engines, our community league volunteers. So we all know that our community leagues run on the sheer grit and goodwill of neighbors helping neighbors. They maintain our rinks, they activate our parks, and they build the safety and connection we rely on. Our job as a city is to fuel that engine, not to clog it up with red tape. So unfortunately, the current mechanism for handling stormwater charges does exactly that. And so right now, we are asking our volunteers to navigate a bureaucratic merry-go-round. We take city funds, transfer them to EFCL, transfer them to the leagues, just so the leagues can turn around and pay EPCOR, which of course is a city-owned utility. This process is a textbook definition of churn, consumes city staff time to manage the grants, and it consumes volunteer time to manage the bills. So this motion proposes a simple common sense fix: cut out the middle steps. We need to treat these community assets with the same efficiency we treat our own facilities by finding a way to pay these charges directly. We ensure that the funds remain revenue neutral to the tax levy, but we also return hundreds of hours of administrative time back to our volunteers. Thanks.
Already said, I appreciate your excitement, Councillor Rutherford, but already seconded by Councillor Elliott, who is also very excited. I see no other questions on the board. Anyone wishing to speak to it?
Sorry, I do have a question.
Sorry, no, my apologies. Yeah, I'm moving quick, Councillor Principe. Go ahead for questions,
no,
please.
That's okay. To the mover, had you considered doing a report? Because I'm not really sure why there was a change in this process, and I'm concerned of making a decision without knowing why it was changed in the first place.
I have not, but I'm definitely open to asking administration who are here today to answer that, whether that was that.
It's a good catch, Councillor Principe, actually, because it doesn't actually have a due date. It probably does need to come back to committee because it's preparing the necessary agreement amendments. So I think it has to have a report because we would have to get that in order to make that change. So can I just, I'll give you your time. I just want to make sure that would be, we should actually have a due date for a committee piece.
We should. It may need to be TBD because we don't know how long those negotiations
That's
are going to
fine.
take, but we can put TBD for now.
Okay. So that would result in a report having to come.
So it will come back to committee. Okay, good.
Because we can't essentially pre-approve whatever the amending agreement would be able to be. So now they can still develop that. There's also unfunded. So any other questions, Councillor Principe?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford?
Do we have to, like, the way I read the motion here is that the administration and the league prepare the necessary agreement amendments to the tripartite agreement? Would that have to come back to council? I thought that was in the delegated authority of admin and the EFCL. Question?
Yeah, I don't have the tripartite agreement in front of me to understand the mechanism. I do believe that it was a city manager signature, but let me get back to you on the mechanics of that.
Yeah, so I just don't necessarily think that, like, we could demand, but, like, I'm just worried, like, a report, if, let's say it comes August, then we're going through another year with community leagues having to deal with this. And so I'm just challenging the notion that it actually has to come back.
Councillor, I do think like a report or something like that to explain the full story and the additional contextual information would be helpful before landing on this decision, because there's other impacts, including some of the budget that was just recently approved in this fall SOBA.
Okay,
so there's a lot to the story.
Okay.
Thank you. Great. Any other questions?
Well, yeah, we're sorry.
No, don't apologize. You don't even have to apologize for asking questions. Please go ahead, Councillor Principe. Yeah.
Where do we stand then? Where this motion is standing?
It is going to come back with, and I think the reason I would probably argue is because it talks about identifying a potential ongoing funding source, and there would need to be likely a motion to do that. So it might as well come back as part of a fulsome piece there. So, no, appreciate that. Now I don't see any other questions. Anyone wishing to speak? No one else on the board to speak. Councillor Morgan, any closing comments?
I guess if you're just coming back to us, no, I have no closing comments at this
Thank
time.
you. Please
Thanks.
vote.
Oh, wait, sorry. So we voting on whether this is going to
I'm a yes.
Sorry,
Sorry,
hang
I'm
on,
just
hang
in
on.
the process.
We're just voting on the motion. This will have to come back as part of a report, and then there will be a final change, because in order to approve the operating funding source, council would still need to give that
voting
okay.
on the report, on the report from admin.
This motion you have made will come back as a report with the changes in it, and then council would have to give authorization to advance.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what we're voting on. So your motion, but just coming back with that. So please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Just waiting for one more vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that motion is carried 13-0. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
So my motion, I won't even need much. Long story short, we need to do even more detailed budget engagement as part of the budget engagement exercise. Administration always has a great process that they go through for the setting of a 4-year budget. They do some great tools like some sliders that help people sort of make trade-off decisions. I'd like to be a little more thorough than that. You know, I think about something like, you know, the bus network redesign. When we went through that engagement, I know not everyone still loved that, but that engagement was one of my favorite engagements the city ever did, because it put tough questions in front of Edmontonians. It said, if you could only choose one, would you have greater service, or would you have greater coverage, or greater frequency, or greater coverage? Of course, everyone wanted both, but we said, no, but you have to choose, right? And I think we have to have some tough choices with people. I think we have to get information from them that says, you know, do you want better snow removal service? And if you do, are you willing to pay $50 more over the next 10 years to get that? And actually have them ask those questions. Now it's tough because we have 73 lines of business, to be very clear, and so I don't think we're going to be able to do an engagement session and ask people to make decisions on every 73 lines of business. You're probably going to have to break them up and do a couple at each of these. And so we'll need to work together to come up with how to best do that engagement. Administration's ready to work with us on that. But I think we as council, we need to also get out there and do that. And so the idea is one in each ward. My plan is to attend each of those. This doesn't preclude any of you from doing your own budget engagement above and beyond this. This doesn't preclude the city administration doing their own additional work. In fact, we're ideally going to do this together and have these conversations. But this is really the idea, is I just want to make sure we're doing more than what we've normally done going into the 4-year budget exercises. Not that it's not good, so I think we can be even better. And if we're going to be thinking about how we can transform our new foundation, I think we need to be out there quite a bit. There's other things we can do. You know, I heard the Chamber wants to have like a mayor's task force. I think there's ways to engage those groups in that process, but I want this to be led by administration, council, and then we can do all of the other types of engagements separately. Like, we have public engagement experts here at this table who know how to do things and can offer lots of great advice as we go forward. So that's the idea behind this.
I return the chair.
No, I'm still
I'm
still the mover. So no, I will not take it.
I was like, pretty good. Okay, let's move on. Okay. All right. Is there anyone to speak to this? Councillor Tang?
Question.
Or to ask questions, sorry.
Yeah, so to administration, just on the resourcing for this, I mean, I would love to see this engagement, but I'm assuming there's currently resource set aside for public engagement for the 4-year budget cycle. So would you, I guess, redevelop your engagement strategy to incorporate this?
So when we did our procurement for public engagement, we did ask for the potential to have 12 community-based engagement sessions, 1 per ward. So we have we have it in our contract already.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
I'm also wondering, could we use then that engagement process like sort of a meeting in the box, so that then we could use those resources to deliver wider within our communities? Sure, to the mover.
Yeah, I'd love that the engagement that we go through, it would absolutely be something we can take ourselves, and each of you could take yourselves and go out into the ward. I would not hope, that would be the idea, and I know there's some thoughtfulness around how we craft that, but absolutely be the desire to see that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I'm intrigued. How is it that was included in the contract? When was the contract made?
So when every 4 years, we go through the process of like an RFP to determine our contract, and because of your conversations around budgets in the last couple of years, we anticipated that there might be an expected increase in at least wanting to do an engagement session.
Okay, when was the contract negotiated?
Like, we just finished the procurement.
Okay, yeah, I don't remember having this conversation.
No, so
before.
it's, to be clear, it is administration's budget engagement, but we've been like monitoring the conversations around engagement and understood that you wanted something potentially more robust. So when we put out all of our needs, we included a requirement for a town hall in like each ward, and we have the ability to do it or not do it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. Now we can move to speaking to the motion if there is any. And Councillor Knack to close.
Nothing further, thank you.
Mayor Knack, you are technically a councillor. You got the chair? No. You want to speak?
I'm a yes.
I'd like to vote. I'd like to vote. I have nothing to say, but I'd love to vote first.
Okay. All right, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And now I'll retain the chair. Now,
Thank you. I've got the chair back. We are at 4:57, so there won't be enough time for another round. So what we're going to do is all of the motions that have already been read in, we're just going to already treat as notice has been given. Therefore, anyone left, I know Councillor Clark had 2 notices. We're going to give him the opportunity to make those. If anyone else has a notice, please click on. But Councillor Clark, I'll start with you to provide notice of your 2 motions.
Okay, thank you. The first one I'm calling the City Connect Partnerships motion. So that administration perform a comprehensive analysis about the potential to cooperate and organizational partnerships to sponsor city services beyond naming rights to include assets like, but not limited to, snow removal, waste collection, recreational programs, and infrastructure renewal. That's part 1. Part 2 is provide a report about current revenue generation from naming rights and advertising during this current budget cycle, 2023-2026. And point 3 is report back to committee by Q2 2026 with a full assessment of the potential asset services that have potential for partnerships, analysis of revenue impact on the ongoing operating budget, and recommended policy adjustments needed to allow for these opportunities.
Great, we'll accept that. We don't need any seconders or anything yet. There will be a seconder once you make that motion. So, and please go ahead, Councillor Clark, with your others.
Let me get to that guy. Not that one. Not that one. These are coming later.
That's a tease. That's what you call a motion tease. Coming up. More motions.
Sorry, just got to find it here.
That's how many motions do you have now? I'm
there's
excited.
a
Councillor
couple,
Clark
but
has
it's
100 motions, and over the next year, he will make 2 a meeting.
Oh, sorry, it was up, not down. Okay, motion number 2 is what I like to call measuring Edmonton's tax policy competitiveness. So that administration, 1, conduct a comprehensive analysis of how Edmonton's current and projected residential and non-residential tax rate are impacting the city's overall economic competitiveness, includes effects on A, industrial investment and site selection, B, business attraction and retention. Point 2 is compare Edmonton's tax position to comparable municipalities, including the Edmonton metro regions, Calgary, Saskatoon, and other mid-sized Canadian cities, with specific attention on A, non-residential tax gap, B, relative operating and capital spending pressure, C, impacts on investment confidence and economic growth. Point 3, report back to committee by Q2 2026 with a full assessment of how current tax policy is influencing competitiveness. B, earning early warning thresholds and trend analysis, and C, recommend policy adjustments to strengthen Edmonton's economic position relative to the region and national peers.
Thank you very much. And I should check that have you sent those to the clerks? So they'll good. They have them. Fantastic. It is. I don't see anyone else on the board for notices.
I mean, I could gridlock the whole system.
Nope. So
okay.
you didn't click on. So at this point, we'll just take a moment, and while we won't officially clap, I just want to, again, thank everyone in administration for your incredible work over the whole year, and in particular over the last 4 days. Your blunt advice, your willingness to challenge us, your willingness to be thoughtful and respectful through this entire process, it's been incredibly appreciated. I know it's incredibly hard. I know it's hard because we have a million questions for you, sometimes some really tough ones, but you did an amazing job, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of all of council for your incredible work. And similarly, I want to thank our team from the clerk's office, who has done just an outstanding job of helping us navigate this process on budget. It's always a challenge, and yet you make it move so smoothly, even when eScribe is a little slow on us. And to all my council colleagues, thank you very much for a very respectful set of discussions. We had some passionate discussions, but we were thoughtful. We went through a great process. And to my new colleagues, if you thought that was hard, get ready for 1 year from now when we go through a 4-year budget. It's going to take a couple weeks. It's going to be a lot of fun, though. And if we do what we just did over the last 4 days in a year's time, I think we can do a great job together. So thank you very much, everyone. We are adjourned.